Chapter 1 Jiangtu. Oh. It was not yet dawn in the morning, and the sun just popped up in the east. In the yard, a big rooster with bright red feathers began to show her presence desperately. It raised its head high, its chicken's mouth was facing the sky, and its feathers exploded, and it shouted loudly, "It's dawn, get up and feed the chickens are about to starve to death." Take a breath and continue shouting, "Oh, the pig is going to starve to death." In the room, Jiangtu struggled to sit up from the warm quilt with a look of depression. In a daze, I was looking for the missing mobile phone among the quilts and pillows. The screen just lit up, and the big one above 450 stinged his eyes, and his murderous intent rose wildly. He asked himself, is it good to stew a big rooster in an iron pot tonight? Jiangtu pressed his painful forehead with a hand. In this life, in the previous life, even during the college entrance examination, he never got up so early. Yes, in the previous life. This matter is a long story. 3 months ago, one morning, he woke up and suddenly found himself reborn and returned to the turning point of his life. Of course, it is also possible that you have thought about the future and dream about the future when you think about it day and night. None of this matters. What's important is that this time, he must not repeat the same mistakes like in his dream, not stick to his ideas, and join the group of people who make money and make a lot of money and sign a bet agreement with capital. In the end, not only did he lose money but he almost got imprisoned. Those brothers who do things run neatly. So, now he decided to quit if he couldn't understand, and he would just take the money and leave. Those people, he will not accompany them no matter how they like. After resigning, Jiangtu chose to go back to his hometown to open a farm. Even if you don't make much money, you can be self-sufficient. He can still take some short videos and share them on various video websites, so he can do more. A profit. After he went to college, even though he had been living in the more developed south for many years, such as Shenzhen City and Shanghai City. But the household registration has never been moved out of the village. The advantage of this is that as an adult man, he has a house and land in the village. However, a few years ago, he entrusted the land to the village committee. If someone wants to rent it, he can rent it out and earn pocket money. Fortunately, his home is large in area, but the location is really bad, and he has never rented it out. Jiangtu integrated the surrounding land and rented it from the village, with a total of 300 acres. Although the land situation is not very good, the advantage lies in the cheaper ones. Surrounded by the first ray of sunshine in the morning, Jiangtu cleaned up himself and quickly went out to block the broken rooster's mouth outside with food. No wonder when he bought a pig, the elder brother said he bought a lot and forced him to give him a rooster as a matchmaker. He praised and said, "Look at the bright red coxcomb, look at the feathers, look at the thick big chicken legs, it is more than enough to be a breeder." However, the elder brother didn't say that this chicken had the problem of getting up before dawn. Jiangtu opened the door of his warehouse, and it was piled with corn, soybeans, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and carrots and cabbage he harvested from the village. Because it has been stored for a winter, the price is very cheap, so it is given to pigs and chickens, which is clean and healthy. Just then, the system binding was successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the recipe, master-level boiled pig food. What the hell? It's been more than 3 months since I was reborn, but the golden finger finally arrived? Forget it, having is better than not. Jiangtu squatted on the ground in the warehouse, rubbing the sweet potatoes on the ground while checking the extra systems in his mind. It feels a bit amazing. Not to mention anything else, the system provides countless food ratios and cooking techniques for the pig cooking that I just got. Pigs of different sizes, different breeds of pigs, and different needs all have their own corresponding pig food formulas. He moved his fingertips again, quickly poured the things in the basket back into the warehouse, and installed them again according to the tutorial given by the system. As for the big rooster that disturbs people's dreams, Hehe, just sprinkle a handful of beans and corn. Anyway, its former owner is said to be fed like this. Back at the stove, Jiang Tu was about to cook pig food when an idea suddenly popped up. Otherwise, start a live broadcast? He did it as he said, and he set up the tripod and the camera in a place where he could shoot the whole process of cooking pigs without disturbing his work. I simply and roughly registered a live broadcast account on Bilibili, and the name is Pastoral Food Sharing, Boiled Pig Food. The ingredients for cooking pigs must be cleaned first to ensure that there is no soil, but no fine peeling is required. Then, add an appropriate amount of water to the large pot, pour in the corn stubble and crushed bean cakes, and cook first. During the boiling time, he cut some pumpkin sweet potatoes and cabbage next to him, which enriched the nutrition and taste. I don't know if it's because of the system, Jiang Tu feels that today's kitchen knives seem to be a little bit higher than yesterday's friend. The cut ingredients are evenly sized and beautifully shaped. Good morning, Anchor. Wow, this knife skills have a feeling of opening and closing pretty. Anchor, is this really pig food? I feel that pigs eat so healthily. Pastoral food, pig food, for a moment, I didn't know where to start complaining. The anchor's hands look good, why don't he show his face? It's only about 5 o'clock in the morning, so there may be fewer anchors who start live broadcasts. Jiang Tu's brand new live broadcast room, relying on the recommendation of newcomers, has gradually begun to appear. Jiang Tu glanced at the barrage floating by in groups of 3 or 3, and replied gently, "It's about cooking pig food, raising pigs in ecological ways, and not using messy feed, so I cooked it myself." After saying that, seeing that the pot was almost cooked, he lifted the lid. The misty water vapor coats the lens with a natural filter. Somehow, the audience in the live broadcast room felt that seeing the golden corn porridge in the pot through the thin mist was even more tempting than usual. As the large stainless steel iron spoon slowly flows down, with a bit of sticky golden liquid, it seems that a corn fragrance comes to the face of the screen. Some workers who just got up and had time to have breakfast couldn't help swallowing. Otherwise, I'll buy a cup of corn crumb porridge and eat it on the way. No, no, the anchor said this is pig food. Suck. Jiang Tu saw that the condition in the pot was almost the same, so he pushed the pumpkin and sweet potatoes that were difficult to cook into the pot. Among the golden and slightly sticky polenta, the orange-eared pumpkin and orange-yellow sweet potatoes are ups and downs, which is very beautiful. The anchor is lying to people, this is not pig food at all. This is not the case with pig food in my hometown. My God, it's all my favorite food. I can't go out anymore. Before I came in, I wanted to say, what's good about pig food? I'm so greedy, no, it's really good. I see pigs and pigs eating, but I'm hungry, but it's okay. Every time I cook for a while to prevent sticking to the pot, Jiang Tu will stir it in the pot with a large spoon a few times. Some of the ripe pumpkins and sweet potatoes will be directly transformed into the porridge. Chapter 2 Guests attracted by pig food. When he felt that the sweet potatoes and pumpkin were ripe, he could use chopsticks to easily wear them. If it is outdated, you can add cabbage. Store cabbage from winter and pull out the dried yellow skin outside, but it is still watery inside. Even, because of the precipitation in winter, these cabbages will taste sweeter. Isn't this the porridge I buy every day, 6 yuan, a small cup? Woohoo, before the cabbage is added, it is my favorite sweet potato and pumpkin porridge. If the cabbage is added, I can also try it. Pig eat this? I don't believe it, I have 3 yuan per pound of pumpkin here. That's right, we'll get 10 yuan for that cabbage. Jiang Tu actually understood a little when he saw the barrage of Howl. I also have a deep understanding of the prices in Shenzhen and Shanghai. His savings are not the 7-digit number at the beginning. In these two places, he can only buy a toilet and a kitchen. But here in my hometown, let's put it this way, his family covers an area of nearly 4 acres, including the yard. He explained, Your places are all fresh. The ones I bought are all grown by my uncles and aunts in the village. They have also been saved for a winter, so they are a little cheaper. I bought this cabbage at 30 cents per pound. Pumpkin and sweet potato are 50 cents. Pigs can still afford it. As soon as he finished speaking, less than 3 seconds later, the barrage was filled with a group of exclamation marks. These are the prices that audiences born in big cities and raised in big cities cannot understand. How much difference did the middlemen make? It's true. When we stock up on autumn vegetables in northeast China, we only had a few cents per pound. Okay, our pig food is good. Jiang Tu finally lifted the lid of the pot. Just sprinkle a little salt to season. Yes, pigs also need salt. He explained, I didn't prepare salt stones for the pig for him to lick them by himself, so I could only add them to the pig's food. Actually, any animal needs salt, but the amount must be controlled. On the edge of the stove, a large stainless steel basin with a diameter of more than half a meter was ready there. Jiang Tu carefully scooped the golden pig food in the pot into the basin with spoonfuls. Not to mention, it was really fragrant, he sighed in his heart. The pure corn fragrance is mixed with the sweet smell of pumpkin and sweet potatoes, and a little bit of bean fragrance floats as he moves. In the basin, it is more like miscellaneous porridge than pig food. The corn slags that absorb water are lubricated and delicious. The sweet potato and pumpkin that have not been completely melted is sweet and glutinous. The cabbage leaves that can be tasted occasionally greatly enrich the taste of the porridge and have the fragrance of the cabbage. Gudong. Jiang Tu couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. He looked at the camera. Otherwise, it will be broadcast later and I will leave a bowl for myself. He was sure that the ingredients in the porridge were all something that people could eat. He washed it clean, too. I saw the anchor swallowing and sucking. Anchor, I don't mind, it's pig food. How about you try it with me? After watching the whole process, I said I could try it. The ingredients and utensils were washed clean by the anchor. In this way, if you open a store, I won't tell others that this is pig food. The pancakes in my hand are no longer fragrant. I tell you that the elder brother who was forced to share a screen with me just got off the bus on the subway. I guess I went to buy porridge to drink. Sorry, your door is not closed. At this moment, a sudden sound appeared at the kitchen door. Jiang Tu was shocked. Early in the morning, in the wilderness, how could anyone come to his family? Turning around, the two young men felt like students, standing at the door of his kitchen with a look of embarrassment. One of them was a little fat, looking at his pig food bowl with a longing face, and the other, smiling at him embarrassedly, wanted to pull the person away. Of course, it would be even better if he didn't swallow his saliva secretly. Yes, that's it. He was so chubby that he finally mustered up the courage and asked, "Do you sell the porridge you cooked? Can you give me a bowl? It's so delicious." His name is Xiang Ming, and he is a graduate student at Agricultural University. From birth, the sense of smell is extremely sensitive. Let me put it this way, in extreme cases, he can tell by smelling what raw materials are used to ferment organic fertilizer. Although this specialty caused him a lot of trouble, it also provided a lot of help in his search for delicious food. Today is it. As soon as he got up in the morning, he confirmed that the chef who contracted their meals today had white porridge, eggs and pickles. That porridge is so white. Even if the clear soup is weak and watery, it is almost the only one that made the leftover rice yesterday. The pickles are so salty. In ancient times, pickles could make the family of 7 or 8 people eat without shortage of salt. Anyway, he couldn't sleep anymore, so he wanted to go to the fields he assigned to take a look and have a rough impression that he was ready for the next planting. But when I walked on the road, there was a faint fragrance that seduced his nose and his legs. and his nose and his legs were not under his control. Sure enough, finding the source of the fragrance makes it even more fragrant. The color of the porridge is also very beautiful and can arouse people's appetite. Xiangming's eyes were full of desire at this moment, and he felt that if the master disagreed, he would have to taste it in the next second. Xing Tianyu regrets it. Why didn't he hold his roommate and partner back to the point where he went to other people's fellow villagers' homes to ask for food? The toes are embarrassed and can dig out a courtyard in the home of a fellow villager. But, it really smells so good. He had no expectations for the morning meal. The barrage has exploded at this time. A row of envy, jealousy, and hatred. The first row felt that the anchor was looking for. Jiang Tu rubbed her temples. He didn't expect this development. As for the fact that the house is not closed, it is usually like this in the village. If there are people at home, the door will not be closed, so it is convenient for everyone to come and visit. I'm pig food, do you believe it? After looking at the two of them, he decided to tell the truth. Xiangming and Xing Tianyu, pig food. Xiangming glared, his eyes widened, and said to his lips without thinking, why is pigs better than me? This is unfair. Xing Tianyu covered his face and felt relieved. Fortunately, he held back and didn't call out. He looked at the golden porridge called pig food in the bowl, and felt that contemporary college students should be full of exploration. It's not impossible to taste pig food. Ah. Jiang Tu was stunned. Is this reaction correct? Isn't it wrong? He wanted to ask what they usually eat, but he felt it was not appropriate. Who in the village lives so hard? Ha 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 ha, real. I think so too. Even if I can't see it, I can still feel the anchor's confusion and laugh to death. Anchor, give your child a taste? Finally, Jiang Tu took out 3 bowls from the cupboard, but didn't ask for much money, and each of them served a large bowl. Please collect more, pay more attention, and have more flowers, thank you. Chapter 3 Is pig food delicious? In late spring, the temperature in Xiang'er village, ice and snow province is still a little cool in the morning. The porridge I put on for a while, although it was still hot, it was ready to eat. 3 people, right away from the camera, sucking the golden porridge in the bowl one by one. It would be great if it tastes sweet. But the salty taste is not bad. Brother, you have a good craftsmanship. If you open a porridge shop, you can make money. Xiangming sighed while drinking. Xing Tianyu drank porridge silently. As long as he doesn't think about it, the food in his bowl is not pigs. Very delicious. There are hundreds of streets of chefs they hired by their professors. Sure enough, the relationship between the household is not good. It's too much. What a good guy to eat with us on my back. If you have the ability to eat with us on your back, don't suck so loudly if you have the ability. It must not be delicious, it must not be delicious. I'll go, anchor, please give me a taste, I beg you. A heat's so comfortable to drink a bowl of hot and thick porridge in the morning. Xiangming touched his finally satisfied, his round belly and sighed. He said, Brother, I am a graduate student at Agricultural University. I don't say that my knowledge is so good, but if you have farming, you can come and ask me at any time. I don't know, I can ask us professors for you. Xiangming licked the corners of his mouth, and the abacus beads in his heart crackled. As long as the relationship is good, it will not be difficult to have a meal again. Xing Tianyu nodded immediately and added, the land we rented by our professor is right next to your house. Our land is just next to your house, just the southeast. Brother, thank you for breakfast. I'll wash the bowl for you. After saying that, he stood up and took the bowl in Jiang Tu's hand. Jiang Tu didn't stop him, signaling the location of the sink. He always felt that the two of them would have a chance to come and have a meal in the future. However, it is also good to get support from agricultural university students and professors. After all, no matter how he looks at his system, it is not a farming system. Seeing the two people off, Jiang Tu ignored the scolding and begging in the barrage, walked towards the pigpen with a camera, carrying a large stainless steel basin. His pigpen is a distance from his house, divided into two, each covering an area of 1 acre. A female ermine pig who lives in an 8-month hold, waiting to be pregnant with her piglets. There were 2 little ermine pigs living in the other, and 3 purse pigs, both of which were just weaned. The black paint is black and round, barely cute. Most of the time he had just poured into the big pig's food bowl and smelled the fragrance. The sow, which was originally a little vigilant 5 or 6 meters away, appeared at the edge of the food bowl, and his dark head was buried in it all at once. The food was so good that I didn't raise my head. Whether it is touching its head or pulling its pig's ears, it doesn't care at all. The pig next to him smelled the fragrance and was even more anxious. They started to hum wildly, and 2 of them started to jump high. My God, it's so dark. It tastes so good. So ugly. This is a wild boar. The one in front is ugly and tastes delicious. Anchor, please give it to them quickly, and see what makes the child anxious. Anchor, why did you separate the pig baby and the pig mother? Jiang Tu glanced at the barrage and said, these little pigs were not born from big pigs, so they separated. The piglets were just a few months old, and I was afraid that they would not adapt to the new environment, so I would fill some milk in their pig food. Because I don't know if they will be lactose intolerant, they are added with Chihuahua milk. Okay, let's enjoy the pig's food. After feeding the pig, Jiang Tu held up the camera and chatted with the barrage. It smells good. Actually, it tastes very good. No, I don't feel sorry. Think about how delicious the pork is. Braised pork, it is not fragrant, it is not fragrant. Just a little dish. Sal? Let's talk about it. Okay, the pig has been eaten, so I'll end up live broadcasting today. What? Let's talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Tu turned off the live broadcast room. In fact, after leaving his home for dozens of meters, the Wi-Fi signal becomes very weak, the traffic is not moving too much, and the picture occasionally gets stuck. If it weren't for his pig eating fast enough, Jiang Tu would have been ready to release it in advance. This is also the biggest gap between hometown and big cities. Their village, including the forest farm covering tens of thousands of acres, is only a dozen families, and the key is the mountainous area. 5G signal, really not. Jiang Tu didn't know how much sensation the 2 graduate students who left his house with enough food and drink caused in their small team. He only knew that when he was back in the house, he was intercepted by a big rooster. Yes, it is the one who shouted him up before dawn in the morning. It exploded its neck feathers, spread its wings to both sides of its body, and its lowered body, staring at his feet with fierce and aggrieved eyes. It seems that as long as he dares to take a step forward, it will directly launch an attack, the unreasonable one. For some reason, Jiang Tu understood the psychological activities of this big rooster at this time. Someone here does not bring it if he has a small stove. It was so fragrant that I didn't even give it a bite. Yaya, the clay man is still angry. If you don't give it delicious food, don't even think about getting a good attitude from it. Come on, do it, who is afraid of whom? Jiang Tu covered her face, but she didn't expect that the power of pig food was so great. The stainless steel large spoon was scraped hard on the edge of the basin and scraped it around the bottom of the basin, and finally I had enough half a spoonful of corn paste with vegetable leaves. He walked to the side and buckled it into the big bowl of the big rooster. Okay. Jiang Tu stared at the chicken. You can get out of here. The big rooster was confused. Delicious, just that simple to get it. Very unrealistic. The fried neck feather was so anxious that it was not coming. The 2 chicken feet were uncontrollably crossed and moved 2 steps to the other side of the bowl, almost tripping itself. Hey, it smells so good. Tisk, something. Jiang Tu curled her lips and walked into the room with her camera and rice bowl. Otherwise, today I would rather eat a big rooster stewed in an iron pot. If you raise chickens or something, go to your aunt's house in the village to carry a hen, or go to the market to buy a few chicks in 2 days. When he turned his head, he found that the rooster was still staring at him while eating. What do you see? Jiang Tu stomped his feet, raised his spoon, and slapped the chicken several times. Then, he returned to the house in a comfortable mood. In just over an hour, the system sounded several times in his mind, but he didn't have time to check it. Now I can finally study it carefully. System, congratulations to the host for receiving the best rated treasure chest *2. Congratulations to the host for receiving a positive treasure chest *1. Congratulations to the host's live broadcast room for 3,265 times, gained 355 attention, and obtained ordinary treasure chests *6. Whether the host opens the treasure chest. Jiang Tujian calculated that the 2 positive treasure chests should have been given by those 2 students, and the other might have been given by his pig. You can get a treasure chest for every 1,000 views, and you can get a treasure chest for every 100 followers. On the first day of the broadcast, he was able to get more than 300 attentions in just over an hour, and he was quite awesome. The new book is not easy, please collect more readers. If you have flowers, it would be even better. Thank you. Chapter 4 Perfect Braised Pork. Jiang Tu was complacent and a little proud. I have a rough understanding in my heart, and the next second I will be looking forward to the pure treasure chest. According to the system introduction, there may be skills, seeds, machinery, ingredients, etc. in the treasure chest. It is divided into 5 levels, R, S, SR, SSR, and SSSR. The higher the level, the better the things are. The probability of good things produced by a good treasure chest is higher than that of ordinary treasure chests. Jiang Tu rubbed his hands and silently said in his heart, "Open." Without any sense of ritual, 9 items appeared in front of him. There are 5 R, 3 S, 1 SR, and 1 SSR. The SSR actually came out. According to the system's calculation, the probability of an ordinary treasure chest SSR is only 1 in 10,000. SSSR is only 1 in a million. So he is so European. Ding! Congratulations on getting our ordinary gluten flour *10 Jin. Ding! Congratulations on getting our ordinary rice *10 kilograms. Ding! Congratulations on getting our ordinary potato *5 pounds. Ding! Congratulations on getting our normal chili pepper *5 pounds. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining our ordinary water resources *10 cubic meters. Wait, what are water resources? The river map is marked as the grid of water resources. Water resources, pure water resources with weak aura, which can be drunk and irrigated. Jiang Tu's eyes lit up, this is a good thing. When opening a farm, what you are most afraid of is various natural disasters, especially droughts. Those like hail and floods are unsuccessful when they come. Drought is different, it hurts to sharpen the flesh with a blunt knife. Water resources can be released in the system. No matter whether he wants to dig a water storage lake or not, it will bite can solve his many problems. 300 acres of land relying on the water source of a well is not enough. Jiang Tu carefully packed this water resource card and continued to see what else appeared in the treasure chest. These great ingredients are also ingredients, pork belly and butter, but the third one he has produced a drawing of the ancient bread kiln, with the main materials being red bricks and yellow mud. SR gives a complete collection of seasonings, which is true. Jiang Tu admitted that there were some that he had never heard of. It was him who was ignorant. SSR is even more powerful, and he directly gave him a perfect recipe braised pork. Among these great ingredients, pork belly happens to be there. Thinking of the pig food I just ate this morning, no, corn, pumpkin, sweet potato porridge, Zhang Tu swallowed. There are 5 levels of skill-based recipes, divided into introductory, proficiency, specialization, master and perfection. The master level ones are so delicious, what should the perfect level taste? No matter how he expects it, braised pork will be at least noon. I am thankful for his big rooster. I still have a long time to go before lunch. Just in time, he could turn on the rotary tiller to refill the deserted fields. It's enough to just plow other people's land once or twice, but he has to walk at least 3 times and he has to make up for the soil fertilizer. The black soil in the northeast is rich in nutrients, but it is not enough to rely on the ground alone. Xiaolu, who was parked in the warehouse, was a new multi-function rotary tiller he purchased at the county's rural base station. Although it is very small and not handsome, experts there say that this model is best for him and can adapt to a variety of different terrains. His family's 300 acres of land are suitable for cultivation into farmland, and it only takes about 100 acres to calculate. The rest is either the slope is too high or the ditches are too deep. In the early years, it was said that some people cultivated it and planted corn, so they could eat more food. But that would consume a lot of manpower and material resources, and it is not worth it. He decided to have more fruit trees and raise more animals, and meat is always better than vegetables. When he shaking Xiaolu to the eastmost point of the field, a large rotary tiller had already started working in the 5,000 acres of fields close to him. He was very jealous when he could plow the land nearly 10 meters wide, and he was only a few rounds of acre of land. No man can refuse, the real version of large figures is attractive. Look at the wheels of the big cart that are almost taller than people, and the layers of soil waves brought behind the tillator, how handsome. Looking at his again, it is like an excavator in reality encountering a baby toy. Well, there is no harm without comparison. Zhang, brother Zhang. You're here to plow the fields too. Xiang Ming, who had a breakfast, suddenly lit up when he saw Zhang Tu. While other classmates were having breakfast, he had already found out in the village who was eating from whom he was eating this morning. Who can cook a meal of pigs so delicious? He quickly signaled Xiang Tianyu and the classmates next to him to look here with a hoe. It's him, the one who always cooks deliciously. The ground next to him belongs to his senior sister Wang Xiu. A madman who dared to catch their school's big goose with bare hands, a tomboy. Wang Xiu originally felt that her great youth would be wasted in this village again this year. Suddenly I heard my junior's call. As soon as I looked up, I found a handsome guy coming here in a small tractor. She not only sighed secretly, wow, it turns out that handsome is handsome no matter what she does. It's a pity that such a white face will be as dark as it will be after a summer. Xing Tianyu's mouth twitched. Senior sister, do you know if you said it? Also, do you hear that this is human words? Senior sister, do you still want to have a free meal? Fortunately, brother Zhang, who owns a tractor as a BGM, didn't hear it. Zhang Tu sat on the rotary tiller and nodded to Xiang Ming. He still had a good impression of this little fat man who contributed a treasure chest of praise to him. He looked at the hoe in their hands and the fields in front of him, and felt that it was really not easy for farmers to be a student. There is land, they are really digging. If there is no land, their professor will rent land outside and dig it for them. Sure enough, it was right not to learn farming at the beginning. Brother Zhang, what are you eating for lunch? Zhang Tu was about to start plowing the land, suddenly he heard Xiang Ming's question and stood there in a daze. The rotary tiller that started and turned off gave him a solid feeling of pushing back. Brand pork. Zhang Tu thought of the perfect recipe and replied. Braised pork. Xiang Ming suddenly became even more excited. His favorite dish is one of the few. Xiang Ming asked with a shameless face, can you share one of me? I can pay. His feet also walked forward 2 steps uncontrollably again. The eyes are full of desire for food. I can also help you cultivate the land, and I can also drive the rotary tiller. Zhang Tu looked at Xiang Ming in confusion. They came to the village for internship or experiments, and they didn't care about food? The helpers hired during spring plowing not only have to take care of the meal, but also have meat. He remembered that when he went to college, although the food was getting more expensive every year, it tasted good. Especially the sour soup fish, which is very authentic, and is not as good as the restaurants outside. But immediately, he thought of the good reviews treasure chest this morning. Do you give them a portion of braised meat? How many good rated treasure chests can he receive? No matter how you calculate, he takes advantage of it. For the new book, please collect more readers. If there are flowers, it would be even better. Thank you. Chapter 5 Pork Belly, Super Fragrant. Yes. He gestured, it's 50 yuan for such a large basin. Or, when I go back to cook, I can help me plow the ground for an hour. It's okay to have 50 yuan, we will help you farm the land. Wang Xiu, who had been standing next to him and listened, walked to Xiangming in 2 steps and agreed to him. The basin with a larger face than Xiangming may not be able to finish it. It costs 50 yuan, and it will definitely not be a loss. Anyway, she didn't want to eat the broken food in the cafeteria anymore. It's expensive to die, and the taste is not very good. As for this handsome guy's craftsmanship, half of it is trust in his junior brother, and half of it is because she thinks that it is not difficult to make it better than the master in the kitchen. Since the professor proposed that the leftover food in the canteen was used to feed pigs, and the vegetables were really getting closer to pig food. In 2 days, I guess I will dislike feeding pigs. Sure enough, it's not possible to have a relationship with a household registration. Okay. Zhang Tu nodded. Only those who have cooked food know that in fact, one person's meal is the most difficult to cook. If you do less, it will not be troublesome enough. If you do too much, you will not be able to finish every meal. Moreover, braised pork is stewed in a plate and stewed in a pot. When I go home, you can count the time, it will be almost an hour. Bring your own rice. Xiangming combined Wang Xiu's group and a total of 4 people made an okay gesture at him. When people are busy, time always passes quickly. I felt that there was not much plowing, so Jiangtu found that it was time to go back to make lunch. As soon as they stopped the rotary tillator, they met 4 pairs of bright eyes. I don't know how long they have been paying attention to it. I gestured to them that I had left and successfully received 4 reassuring eyes. He left without looking back. These days, college students have very high general quality, and the rotary tillator will definitely not be lost. Braised pork is a home-cooked dish that everyone knows, and it is so awesome that it has its own shadow in every dish. There are more than 20 ways to make sweet, salty, spicy, potatoes, chestnuts, eggs. However, not every chef can truly achieve the ability to be fat but not greasy, sweet and soft, melt in the mouth, and not every chef can do it. Zhang Tu took out the pork belly he got from the system, a total of 10 kilograms. The best 5-colored 3 layers, lean meat red and fat white. Even if people who are not good at cooking meat in the vegetable market, they will not miss its high-quality pork. He gestured and said that if he included 5 of them, 5 kilograms of meat were enough. The stainless steel kitchen knife with cold light scratched the meat and was split into 2. The only shame is that the system does not have an open storage function. Once the item is taken out, it cannot be put back. Zhang Tu can only store the remaining pork belly in the refrigerator and remind himself to eat it as soon as possible. Put pork belly into a pot with cold water, put huidiao wine to remove the fishy smell, and remove blood foam from the flying water. The pork belly given by the system does not have a heavy smell and does not have much blood foam. This step of the meat bought on the market is very important. Take it out and wash it. Cut it into appropriate size, stir-fry the sugar color with hot oil, add onion and ginger spices. The methods given by the system are almost all without consuming gas and dark soy sauce. These modern seasonings are mostly mixed, and they are soy sauce and rock sugar. The key is to switch to a casserole for stewing. The iron pot conducts heat quickly, but it will cause uneven heating. Goodoo, goodoo, goodoo. The casserole on the stove never stopped smelling at first, and it seemed like it was annoying and not worth the life. It tastes good, I want to eat it. It's a pity that the meat is not cooked yet. There are more than 20 minutes left, so be anxious. It's useless to be anxious. In order to divert attention, Jiang-tu took out the peppers from the system space. In the past month, except for rainy days, he has to keep doing all kinds of farm work. How can one dish be done at noon? 1 tiger skin green pepper walks. Heat the pan and cool the oil, cut it into pieces of green peppers, and sing songs while wearing fashionable leopard print new clothes in the pan. With a unique aroma, it hits you. Fortunately, in the end, poured the soup and covered the pot, and the whole world became quiet in an instant. That is, without the suppression of chili peppers, braised pork makes it even more fragrant. Jiang-tu is not sure now. Can he withstand this top temptation when he gets the juice from the fire? As a chef, he felt that he could not control his saliva at all and his hands were not very obedient. When the aroma of rice in the rice cooker was mixed into the room with the steam, Jiang-tu was already numb. He regrets it a little now. He felt that he could kill 5 kilograms of braised pork alone, and he didn't need to share it with others for $50 or treasure chests. When Xiangming and Xingtianyu rode the little electric donkey that their senior sister had specially lent to them, they appeared at the door of Jiangtu's house. They found that brother Jiang was still fine in the morning, and he was sitting at the door with a look of ecstasy. It seems like I have encountered some weight that life cannot bear. I can. Jiangtu was about to speak. Immediately interrupted by Xiangming, he sniffed the fragrance in the air and said decisively and humbly, "No, you can't. This is 50 yuan. Please be sure to accept it." Sugh. Goodoo. It's so damn good. Want to give it to brother Zhang Neil. While being destroyed by the fragrance in the air, Xiangming pulled Xingtianyu and bowed 90 degrees. He respectfully handed a dark green bill to Jiang-tu with both hands. That attitude doesn't seem like I'm here to buy braised pork. It's more like coming to worship the boss. Forget it. Jiang-tu touched his nose. 5 pounds of braised pork are really a pot of it. If he eats it alone, he will definitely not finish it. Besides, the skills are your own. You can eat them when you want to eat them. There are still 5 kilograms of meat in the refrigerator that is useless. That is, it tests people's willpower too much. As soon as the casserole was lifted, pieces of braised pork were piled up together, like jelly. The color is red and bright, and the trembling little look can be seen at a glance. It must be bright and not at all. Once the large spoon is put into the pot, the slightly sticky juice is hung directly on the spoon, and the feeling of thick oily red sauce is added to the visual. The room was quiet for a moment, leaving only the sound of swallowing. With his perfect willpower, Jiang-tu put 4/5 of the braised pork in the casserole into a stainless steel basin. Then cover with a pot lid, seal half of the fragrance, wrap it in cotton and hand it to the two of you. First, it is for insulation and also to prevent 2 people from burning. Goodoo. Xingtianyu's sense of smell was not as sensitive as Xiangming, and he was still a little rational at this time. He swallowed and said, "Zhang, brother Zhang, this is too much. No, you can't suffer a loss." That meat was at least 3 or 4 kilograms at first glance, but now it was almost 40 or 50 if it was 3 kilograms of pork. Reason told him that he could not take advantage of brother Zhang. "You guys helped me cultivate the land. You won't suffer any losses." Jiang-tu smiled. The meat and materials were given by the system, and he didn't spend any money. Apart from manual labor and firewood, he made a net profit. Then, if you have anything to help in the future, just call me, we both. It smells so good. My brain is not easy to use. My stomach has started to bloat uncontrollably. Please collect it, Please flowers, thank you. Chapter 6, Crazy. Okay. Go back quickly, it won't be that delicious when it's cold. Jiang Tu nodded with a smile. Wave his hand and signal them to go back for dinner quickly. The big drum of the symphony must abdicate and give way to the wise in front of the belly of the two of them. Xin Tianyu now feels that this basin is even more challenging to his willpower than an explosive pack. As for Xiang Ming, the moment the casserole was opened, he was already dumbfounded. Standing there like a puppet, if he hadn't been instinctively swallowing his saliva, he would have flooded Brother Jiang's house. Xiang Ming, Big Bear? Hey! Fuck! Your braised pork has flew away. Xin Tianyu grabbed Xiang Ming's ear and shouted at the maximum volume he had in his life. What? Xiang Ming's eyes instantly glared even rounder than the statue of the door god. Seeing that the person finally came back to his senses, Xin Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief and said solemnly, "Can you ride a bike? We can eat 1 minute earlier if we arrive at the cafeteria 1 minute earlier." Understand? I understand. Xiang Ming suddenly stepped onto the electric car, patted the back seat and said, "Please get in the car with braised pork." What about him? Don't have to get in the car? Xin Tianyu was silent. Never mind. If it were him riding a bicycle, he would not guarantee that Xiang Ming would really resist the temptation and not steal it. There is no guarantee that they and the little electric donkey can safely arrive at their small canteen in the village. Luck is a thing, it's awesome. In the back seat, Xin Tianyu tightened his hand holding braised pork. This time, if an accident occurs, he promises that even if he is injured, his flesh will never be injured. After seeing off the two of them, Jiang Tu was finally able to get to the table and enjoy his own lunch. The moment the braised pork was in the mouth, Jiang Tu couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. The tip of the tongue, teeth, mouth, and every place are sighing desperately, yes, yes, that's the smell. The pig skin is soft and glutinous with some elastic teeth. The fat part melts in the mouth. The lean meat absorbs the soup and is soft and tasty, with a little chewiness. Rich taste, rotating, jumping in the mouth, scrambling to blend together. It is wrapped in sweet and salty soup and intertwined with rice, making it perfect match. That kind of happiness, that kind of satisfaction, was like an unattainable goddess suddenly appeared in front of him and confessed to him. Maybe 2 points better than that. Jiang Tu couldn't help but stuffed it into her mouth again, and then, after satisfying his cravings a little, he picked up a piece of tiger skin green pepper. The green peppers given by the system have thin skin and thick flesh. The thin pepper skin is like glutinous rice paper and melts at the mouth. The pepper meat moisturized by oil has the right spicy taste, which stimulates the taste buds, and unreasonably increases the appetite again. Another meal. At noon this year, he really killed 3 big bowls of rice alone. The abdominal muscles were stretched by the bulging stomach, and they were not so obvious. Himmer. Jiang Tu burped loudly and sat on the chair with satisfaction. After eating and drinking, I came to the door without any surprise. Ah, I take a nap in spring, autumn, and summer. The ancients did not deceive me. After resting for a while, Jiang Tu climbed up with his willpower. Can't sleep. Not good for the stomach. He still has a lot of delicious food and hasn't eaten as for, you can't ruin your stomach early. Just in time, go and feed a pig to digest. Jiang Tu, who was using all his willpower to resist the sleepiness, had no idea how much trouble the pot of braised pork he asked Xiang Ming and the others to bring back caused by the student professors. When Xiang Ming steadily stopped the electric donkey in front of the canteen, Xin Tianyu also protected the braised pork in his hand. After the two of them rushed into the cafeteria with a fragrance, 5 meals had been arranged in front of their senior sister Wang Xiu. And they kissed Professor Li and were also sitting next to them at this time. The two were shocked and the professor discovered the small meal. Wang Xiu winked at the two of them and sat down quickly. Professor La joined the group, and it was called the sky falling, and there was a tall man holding him over. Do you understand? Otherwise, the chef would have a good face when they find out that they are eating wild food. She quickly untied the cotton cloth, lifted the lid of the pot, and was slapped straight by the sudden fragrance without knowing that. Gurgle. She couldn't help but swallowed. And she was so loud. What's the smell? It smells so fragrant. When Wang Xiu heard this sigh from not far away, she knew it was over. In their cafeteria, the meat and vegetables for noon today were stewed chicken nuggets with potatoes. Not only could they see any chicken nuggets, but they were still using the cheapest chicken stand. It tastes like potatoes, and chicken bones are chicken bones, which are fishy and salty. You don't have to taste it and you will know that it's not delicious. Professor Li, who was pulled over to eat with him by the students, looked at the food in the cafeteria and his face turned obviously dark. The food they usually eat is delivered to their office or laboratory by the cafeteria, and they don't know what the students eat. Of course, this is not the point is that this braised pork is so fragrant. In this canteen surrounded by wolves, even if there is a professor, the 4 of them may not be able to keep this pot of meat. It seems to be very important, but that is also for the 4 of them. Rob. 4 people looked at each other. It is not necessarily safe to put in a bowl. In short, it really doesn't work, just lick it first. Professor Li praised the braised pork, and before he could even get a quick answer, 4 pieces of crystal clear and trembling braised pork were added to the bowl. Each comes from 4 pairs of different chopsticks. Then, 4 pairs of chopsticks tried their best to scoop the meat into their bowl. Before he could ask why, he heard another student's voice. Hee, Professor, Senior Sister Wang, what are you eating? It was Professor Shui's student, and he came over. Before he finished speaking, a piece of braised pork in the basin disappeared. Then, he witnessed the rapid disappearance of meat pieces and the flying chopsticks technique of the sky. When farming and doing homework, they are bothered and scrambling to grab food, and they are comparable to martial arts masters. Even Professor Li was stunned. He realized that if the student hadn't snatched him 4 pieces at the beginning, he might have really lost his appetite. This is really like there are no brothers at the dinner table, whoever grabs it will belong to it. Well, what is this? How can it be so delicious? My dizzy is amazing, it's really amazing. You can't even eat this taste in 5-star hotels. Mom, if I can eat this meat every meal, I'd be willing to dig 10 acres of land a day. Animals. Why can you be stronger than 3? Do you want the soup? Can you give me bibimbap? Roll. Damn, I've licked this piece. Xiangming wailed, his heartache and blood was about to fall. If I had known it, they would have gone to the professor's office to eat it secretly. In such a large pot, the 5 of them guarantee that everyone can eat enough. There are more than 20 live animals in the cafeteria. Unlike now, Wivu, he only grabbed 5 yuan in total, and 1 piece was stolen by someone. My heart hurts so much that I can't breathe. With the advantage that no one dared to snatch food from his bowl, Professor Li slowly tasted the meat. How to say it, with the sauce of braised pork, boiled vegetables have become much better. Because of a basin of braised pork falling from the sky, everyone was fighting hard, and no one noticed the dark face of the canteen leader beside him. Chapter 7 16 Positive Treasure Boxes. Of course, they don't care. When the stainless steel basin containing braised pork was clean and could be used as a mirror, the cafeteria finally became quiet. Big Bear, where did you buy braised pork and this? Is there anyone in our village who delivers takeout? One of the male students who relied on their strength and physical strength to grab 3 pieces of meat and a spoonful of soup, asked carelessly. There is no reason, I didn't eat enough, and I still want to eat it. Others who are not familiar with each other, or who are not that thick-skinned, can't help but look forward to the look here, or prick up their ears seriously, waiting for a result. As a remote village, Seongir village takes at least half an hour to drive to the county town, so few takeaway workers come. Even if there is, it will not guarantee the time limit. There is nothing to say about the cancellation of the order. The delivery fee is more expensive than the meal you bought. Therefore, their poor students could only rely on the canteen master he brought over. It's different now. This restaurant tastes good and you're still taking orders. Originally, it was in a food desert, but now a 5-star chef suddenly appeared. Who can be unhappy? Xiangming scratched his face. Even though he was thick-skinned, he was embarrassed to give brother Zhang out. They still have a farm to manage, but they are not professional chefs. Yes, how can I have time to cook for them every meal? It was changed from my fellow villagers' home. He thought for a while and said, Brothers, I understand what you mean. I'll give you a reply when I ask. When I heard that it was changed by a fellow villager's home, most of the students were in a state of trouble. When ordering takeout, people do this. As long as someone places an order and the store is willing to accept the order, the transaction will be established. In the fellow villager's house, this meal is okay for 3 or 2 people. Who can do anything to make food that can make people in the 20-something care? After taking a step back, there is no idle person in any family when they are plowing in spring. Such delicious braised pork, whiff! From the day I came here, my classmate who finally had a meal and almost cried out. It's fine if there is no food, but if there is good food, they can't eat it every time. There is no need to be so heartbroken when killing people. Now, it is estimated that only the canteen master is happy. At home, Zhang Tu, who was already lying down on the kong and preparing to take a nap for himself, was almost stunned by the system sound of ding dong dong. What is this situation? But he was really sleepy. In the morning, the big rooster cried out before dawn, and it was boiled pig food and cultivated land. The physical fatigue and the satisfaction in the stomach, coupled with the warm quilt, seemed to have magic. Jiangta directly blocked the system prompt sound and gave himself an afternoon nap with satisfaction. The system treasure chest will not run away, so there is no rush. When he woke up again, time sneaked until 3:30 p.m. Zhang Tu was full of sleep, shook his neck with satisfaction, and heard the wailing sound of his cervical spine without any surprise. These are all the sequelae left by sitting in front of the computer for a long time. There is nothing to do. Judging from the time, it was not many hours before dark, so he happily decided not to cultivate the land. Just drive the rotary tiller back. Zhang Tu got off the kong and washed his face. The cold water in the well made him shudder. His head, which was still confused, woke up instantly. Outside the house, the big rooster shook his gorgeous tail hair, and in the morning, he walked around and looked around in the yard, and occasionally used his sharp claws to pull the mud and land a few times to see if he could find snacks that were not worthwhile. After seeing his master come out, he jumped in and out of his way, and then continued to look for snacks on his own. Jiangta doesn't care about it. As long as it doesn't scream and disturbs his dreams, they can live in peace. The big and small pigs in the pig pen are also very good, they can eat and drink, and their energetic appearance seems to be very adaptable to the new environment. When he went to the field, he did not see the peasant student, nor did he care. I drove the rotary tiller home, had dinner, and fed a pig, and the day was over. A small mountain village far away from the city, after dark, it is like a chessboard, the moon is like a hook. The head rests on the Milky Way and enters the dream, and the ears listen to the sound of the wind from all directions. It's still spring, and the wind is slightly weakening. The moon in the cold winter is really like 100 ghosts crying and a fierce ghost slamming the door. After the busyness of the day, he was the only one left in the room, not even a cat or dog. Zhang Tu suddenly felt a little lonely. This time, in the past, happened to be the time when he was busy editing various films. Just quarreling with relevant personnel can make him feel angry, and there will be these messy ideas there. However, he felt that the more reason was that he slept too much at noon and couldn't sleep at night. Jiang-tu was thinking about finding something to kill time, but suddenly he thought that he seemed to have blocked some amazing things at noon. A series of 16 good-rated treasure chests. My God! Jiang-tu suddenly exclaimed. Are those two people so powerful? System rules, good reviews, can only contribute one per person a day. In other words, these 16 were all obtained by those two when they went back to promote it. Suddenly getting rich. Jiang-tu rubbed his hands. If he could resist opening the treasure chest, it wouldn't be him. No, no, no. If you follow the rules of the real game, you will have a guaranteed score of 10 consecutive draws, and the remaining 6 will be wasted. Moreover, he had already started a round in the morning. What if the Ou-chi was sucked away by the wave in the morning? But, don't open. The hands are itchy, the heart is even more itchy. System, open 10 positive review treasure chests first. Jiang-tu endured it again and again, and finally decided to draw 10 consecutive times first. The rest will be discussed when we collect 10 of them tomorrow. System, good host. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining our ordinary water resources *10 cubic meters. Congratulations to the host for obtaining our ordinary high gluten flour *10 pounds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SR, recipe, master European style ancient bread. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SR, Ling Chuan water 10 ml *100. Unfortunately, not only did there be no SSSR this time, but I didn't even see the shadow of SSR. But, it's not a loss. Jiang-tu looked at the only recipe that won the 10 consecutive draws, and felt that the system was intentional. In the morning, I gave the bread kill production drawings, butter, and in the evening, I gave the recipes, and flour. This is to let him build the bread kill as soon as possible. Not bad either. He calculated that there were about 20 days left before the official start of sowing. His family's 100 acres of land was really determined to do it. The machinery can be packed in 2 or 3 days. In addition to some messy things, it is still okay to build a bread kill toast with bread for a day. And this can also become the subject of your next live broadcast. It can also be edited into a video later. He believes that the netizens who are leisurely on the internet will definitely be very interested in this process. And he can still take this opportunity to earn a wave of ordinary treasure chests. Perfect. In an instant, Jiang-tu took out his cell phone, turned on Honor, and the real man went to the entertainment competition, making a big fuss. Immersed in the killing of Gaga, and Jiang-tu, who was killed by Gaga, didn't know that on this stormy night, an uninvited guest broke into his farm. Chapter 8 Pigsty Intruders. Oh. It's dawn, get up, eat. Oh. Jiang-tu, who was immersed in her sleep, opened her eyes suddenly with a few dark circles. He opened the window neatly, picked up the slippers on the floor, and threw them out. Shut up, till you. Grass, a plant. Yesterday, why didn't he kill this rooster? Is it because the system didn't give him a recipe? Actually, I don't care so much, right? He slept too much during the day, and last night, he was in a canyon where he could not commit crimes. I completely forgot that I had a big rooster at home, and I would scream at 4:43 every morning. 4:43. 7 minutes earlier than yesterday. Haha, today, he and the rooster are not over. Jiang-tu quickly rushed out of the quilt, put on a coat, picked up a kitchen knife from the kitchen, and step by step, like a devil coming, walking towards the big cock on his butt that was almost tilted back. The murderous aura was clearly between 3 or 5 meters away, and the big rooster could smell it all at once. The wind is tight, and it is thrust. It jumps, it spreads its wings. It pedaled the trunk of a tree, imagining it was a soaring eagle, tied its wings with 3 or 2, and then fell to the roof in an instant. After a little slight step, I felt that I was temporarily safe. It looked down, suddenly inhaled, raised its head, and finished it in one go. Oh oh oh! At this time, the first ray of sunshine in the morning just broke through the blockade of the horizon and hit the rooster's bright red feathers, as if it was coated with a layer of holy light. Jiang Tu was holding a kitchen knife and breathing rapidly. He felt that he was mocking him with the rooster, and that he had evidence. Listen, it sounds like it when translated, can't come up, can't catch it, ah. His hand holding the kitchen knife tightened. He warned himself, no, there is only one kitchen knife. So, he squatted down, picked up a piece of soil on the ground, swung it at the big rooster, and threw it hard. The big rooster on the roof flew towards him, pressing such a big block of soil, with the momentum of making holes. Its feet slipped under its feet and his two big chicken legs twitched hard, trying to stabilize itself again. Oh, oh! Mom, I was scared to death. A little bit, no one can beat it. Ha, if you have the ability, don't come down today and don't eat. Jiang Tu cursed fiercely and turned back into the room. It's still a bit cold in spring mornings. I really can't stand it in a pajamas. Seeing the figure disappearing from sight, the big rooster hesitated on the roof. There is still something to eat for rice. But life is also very important. Confused. In the end, the big rooster slowly flew off the roof. It thinks, which human could really attack such a handsome big rooster? All are right and wrong. After getting up, it is impossible to get back to bed. Jiang Tu finally understood why in ancient times, it was said that when the sun rose, the sun came in and the sun went in and the sun went to rest. No one cares whether you rest at sunset or not, but the rooster at home will wake up on time every day when sunrise is very high. He carried the vine basket and walked towards the warehouse. A new day also starts with cooking pig food. After cooking and letting the pig cool down to a temperature that the pig can eat, Jiang Tu took the pig's food bowl and walked slowly towards the pig's pen. As soon as he approached the pig pen, he found that the pig pen fence of his sow had been hit by a large area. Even the pig's trough made of stone was overturned. The land around the pig pen is even more like it has experienced World War II, with soil flying, and there is almost no good place. Jiang Tu swallowed his saliva, and his bad premonition became more and more intense. Could it be that there was a large carnivore last night who fell in love with his pigs and came to his house for a buffet? Didn't the village chief say that the bear I saw when the village was built had not appeared for several years? It's over, it's over. He murmured. Big and small pigs are together, and it costs 6,000 yuan. Just wasted? No wonder it is said that agriculture does not make money now. The pig that he had just arrived home a few days ago was eaten like this, and I don't know if the village will pay compensation for this situation. Jiang Tu carefully put down the pig food bowl and prepared to walk into the pig pen. How to say, you must see a pig in your life and a pig's corpse in your life. There must be some clues left to let him or the county experts know who did this. The moment he took a step, he stopped and used to take the pig food bowl again as fast as possible and bring it to a height that the sow cannot reach. A black pig rushed out from the deepest part of the pig pen, with the goal being the food bowl in his hand. After yesterday's 3 delicious meals, the sow obviously recognized who he was, and his fat body steadily stopped in front of him. The same black nose, one arched and one arched, was full of desire for food. The anxiousness in the little eyes was like not having enough for dinner last night and sleeping all night on hungry. Humph, humph. Hungry, hungry, eat. Give it to me, give it to me. Fried, fried. Jiang Tu looked at the sow that kept bowing his head and rubbing his legs, and looked at the pig food trough that he had been flipped not far away, and suddenly fell into a dilemma. He was alone, and he couldn't keep the pig food bowl in his hand while setting the pig food trough. Why didn't the 2 farmers who came to eat pig food yesterday come today? Jiang Tu looked towards station. In the distance, the sky that had just lit up was set against a barren black soil, so vast and so lonely. It feels like he is the only one awake in the whole world. He couldn't help but yawn. Fortunately, the second one was suffocated by the cold wind. The pig's pigpen felt that it was not affected by any consequences. He walked to the pig's nest with a pig's food bowl, stretched his head to check it inside, and the 5 pigs squeezed in the corner, as if they hadn't woken up. He left some pig food, milk, and other food in their food bowl, and added it later when he came back. The remaining pig food is brought to the sow together with the pig food bowl. Wait for a moment, he straightened the pig's trough and the fence on the side before collecting it. Jiang Tu stood by the damaged fence and couldn't tell what was destroyed. However, there is no loss in the pigs at home, so it doesn't matter. He put his arms around his chest and stood outside the railing for a while. He always felt that his sow seemed a little scarlet under the black fur. It seems to be injured. He took 2 steps forward and touched his fingers lightly. The sow contracted his flesh like an electric shock. After looking at him with his eyes, he only accelerated his meal. Eat slowly, you are not afraid of choking. You are the only pig in our house, and there is no pig to compete with you. Jiang Tu retorted lightly, and randomly, he saw the scarlet red between his fingers. It's really blood. His pig was really injured last night. So, when he was waving in the King's Canyon, his pigs were fighting. I don't know what it is. Things are going on. You know, his pig is 200 kilograms. Jiang Tu touched her pocket and said, "It's over, I didn't bring the phone number." Just so happened that he was going back to get tools to repair the fence. After thinking about it, he let the sow eat it himself. Generally, large predators lie in the morning and come out at night, so they should be safe now. Chapter 9 Wild Boar. Unexpectedly, before he could walk out of 10 meters, a huge black shadow suddenly jumped out of the forest and headed straight for his pigpen. The extremely high speed brought a whirlwind. Jiang Tu's pupils tightened. Wild boar. It turned out to be a wild boar. The wild boar easily entered through the gap in his fence, squeezed open his sow and buried his head in the food bowl without hesitation. After his sow was squeezed away, he bravely used his body that had been smaller than a circle and bumped back. He forced out a little airstrike and put his mouth in. Not only that, Jiang Tu felt that its sow seemed very skillful. But, the next second, he reacted. Damn it! It's a big story. Jiang Tu slowly retreated, trying not to disturb the wild boar with strong bones and sharp fangs. He estimated that even if the wild boar weighs less than 400 kilograms, he will definitely weigh more than 350 kilograms. If it is in autumn when food is rich, it will not be a problem to weigh 600 pounds. No matter from any angle, he can't handle it with bare hands. There is also a fence, and he has a fart fence. If the wild boar doesn't leave, he doesn't even dare to leave the door. Jiang Tu lay on the wall of his home, slowly released the drone, letting it hover high in the sky, hoping to use the camera to record the evidence of the wild boar invasion. As for him, while observing the situation with a telescope, he called the village chief. When he came to contract the land, the village chief promised him that although the land was biased, it was absolutely safe and there were absolutely no large wild animals. Then what is this wild boar? A foreigner? Hello. 6 o'clock in the morning. There is no need to do farm work. The village chief Song Jun, who works at 8 o'clock, is still in his dream at this time. He answered the phone in a daze, but he could fall asleep at all times. Village chief, there is a wild boar in my house, which is probably 400 pounds. What should I do? Do you care if you care? It started fighting, and the wild boar was actually hitting my little sow. It's too much. What? The village chief was shocked by the content on the phone. He felt that he was still in his dream, otherwise why would he hear the word wild boar? Wild boars are national second-class protected animals. He sat up from the quilt, wearing a large quilt covered in a blue plaid quilt, and slipped down with his movements. The cold air in the room attacked him all of a sudden. Village Chief Song Jun looked at the call record and finally found that it was a call from Jiang Tu. He cleared his throat and sorted out his thoughts. Question, it was the wild boar going down the mountain and entering your house, right? Jiang Tu, I didn't enter my house, I've entered my pig pen. Song Jun understood the game situation, got up quickly, and continued to pay attention to the progress while wearing clothes while driving hands-free. They also learned corresponding response plans for the wild boar going down the mountain, but he didn't expect that at this time, there would be wild boar going down the mountain and even going down to their village. Just forget to steal the pig food from my guilt, it also attacks me to call the guilt. My guilt is still injured. Do you want to get a vaccine? The wild boar doesn't carry infectious bacteria, right? My sow is still waiting for the baby to give birth to a pig. My God, you sister, come down from my sow. Before I put my pants on, I heard a roar coming from the other side of the phone, and then the sound of being thrown to the ground. Jiang Tu, are you listening? Try not to hurt the wild boar. Although it is a national second-class protected animal. You know. You try not to anger it, otherwise you may be hurt yourself. Please wait for me to have a while, and I will organize the manpower immediately to drive away the wild boar. Song Jun said while maintaining balance with one foot. Fortunately, there are people nearby. The group of agricultural college students in the village are all his juniors. Moreover, they have learned more or less relevant knowledge in their professional courses, and they are all strong. It's playing hooligan to my sow, can't I deal with it yet? Jiang Tu's voice was angry. He hasn't come back in the past 10 years, and he didn't expect that the wild boar in his hometown would become like this. Not only did he rob his sow of pig food, he also beat his sow. Just beat his sow, how could he do something that cannot be sprinkled to his sow? Too much. For the safety of your own life. Song Jun's mouth twitched. Even if he was not present, he seemed to guess what happened to Jiang Tu. How to say it? Humans can't reason with wild animals. He added, believe me. Even your pickup truck can't stand a wild boar that is angry and stressed. Students from Agricultural University were confused when they were pulled out of bed. But I heard that the wild boars who were going to drive down the mountain for my fellow villagers were all in high spirits and excited. And they didn't shout anything and couldn't get up anymore. A few minutes after the notice was issued, 7 or 8 boys gathered downstairs of the village committee guest house. Some of them hold gongs in their hands, while others carry feces forks in their hands, and they are proud. One of the female classmates was holding a DV in his hand. Wang Xiu explained with a smile, we professor hope to shoot some video materials. They have been renting land in the village for almost 3 years, and it is the first time they have encountered a wild boar going down the mountain. Be careful. Song Jun took a deep breath, suppressed the corner of his mouth that was always trying to twitch, and led the person to the pig pen of Jiang Tu's house. As you walk, make arrangements. In short, focus on scaring, try not to hurt wild boars, and do not let yourself be hurt. Hey, Jiang Tu, we will be here soon. Are the wild boars still there? Song Jun asked. Ah! This pig is not good, it's like 5 minutes. Bai is so big. Jiang Tu answered irrelevantly. But Song Jun saw that disgusting expression through the cell phone signal. Is the mentality changing so quickly? Ah! What did you say? Jiang Tu, who was immersed in the pig's film, didn't hear the sound on the phone clearly just now, and he asked in a low voice. What? Are you going to arrive soon? Just wait a while, it will start the second round. You said, can it be done? Can I have a group of piglets with wild boars and domestic pigs? It should be quarantined without reproductive isolation. I just don't know if there is any contagious disease in this wild boar, alas. I'm worried after all. Jiang Tu lay on the wall, and talked to Song Jun while admiring the pig slices. The mentality changes so quickly. There is a saying that goes, you can't resist, and at worst you can lie down and enjoy it. What can he stop the wild boar? Not at all. Instead of being worried and unable to let go, it is better to look forward to the possible arrival of the mixed-race piglets. There should be good market demand. Especially. Jiang Tu looked up at the drone that was carefully recording everything, and grinned at the corner of her mouth. As long as the review can be passed, the video will definitely be played a lot, hee. Chapter 10 The Pig Runs. Song Jun stopped the juniors who seemed to be going to the battlefield. They could not clearly see each other between nearly 100 meters. In the distance, there were two dark figures stacked up and down. Wow! Several boys exclaimed directly. I even want to walk a few steps forward, it is best to get closer to watch. In this scene, they are rare in breeding at the agricultural university and breeding farms. Tisk tisk. Wang Xiu saw the drone hovering in the sky, and her eyes were full of excitement. Important realistic video materials are about to be obtained. Brother Zhang, YYDS. Ah, it's over. I feel like the wild boar is not good, it's a bit weak. Zhang Tu's voice was disgusted and rang again on the phone. Song Jun simply didn't know what expression he should have. He hung up the phone and put his cell phone back in his pocket. Motivate the juniors who have stood with him for almost 20 minutes, hurry up, put your phone in your hand, Xiong'er village will start the first operation to drive away the wild boar. Song Jun moved his feet that were already a little chilled, waved his hand, and said lightly, go. Pay attention to the 4 words safety and you don't have time to make a sound, and you instantly drowned in the sound of gongs and rubbing. Bang! Click! Run! Song Jun felt that his eardrum was about to be cracked. My head was buzzing. Jiang Tu was lying on the city wall, and was also frightened by the sudden gong and drum team. For some reason, the more he looked at him, the more he looked like the legendary Japanese entering the village. There are less than 10 people, but they have a huge army. The students of the agricultural university in the team were all full of energy and full of interest. Isn't this much more exciting than playing the Japanese in the crew? When can the Japanese perform, and it may be this time to drive away the wild boars. Bang 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 bang. The huge momentum brought gratifying results. The wild boar was scared away. Not only was the wild boar scared away, but Jiang Tu saw it clearly, and his sow was also scared away. Stand high and see far. But in the end, he could only lie on the wall, silently looking at his sow's black butt, disappearing into the not-so-lucky woods. For a moment, I didn't know how to react. The village chief and the 7 students he brought also found that they seemed to have exceeded the task they should not have completed. Look at me one by one, and I look at you, but I don't know how to react. A group of young men in their 20s stood there like children who made mistakes. The gongs and cymbals that I had won for strength were no longer good. I wish I could wave Kang's hand at Lin Ziyi and shout that you should come back soon. They can't bear this result. Especially Xiang Ming. As the only 4 knows, Jiang Tu is the chef who makes them, a group of agricultural graduate students and doctoral students, dreaming of braised pork. He was guilty. I just regretted that I was rushing too far ahead. I hate even more that those brothers were not grand enough to stop his fat but flexible body. The pigs were gone, could he still come over and eat without being righteous? When the pig runs away, people can come out of their homes. Jiang Tu opened the door again and wanted to invite the village chief and the 7 students behind him to come in and sit in the house. Song Jun refused. He looked at Jiang Tu with an apology and came up to apologize first. He said, I'm sorry. Jiang Tu shook his head quickly. It's okay, you guys are kind-hearted. After all, the wild boar left. In this way, at least, his farm will not be destroyed again. Otherwise, when he started sowing, he had just sowed the sweet potato seeds into the field and turned around and found that they were given to the wild boar and eaten. Then wouldn't he be angry to death? Even if that thing is a second-level protected animal, he cannot ensure that he will not attack it. They have ice and snow conservation and can only plant food for one season and only have one spring plowing. He does not use this as the main benefit, but he will never allow his efforts to be wasted. He asked, by the village chief, that wild boar will not go down the mountain again. Song Jun scratched his head. Will the wild boar go down the mountain again? To be honest, he really can't guarantee it. He could only say, I have notified the county's forestry bureau. They will give corresponding solutions. I suspect that the wild boar could not find enough food in the forest, so he went down the mountain. He should arrange for designated feeding in the future. By the way, I will report your losses this time to me. In this case, the county has a special compensation policy. Is there anything else besides an adult ermine pig? Is there anything wrong with the wall? In order to protect the wild animals in Baixiuling and to prevent the wild animals from being beaten to death when they go down the mountain, their policies here are extremely perfect. But in the past few years, such a thing has not happened in these villages near them. Zhang Tu is also a young man. He can understand this awareness of protecting animals and is much more convenient to communicate. This saved him a lot of trouble. Zhang Tu also noticed Song Jun's friendly attitude and shook his head. He always felt that the wild boar was tempted by his master-level pig food. I have to take half of the blame. He touched his chin with some stubble and said, I always think my pig can come back by myself. Can you wait a few days first? If the pig comes back by himself and the compensation is also received, isn't it going to be troublesome? Song Jun didn't know where Zhang Tu got his confidence. According to his experience, the probability of running back is extremely low for this animal that is frightened and panicked. Not to mention, ermine pig ran into Baixiuling, where there were traces of large cats. In their eyes, domestic pigs are really no different from the delicious food delivered to them. But he nodded and agreed. Why do you think so? Song Jun admitted, he was still curious. Any older farmer wishes he could get compensation the next day. It is only the young people who come back from this city that have this kind of thinking. Song Jun sighed in his heart, but he didn't show his face. The students behind him also pricked their ears. Did you use some secret pig raising method? Curious. Zhang Tu stared at the village chief for a few seconds and said, You look, I can buy food and accommodation here. The living conditions may be average, but they are better than in the mountains. As for what you eat, it's quite good. It's balanced and delicious. Yes. It's delicious. Xiangming nodded in agreement, and then found that the timing of his speech seemed to be wrong, so he quickly shut his mouth. But, it's too late. For a moment, except for Zhang Tu, everyone's eyes were looking at Xiangming. The words in your eyes are clearly written, how do you know how delicious you are? Have you eaten pig food? Xiangming, damn, seeing Tianyu didn't come, and no one shared all this with him. Zhang Tu curled the corner of his mouth and continued, I don't eat its meat, and my life is not dangerous. I'll take a step back and say, I'm going to kill a pig. Once the pig dies, it's better to die than to bite it to death. Chapter 11 Identity Exposure. To sum up, I think it's possible to get the pig back. Song Jun and the 7 students nodded together. It seems something is wrong. It feels reasonable. Okay, I'll remember it for you first. If the pig comes back, tell me. I'll report it to you if I haven't come back for 3 days. Song Jun agreed. After saying that, he was about to organize the students and go back with him. Wang Xia finally waited for the opportunity to speak and hurried forward, Brother Zhang, can you give me a video in your drone? The wild boar went down the mountain and mate with domestic pigs is of great research value. The photos I took may not be as clear as yours. After saying that, he pointed to his own DV machine. Okay. Jiang Tu nodded and agreed neatly. Did you bring USB flash drive? I'll send it to you in the network drive later. He added, however, this video is still ready to be edited online. It should have no impact on your research. No, no. Wang Xia waved her hand quickly, add contact information. But Brother Zhang, can you pass the review? Will the number be blocked? Sorry, she is really curious. It probably won't be possible. Are there many cat films, dog films, and even fish fillets on the internet? Jiang Tu suddenly became unsure. However, the cats and dogs were not sealed, and the pigs were sealed without reason. Also, Brother Zhang. That's it. Wang Xia was a little embarrassed to think of the request he was about to make. I shook it a little, and 2 red glows floated on my face. She glanced at the man who was close to her and finally said it boldly. Brother Zhang, can I order a plate of braised pork with you at noon today? I am willing to give you 100. The amount is the same as yesterday, no, less. It is undoubtedly a bit embarrassing to expose his foodie attributes in front of such a handsome guy. But braised pork is really important. Jiang Tu didn't expect Wang Xia to make such a request, and he was stunned. It was not a big deal at first, but he wanted to go out to buy some materials for building bread kilns in the morning and prepare to go to the county. I just took the lunch with the county, so I didn't have to open the fire by myself. He was about to refuse, but he looked up and met the 7 pairs of eyes as brilliant as torches. The clear pupils were full of thirst for braised pork. It seemed that it was not a dish, but the hope of their lives. It turns out that this handsome guy is the one who makes braised pork. Benefactor. When he said that, he suddenly turned around and said, well, I'm going out in the morning, can I do it in the evening? I'll go buy some pork. Forget it, it's also for the sake of praise. Zhang, Brother Zhang. Will you add another 100 lines? Xiang Ming took out his cell phone from his pocket neatly and prepared to transfer money on site. I want it too. Please. Call Dad, it's okay. Jiang Tu. Very good, this is a very big student. After 5 years of graduation, they were still what he knew. However, he used to be like now, he was always someone who called him Dad. I understand. Jiang Tu sighed. I'll make a big pot, and then calculate the price, and you can just spread it to me. Agricultural student. Surprise from the sky. As long as you make braised pork, you will be my dear brother. Brother Zhang, you are my god. Brother Zhang. I'll give birth to my parents again. I'm grateful for my great kindness. Aou. Among them, Xiang Ming shouted the loudest, Brother Zhang, I can cover all your land. Immediately, all of them agreed. So I can. Get out, I'm a professional, and my research direction is corn cultivation. I'm still a researcher on wheat. As long as you can eat braised pork every day, you can study and work for Brother Zhang for free while studying. I knew that I could eat the delicious braised pork tonight, and my feet were floating around when I returned to the dormitory. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the canteen, I was instantly beaten back to my original form by the familiar smell of pickles. You said, I'll ask Brother Zhang to bring me a can of fermented tofu. Do you think Brother Zhang can agree? Xiang Ming touched his stomach and asked uncertainly. He was very hungry, but he didn't want to eat. He felt that this state was not at all contradictory. I really want to go forward time very quickly. It was all of a sudden that they could eat braised pork at night. How good it should be. Village Chief Song Jun glanced at the 7 people who had suddenly become depressed, and shook his head and left in confusion. He took the person away and sent him back with all his needs, and the mission was over. I should go back to my dormitory to clean up and write a report. A white pickup truck slowly drove past the village committee door, carrying the eager expectations of all the students in the village. Jiangtu bought refractory bricks and yellow mud in the building materials market, and then went to the vegetable market to buy a large piece of pork belly. He was carrying the pork belly that he had just collected at 2 meat stalls, and he was not very satisfied. Of course, there is also the reason why he came later. Good meat was snatched away before it even opened. To be honest, I have seen the pigs blooming in the system treasure chest, and when I look at the market, what was once good, it has become a good deal. It's either the meaty hair is powdery and white, it's a pig that hasn't grown up yet, or it's too fat and too big. There are 3 layers of flowers. It would be nice to have a sandwich in reality. But, it is not unavailable. At noon, he had a fried skewers in the county town, with oil wrapped in sauce, which was spicy and refreshing. Unfortunately, you can't drink when driving, otherwise you'd rather have some ice beer than a small barbecue in the middle of the night. It was easy to use. He packed a big goose in the roast goose shop in the county town and took it home. The roast goose in their county is quite famous in the surrounding county towns. It is said that it was learned from the former imperial chef's successor, and the boss improved it himself and became a taste that was more suitable for the northeastern people. Even the geese are raised at home. Anyway, he has never heard of anything bad. In addition to the price, it is a bit expensive. When I returned home at noon, the sow still disappeared. Even the piglets and roosters at home looked wilted. Fortunately, I still have a lot of energy to eat. He remembered somewhere to hear that animals can live if they can eat, and it seems nothing big. Wait, if I look so nauseous at night, I'll go to the veterinarian at the animal husbandry station to come and have a look. He stood alone on the pig pen and muttered. Then he looked up and looked at the snow-capped mountains standing in the west. Majestic and magnificent, endless. There are countless treasures hidden inside, and countless dangers hidden inside. I don't know if his sow can come back alive. If possible, Jiangtu decided to use the spiritual spring water I just got to cook a big meal for it, which would be astonishing as it was shocking. Lingchuan water is a good thing. It can not only accelerate the growth of animals and plants, but also enhance vitality, improve immunity, strengthen the body, and long-term use can also improve genes. Chapter 12 The Pig is Back. How to build a bread kill. It is roughly divided into 3 steps. Prepare the materials, build them according to the drawings, and finally dry them for use. It is not so much a bread kill, but rather a giant ancient oven. He wanted to build a diameter of more than 2 meters. After completion, he could not only be used to toast bread, roast pizza, but also roast duck and even roast whole lamb. Jiangtu shook his neck, and he felt that since he returned to his hometown, time had passed quickly. Just like now, the bread kill simply set up a foundation, and the alarm clock that was set at the beginning kept ringing there. Remind him that it was time and it was almost evening and he could start preparing for dinner. He cleaned himself up, changed into a mud-covered dress, and went to the pig pen to take a look before cooking. What if the pig really comes back? He didn't go and took a look, nor did he prepare pig food. If he really came back, it would be so embarrassing, wouldn't it be? Jiangtu opened the door and before he could walk out, he saw a familiar black pig swaying on his land, arching around. Maybe I was startled by the sound of opening the door, shivered, and immediately turned to look here. I discovered that it is human, the human being who will bring very, very delicious food. The frightened and overloaded, ermine pig, who was so hungry, jumped towards this side. Hungry, eat. This human has delicious food, which makes it reluctant to leave. 2 tears appeared in my eyes that were almost invisible. Damn it, stay away from me. The clothes I just changed. Jiangtu took off his horse and pushed away the hard pig's head that was about to rub against. It's all because of the bad habits of learning from. It's cute to be so cute for a kitten to act so cute. What do you look like? Don't you know what you think? I want to have a meal, wait. I won't come back at noon. He pushed the big pig away and closed the yard door again. Then, in a good mood, hummed a song, carried a basket, and walked into the warehouse. The pig is back and is saved for 300 yuan. Use spiritual spring water. When the pig was well eaten and drunk, he didn't believe that this guy was still thinking about living a hard life in the mountains. Haha, the wild boar boyfriend is not good either. He, the master of his mother's family, absolutely does not allow it. Today, prepare 2 eggs for the sow as snacks. It's not easy. Jiang Tu muttered while taking ingredients from the warehouse. He was going to get a little more so that he could add a late-night snack to the sow at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. I didn't eat that meal at noon, and maybe it wasn't full this morning and last night. You have to make up for the lost weight. To today's pork cooking, I added a radish and a handful of red spinach he bought in the county. It was fresh and watery. Wait for the pig when he didn't have to worry about food. A lot of blood foam flew out from the pork belly that was put into the pot of cold water. Jiang Tu used a spoon little by little and threw them out. Among the perfect braised pork recipes, there is a dish specially prepared for big pot rice. It can often be used in situations such as canteens, banquets, and rural ceremonies. The process does not require a casserole. It is stewed directly with a large pot. Add potatoes, which is a big pot. The fragrance surrounding the kitchen made the beam's drool seem to be drooling. Domineering and unreasonable. I obviously had a fine version of it at noon yesterday, but Jiang Tu only felt that it was not time to buy the roast goose I had at noon. Tonight, it is likely that it won't be its turn to enter the stomach. It seems that the time is almost over. He sent a message to Xiang Ming, the meat is ready, so he has time to come and get it. I'll take a look at least 2 people. Xiang Ming, as a bridge to connect, successfully grabbed a place. His old partner Xing Tianya was perfectly excluded by everyone because of his unlucky daily life and did not give him any chance. One of his seniors said to him earnestly and heartily, "It's not that everyone doesn't trust you to do well, it's really that flesh is too important. You can't tolerate any loss, you know." Xing Tianya pursed his lips and did not refute. He just wanted to know what he believed in can change his fortune against the will of heaven. He doesn't ask for much luck either. As long as he is not so unlucky, he's better off a little bit normal. Just that kind of card draw, except for the necessary system guarantee, the rest are all the lowest level R cards, and it's fine to repeat them. Don't have a lump of cow dung on the road, as long as he is the one who step on it. Xiang Ming pulled Chen Yifan, and as soon as he stepped into the territory of Jiangta's family, he saw a black figure standing at the gate of his house from afar. It seems that it was the pig that was scared away by brother Jiang's family. Chen Yifan also participated in the wild boar driving battle this morning, and he only grabbed the feces fork. He asked with 3 doubts in his tone and a confident answer, "You think that is the pig that was scared away by brother Jiang's family in the morning?" "I think so." Xiang Ming glared at him, unable to believe that the pig was really back. He said, "I think this pig must be reluctant to part with brother Jiang's skills." After saying that, he sniffed, it was so fragrant. This is what they disrespect the meat if they run slower and leave soup for the students behind. He patted himself in the face and warned himself that this time he must not be as embarrassing as last time. Absolutely not. No, is that pig food really that delicious? Chen Yifan's eyes twitched. Pig food, as for what he cares about? That's pig food, be more awake. You said, this pig won't attack us. He changed the topic randomly and looked down at his strong body. He believed that he could control the pig, but he did not believe that Xiang Ming could resist the temptation and not steal it. Damn it, you shouldn't listen to Wang Xiu. It's not good to say that there are too many people. We should call another person to supervise each other. When they got closer, they realized that the pig, who was isolated outside by the big iron gate, had no intention of paying attention to them. It is trying its best to keep its nose closer to the food. The complicated flower shapes on the door left a deep mark on Pig Face Mountain, and they felt that the iron flower seemed to be a little deformed. Jiang Tu also saw someone through the iron gate and shouted, "When you come in, be careful and don't let the pig come in. It's coming in, and you probably can't eat any meat." Oh. The two nodded together. Looking at each other, he said tacitly, "You go first, I'll be behind the palace. While the pig is not paying attention, squeeze in." Xiang Ming tried hard to inhale his round belly, trying not to let it drag its back. Jiang Tu looked at the two people who had inserted the door again, relieved her heart, turned around and walked into the kitchen. The closer they were to the kitchen, the more fragrant they tasted. The two of them were a little nervous at first, but later they were all left to swallow. As soon as the lid of the pot was lifted, the water vapor burst out over the kitchen like a magnificent cloud of mushrooms. It is wrapped in a huge wave of fragrance energy, which seems to hit the soul directly through the body. How did Brother Zhang resist eating? At this moment, they only had this idea in their minds. I added some potatoes to the meat this time, and the taste should be richer and more delicious. Jiang Tu stirred it at the bottom of the pot and found that it was not sticking to the pot. I couldn't help but praise myself in my heart, it was so burning. Hearing this, Xiang Ming and Chen Yifan's faces were twisted for a moment. Chapter 13, Braised Pork Smells, and Pigs Are Also Fragrant. They also had potatoes stewed with braised pork for lunch today. I don't know if it was stimulated by the braised pork dish from yesterday noon, and the cafeteria also made braised pork. Then, I spent money reluctantly and added a lot of potatoes. It is oily, salty, sweet, and greasy. It has 4 flavors, and it is really awesome to express yourself. This is not the saddest thing. What makes people sad is that they are not as good as the heat is not enough, and the potatoes are not fully cooked and taste a little hard. The key is that under the influence of dark soy sauce, there is no fat meat with lean meat at all, and it looks exactly like potatoes. Really, exactly the same. That fat meat is even better than ginger, senior sister. All of them vomited. Chen Yifan obviously thought of it, and couldn't help but tremble. It was really too big. Even if he felt that he was not picky enough, he couldn't accept it. So, he did one thing. As everyone looked at the warriors, they beat a large bowl of braised pork to honor their professors. As for their professor's expression, it is indescribable. Hey! The braised pork in the pot is a completely different braised pork than at noon. How to say it? If the braised pork made by Brother Zhang can become a food advertisement, their lunch will be like garbage in a bucket. A large iron spoon lightly scooped, and the meat trembled in the air and shook his soft body. The potatoes that had been stewed were filled with juice and put on a red coat. Their mouth should be soft, sweet, and meaty. There is also the sticky juice, bright and tempting. With the essence of all the ingredients in this pot, what a meal it should be. 1 spoonful, 1 spoonful, 1 spoonful. There is also a faint smell of corn in the kitchen, like big porridge or corn cakes. Although it may not be as good as white rice, it is also very good when paired with meat. Brother Zhang, you know how to eat. Chen Yifan sighed. Seeing that he had been staring at pig food, Xiang Ming couldn't help but push him with his elbow, and lowered his voice and said, "See it, this is pig food from Brother Jiang's family." Inside the golden big porridge, sweet potatoes cut into hobs are floating, and thin slices of radish can be seen in the ups and downs. On the side, there are spinach leaves that have not had time to put in the fried water, and they look like they have appetite. As a result, what did he hear? Is this thing pig food? Then what do they usually eat? What do they eat in their yard? Facing Chen Yifan's gaze, Xiang Ming nodded heavily. Just because he knew, he came over and asked for a bowl, and he didn't dare to come again. Every time it is time for dinner, he can only stand in his own field, hoping that the wind will be more powerful. Jiang Tu just put the last spoonful of pot into their large basin, looking along the two of them, his mouth twitched. His pig food tastes good, but it is really not as delicious as braised pork. Nowadays, the young people are all so curious. Do you want to try it? He asked. Fortunately, I felt sorry for the pig today, so I cooked more, and it would be impossible to divide them into 2 bowls. Okay. Chen Yifan and Xiangming nodded together. I dare not eat braised pork secretly, so it seems good to try the porridge. Seeing the 2 bowls that suddenly appeared in their hands, the 2 of them were rational and their faces turned red. Xiangming's lips moved twice, and finally picked up the stainless steel rice spoon next to him and served half a bowl for himself and Chen Yifan. I will have to eat braised pork later, just cushion now. His eyes were deep, and Chen Yifan nodded quietly. The porridge is a bit hot, but the taste is really good, very good. There is no shocking taste, it is just the feeling of a perfect blend of various ingredients, with a slight salty taste. At the same time, it meets the stomach and body needs. I feel that the chill of early spring has become insignificant in the stomach that is like a little sun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the favorable treasure chest *2. Looking at the figures of the 2 men carrying braised pork, Zhang Tu was a little silent. How much do these 2 people like pig food? He looked down, his eyes full of expectations and desire, and he didn't close the door, so he led him to the kitchen directly. Add spinach to the pot, add spiritual spring water, and gently stir it to the pot. How to say it? Zhang Tu has never seen such a clingy pig in her life. On the way to the pig pen, he almost tripped by this huge body shape several times. But the pig was obedient enough to knock him to the ground without hesitation, looking very high. The pig's trough has been cleaned. The old rules are that most of the ones are given to the big sows and the rest are given to the piglets. Because of the addition of Lingchuan water, the milk will not be added this time, and it is probably not the same in the future. Whose family has the conditions to drink milk for pigs every day? Zhang Tu closed the gate of the pig pen, checked each railing and went home, and poured the remaining residue in the basin to the big rooster. He was quick-eat and quick-handed, and he pinched the chicken's mouth that he wanted to eat, and reasoned with it sinisterly. Let's discuss it. It's okay if you want to have a throat twitch in the morning. Can you stay away from my bedroom? We have 300 acres of land and you can go and howl whatever you want in the village or the forest. Just go where I can't hear it. Can you understand? After receiving the big rooster's affirmative answer, Zhang Tu let go of the chicken's mouth. Anyway, he thought it understood. As for the rooster who pretends not to understand. Hee. When the favorable treasure chest came, Zhang Tu knew that stewed potatoes with braised pork also made the group of farmers quite satisfied. This time, a total of 21 good-rated treasure chests were received. Including the 2 pig food, it should be given to all the farmers and professors. Happy. This time he was not in a hurry to open the treasure chest. 1 person was missing to make up 30. Together, the probability of driving good things was higher. He skillfully edited the video of this morning and the video of the pig coming back, and put it on B station and handed it over to after review. He went to bed. After working physical work for a day, I am really tired. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the favorable treasure chest *10. In his sleep, Zhang Tu felt as if he heard a prompt to obtain a treasure chest, but he was not sure. He curled his lips and felt a little self-deprecating. It's really like thinking about something on the day and dreaming about something on the night. You're crazy about the treasure chest. Early the next morning. Oh. Also again, I heard the big rooster crowing in Jiangtu, and turned over with satisfaction. Although it can be heard, it does not affect sleep, it is good, not bad. 20 minutes later, he sat up with annoyance. The chicken stopped crowing in front of him, but he couldn't sleep. He sat on the kong with his eyes half open, feeling that his mind had never been so clear in his life. Could this be the charm of going to bed early at night? When I got up, I started working, and it was like this in the farmer. After he came to the pig pen with a large pot of pig food, he found that another piece of fence he had just repaired was knocked down. Did his pig run out, or did another pig come in? The premonition of bad feelings in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 14, Someone from Forestry Bureau. Jiang Tu first poured the pig food into the pig food bowl and looked up at the pig's nest. I saw a huge figure sleeping next to his pig, blocking the way for his pig to come out to eat. The black nose moved twice, turned up, and slowly walked out like his own home. He looked at Jiang Tu, but didn't care. He walked to the edge of the pig's trough with ease and gave up half of his position. What is this situation? Jiang Tu rubbed his fleshy eyes and looked back at the edge of the pig's trough. What is the situation? Who can give him an explanation? The wild boar that was scared away yesterday came back today and was still sleeping leisurely in his pig pen, using a pig food trough with his pig. It also hummed at him, feeling like it was complaining that there was less pig food. What happened in just one night? Suddenly I thought of something. Jiang Tu opened the system panel. Sure enough, the favorable treasure chest changed from 29 to 30. This pig came here last night to eat pig food that he added with Lingchuan water, and gave a good review. The two pigs used a fast speed to show off one of the pig's food. The sow came over without eating enough and hummed at Jiang Tu. The wild boar turned his head and returned to the nest to lie down. It seemed that he was planning to continue sleeping. What, is this situation going on to stay at his house and not leave? It is illegal to feed wild protected animals without a license. I did nothing, as if I would receive a pair of platinum bracelets in the next second. Jiang Tu took 2 photos, and regardless of what time it is, he immediately called the village chief again. Song Jun lay in the quilt, moaning in pain. Yesterday, he listened to all kinds of arguments and solutions because of the wild boar going down the mountain, and it lasted until very late. Who called him early in the morning? Village chief, you haven't started working yet. Hey! He responded weakly. Village chief, that wild boar, it's back. Look at the news, I've sent you a picture. What to sleep? Get up and work. I promise not to beat the pig again. Jiang Tu shouted in his heart. Ah, you got up too early. Song Jun sat up in a daze, but the CPU was not turned on successfully. It's getting late. In this way, I'll lend you my big rooster, so I'll be able to get you up before dawn every day. Jiang Tu said with a smile. No, thank you. Song Jun woke up a little and quickly refused. He knew clearly how the roosters in their village were gone. When killing chickens during the Chinese New Year, the one who crows the most often dies the earliest. This power can be imagined. You mean, the wild boar is back, are you? He heard the students say yesterday that the pigs from Brother Jiang's family are really back, and he was still sighing there, he was so lucky. Unexpectedly, the wild boar was back. Looking at the picture, I don't treat myself as a foreign pig at all. Yes. Jiang Tu nodded and said, well, didn't the Forestry Bureau release animals? It just takes away the wild animals that broke into the homes of ordinary people, and then find a deep mountain forest to release animals. Song Jun also knew that. He said happily, okay, when the Forestry Bureau comes to work, I will call them and ask them to send someone right away. The 400 pound wild boar has a very high risk factor. It means that someone should come soon. Hearing this sentence, Jiang Tu hung up the phone with satisfaction. He glanced at the huge wild boar and snorted, little girl, I can't cure you. The people from the Forestry Bureau came a little faster than Jiang Tu imagined. He had just driven the rotary tiller and walked less than 10 acres of land when he saw the village chief leading the people over. They looked at him with disagreement and dared to come out to cultivate the land. Song Jun asked secretly, was that wild boar gone? I feel uneasy, don't let someone go for nothing. No. I'm sleeping soundly. Jiang Tu pointed to his pig pen. There is nothing wrong with scaring his little pig out so much that he dares to come out. Song Jun. He doesn't believe it. The people from the Forestry Bureau heard it roughly, but they didn't believe it. Song Jun introduced to Jiang Tu, this is the seconding command of the Forestry Bureau in our county, Director Lu Honglei and Lu. This is Jiang Tu, a young man who returned to the village to start a business, and is also from our village. He is the wild boar he found in his family. Hello. Hello. The two of them shook hands and they met. Because the harm of wild boars is too high, everyone is not polite and is ready to solve it first. Jiang Tu directly led the village chief and Director Lu to his pig pen. Some people behind him were carrying boxes, some were carrying explosion-proof shields, and some were carrying riot-proof forks, which were very professional. There was no need to walk inside. As soon as they arrived at the door of the pig pen, they could clearly see that the pig that looked like it was not a domestic pig, rolling in the mud, extremely lazy. Found that there were many strange auras in the territory, it stood up calmly and stared at them with its eyes straight at them. The wild boar did not attack directly, but seemed to be waiting and watching. In judging whether these people pose any threat to it, the atmosphere suddenly became stalemate. Only the person carrying the box squatted down calmly and signaled the explosion-proof shield to come and block him. He opened the medicine box, took out the anesthetic drugs that had been prepared for a long time, loaded a gun, and signaled that Director Lu was ready to complete it. The movements are clean and neat. After obtaining Director Liu's consent, the sound of pulling the trigger, the sound of the needle breaking through the air, rang in Jiang Tu's ears and disappeared. An anesthesia needle with a red tail accurately shot the wild boar, and the needle penetrated deep into the pig's skin. Yes. The veterinarian clenched his fists and celebrated it in a small way. This was the simplest wild animal he had to deal with. Perfect. The originally quiet wild boar jumped up suddenly, trying to attack here, and trying to escape, and began to run around like a headless fly. However, the medicine was so effective that after shaking twice, the body of a car slowly fell down on the edge of the fence. There was still a deep sense of disbelief in my eyes. Is he, the overlord of Yushan, going to lose his life like this? If I had known this, I would not have been greedy for this desire. Well. The glorious years of the past. Jiang Tu felt that she understood and her mouth twitched. After receiving the veterinary instructions, the pig was already anesthetized, so I tied the table and got on the car together. Director Lu took 2 steps forward, not caring about the muddy ideas on his pig pen at all. He squatted down and cruelly spread the pig's mouth and looked at his teeth. It's still a little pig. Director Lu grinned and sighed. In recent years, our ecological restoration has been quite good. He patted the dust stained on his hands and was very happy. After so many years, wild boars have finally come down the mountain in their county again, which means that they have not done anything to close the mountains and raise forests and protect the ecology in recent years. Then, Director, this wild boar will not come to my house again. Jiang Tu confirmed carefully. He really couldn't stand it anymore. This thing is both cruel and protective animal. He can't beat it. If he beat it, he still has to squat. If he came up every few days, he wouldn't be able to do this farm. Song Jun also paid attention to the answer. Jiang Tu stopped him during these 2 trips of going down the mountain, and he did not cause much sensation in the village. In their village, except for Jiang Tu and those students, the average age is over 50, and no one can withstand this thing. Chapter 15. The wild boar was carried away. No, Director Lu said with a smile, we will try to put it in the further after we have finished the records. This wild boar may have appeared in the village where humans gathered because it was difficult to find food in the spring. Usually, they won't go down the mountain at all. Jiang Tu and Song Jun breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Leader, come to my house to sit and drink some water. Jiang Tu pointed to the house not far away and asked. No, no. Director Lu waved his hand quickly and said, no trouble, we have to go back quickly. If we go back late, this guy wakes up halfway and we will all be done. After saying that, he turned to look at the person he brought. The others had tied up the wild boars, and just waited for his order to carry them to the large iron cage behind the car. The veterinarian he brought was now acting like a hooligan facing the sow at the young man's house. Cough. He cleared his throat. Want to get his attention. The veterinarian was unaware of it and continued to attack the sow. What? Is my sow injured? Jiang Tu asked. Because of these things, he had not had time to invite the veterinarian from the animal husbandry station to come and have a look. It has close contact with wild animals. Do it need to get a vaccine or something? I forgot to read it in that book that wild animals will carry some domestically funded bacteria. For wild ones, there may be nothing wrong. For domestic maintenance, it may be a catastrophe. Ah! The veterinarian stopped, but he still couldn't feel it when he touched it without believing it. He regretfully took off his gloves. No, it's all small skin trauma. If it's not serious, it can heal itself. If there is any abnormality in fever or other conditions, please tell me the specific situation. On the phone, your village chief said that this pig has been bred with a wild boar, right? The veterinarian asked with bright eyes. Ah, yes. There is also a video. Jiang Tu nodded. Is the veterinarian also interested in pig slices? It's not impossible, this is studied. There is still a video. The veterinarian pushed his glasses and his eyes glowed. He walked forward step by step and grabbed Jiang Tu's hand. Please make sure to copy me. Jiang Tu nodded blankly and then asked, did my pig really take a baby? Is this wild boar so capable? Ah, I can't see it yet. The veterinarian pushed his glasses again, feeling that he couldn't give the young man too much hope. He said, however, I think it is basically impossible. Although domestic pigs are domesticated and improved by wild boars, they have been separated by dozens or hundreds of years, and it is not easy to be isolated even without reproductive isolation. I'm just curious about why this wild boar must stay here, just have some doubts. After saying this, everyone understood. Wild animals are born to do not trust humans, and will not actively approach humans. It is an outrageous thing to be able to roll around in other people's pig pens, and it is outrageous. Oh! Jiang Tu nodded and said a little embarrassedly, it's probably the pig food I cooked, it's so delicious. The wild boar also gave him a good review treasure chest. Although it was given by the Adling spring water. Not to mention the veterinarian, Director Lu looked over curiously. What is this a weird reason? Where is the pig feed delicious? Is there any mountain delicacies and wild game in the mountains? They couldn't stay for a long time, and after they waited for the pig to be carried into the car, they were ready to say goodbye and leave. Director Lu was quite happy when he left. He was so white that he didn't need any compensation for the basic information about a wild boar. The veterinarian also waved his hand quickly and signaled Jiang Tu to send him the video, and then said that he would test it in a week to see if his pig was pregnant. There is a result, tell him. Jiang Tu agreed. A veterinarian who can come with the director must have two tricks, so it is very necessary to make a good relationship. The car that transported the wild boar slowly disappeared on the village road. Many students who came to join in the fun nearby took out their phones to take pictures of this scene and shared it with their friends every minute. They were also men who had seen wild boars up close. It's not the same as in the zoo. Jiang Tu sent the people from the forestry bureau and the village chief to leave, strolled among the fields. In just a few days, the weeds poked their heads out of the black soil. I think it takes a few days to lay a green carpet on this black soil. There is no car that will be congested all the time, and there is no inversion anxiety, life will suddenly become very beautiful. When he walked to the ground, he unexpectedly discovered that his rotary tiller was working steadily in the field where he was still in the future. Seeing Tianyu in the field next to him still looked envious from time to time. Why is it because of his bad luck that the matter of starting a rotary tillage machine and plowing the land must be the last? He couldn't understand, nor did he want to understand. The senior sisters next to them were still discussing the skills of turning on the rotary tiller on the slope, which was obviously a very valuable experience. After they graduate, if they open a farm, the flat and open fields will definitely not be their turn. If you can accumulate experience in school, it will be easier than others to find a job. Very angry. Brother Zhang, you are back. When Wang Xiu saw Zhang Tu come back, she knew that the matter must be almost done there. She quickly came over to say hello and said apologize. After all, they used a rotary tiller without the owner's consent. Although the land that is plowed is also the owner's home. In addition, the most important thing is to praise him. Brother Zhang, your braised pork yesterday is so delicious. I think the taste of the big restaurants in the city is not as good as you did. You weren't there, I don't know, we almost started fighting last night. That scene is really not crazy when robbing rice in the famine era. Especially for the last soup, they set up a gentleman agreement. 2 people were sent to snatch the rice into a large basin and then grab it. The professor thought they were fighting in a group in the cafeteria, and they were so scared that their shoes almost ran away. Extremely delicious. If I could have another meal, I wouldn't lose weight. Her partner spoke sincerely. Wang Xiu turned her head and sighed, Brother Zhang is really amazing, the kind that doesn't wait for adulteration. Her dearest partner, Comrade Lu Xian, can even speak without saying anything in front of the professor, and she will actually praise people today. Zhang Tu blushed a little when she was praised. He endured it again and again, but finally couldn't help it and asked the question he had always wanted to ask. What do you usually eat? Braised pork is delicious, but it really isn't like this. The system's positive reviews treasure chest is actually quite harsh. Take a step back and say, how could there be students who are interested in the pig food he cooks one after another? Isn't the fish-flavored shredded meat fragrant? Is Kung Pao chicken not delicious? Isn't pickled fish sour and appetizing? Wang Xiu and Lu Xian were silent. It's better not to mention this topic. Yesterday, their professors joined hands to talk to the cafeteria person in charge. Maybe you can look forward to the canteen today? Not sure. Please ask for flowers and collection, Momo. Chapter 1630 Consecutive Draws. Zhang Tu heard a good meal about their tragic experience in the village canteen. Walk back with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. I couldn't help but wonder, is there really a chef in the world who can make food so unpalatable? How did he find a job? The fried 5-minute mooncake with watermelon is really not a joke posted by netizens. He said that no matter how delicious braised pork is, not everyone will like it from the bottom of their hearts and give it a good review. This situation is like taking a piece of dessert that you can buy in any modern cake shop and traveling to medieval Europe. Even the nobles would think that this is a delicacy that only gods can enjoy. Wang Xiu and the others watched Zhang Tu leave together, feeling grateful. Brother Zhang, a great person. Yesterday's braised pork tasted so good and only charged them a cost price. Today I am willing to lend them a rotary tiller. It is really no exaggeration to praise a god. They sincerely hope that Brother Zhang, the god, can take care of them more. Make a little more, just a little bit of delicious food. They are willing to work and pay money. Zhang Tu didn't know what was thinking in the heads of the students, and he walked to the pig's nest without realizing it. As the first animal to come to his house, he always received the most attention from him. After eating a meal rich in spiritual spring water, without the suppression of the big wild boar, the 5 round little pigs finally walked out of the pig's nest and began to explore a new world. When they smelled his scent, they gathered together to the place closest to him, with big eyes staring at him. Zhang Tu squatted down and stroked one by one. The pig's skin is cool and smooth, and it has a little fluff but is not as prickly as a big pig. It's very magical and very good touch. Pigs used to be food, but now they can have a world in the pet industry. No wonder those uncles and aunts covet your food every day, they are so miserable. You are treated so well, but you have to grow fat well, do you know? He was joking a pig while muttering. The pork grown up with grain tastes obviously different from most pigs raised with feed on the market. It is just delicious and delicious. Not to mention, he also raised 3 purse pigs known as the Northeast Fragrant Pig. The muscle fibers are fine, marbled, tender flesh and unique fragrance. They are all advantages when talking about it. Don't worry, I will never dislike you who can only grow to 150 pounds. Zhang Tu stretched out his hand and rubbed 2 purse pigs hard. He relied on the fact that the pig could not understand what humans said, and said the most terrifying words to the pig in the gentlest tone. The pigs didn't notice it, and they all enthusiastically put their heads under the hands of humans. Touch, 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 touch casually. As long as you give it food, you can touch it no matter how you touch it. After picking up the pig, Zhang Tu went back happily to solve the remaining roast goose that had been left yesterday. He heated it in the microwave and the taste was not bad. It is 12 o'clock noon. The sun is shining. It's just right for a 30 GAME draw. He rubbed his hands, and it was a mistake. Ding ding ding. R, SR, R, SSR, S, SR, SR, R, SSR. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSR skills, Animal Affinity. Animal Affinity, compared to others. You can always be treated better by animals. Even if you are attacked, you will be ranked last. Zhang Tu? What is this? What if the wild boar comes back? Bayo, ba, don't be crow's mouth. Can he afford to protect animals? I have a thief heart, but I don't have that courage. Life is good, who wants to go to the bureau to keep food and accommodation? Congratulations to the host for SSR recipe, perfect grade braised chicken. Zhang Tu's gaze slowly shifted to the carefree big rooster in the yard. This is true, the system is on his side. Otherwise, eat braised chicken at night? The big rooster shivered suddenly, as if he was targeted by a large predator. Murderous aura, murderous aura. Congratulations to the host for SSR recipe, perfect grade assorted fried rice. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSR seeds, premium wheat * 10 acres. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSR breeding chicken, giant bone chicken * 6, 2 males and 4 females. New stuff. Zhang Tu suddenly became interested. 30 consecutive draws, 5 SSRs, not to mention, half of them are new. He can easily understand the skill of affinity. Wheat seeds and breeding chickens, were they what he thought? This system is ready to help him solve the problem of insufficient ingredients and not good enough from the root. Excellent wheat, spring-based, middle and late ripening varieties, high yield and good taste. The hereditary traits are stable, anti-root rot, powdery mildew, blight, rust, etc., with strong cold and drought resistance, and the yield per mu can reach 600,750 kilograms. Giant bone chick, large in size, thick feathers, high meat production, rough feeding resistance, adaptability, foraging, stable genetic properties, strong nesting ability and strong disease resistance. When slaughtered in June, the roosters can weigh up to 5 kilograms and the hens can weigh up to 4 kilograms. They start laying eggs at 5 months old, with an annual egg production of 180,200 pieces. All are new varieties. When he went to college, he didn't learn agriculture, but he knew it was learned from it. Tell me a little. For example, who knows who masters the seeds of the world will master the food for human beings all over the world. In their country, every year, importing high-end vegetable seeds alone requires at least 240 million yuan of food, which is not considered food. If If the wheat seeds given by the system are really a new type of wheat that does not exist and has not been cultivated for the time being, with stable genes and such high yields. Zhang Tu's breathing began to become rapid. A road to getting rich seems to appear in front of him like this. He now has not only wheat, but also chickens. Now I am worried about whether the farm can make money. Haha. He knew how expensive the seeds could be sold before he came back to farm. Just those bell pepper seeds, 180 yuan per gram. Platinum is only 230. Wheat, one of the three major grains, is sold for 100 yuan, so don't cheat them. A gust of wind blew. The thin sweat brought by the rise of adrenaline turns into chills at this time, which blends into flesh and blood through every pore in the body and penetrates into the bone marrow. Zhang Tu shuddered and woke up. I figured it out too. He said this is the best wheat seed in the world, and who believes it? Every merchant selling seeds wants to say this. Others can also take out purchase records and study records. Where is he? I feel like I have more ways to get into the bureau of fraudster. He wiped his face, shivered again, and hurried back to the room. You can't just take a few breezes outside in spring, it's really a cold for you to see. He knew that the system was in good intentions. It's okay if he sneaks into it and uses it himself. In this world, there is not no wheat with an occasional per mu yield of 1,500 kilograms. Zhang Tu breathed a deep breath. This matter is unhurried. Even if he knows that food and seeds are very important to the country and society, he has to plan slowly. Otherwise, the main reason is that he can't explain. If you insist on explaining, you will not be able to expose the system. Can he really block the risks after exposure? At least it can't stop it now. Zhang Tu lies flat on the Kong. Forget it, there must be a road before the car arrives at the mountain, so it is also good to take a nap. Please flowers, please collect them, thank you. Chapter 17 Preparing to the Big Market. An hour later, Zhang Tu sat up in high spirits. After crying an hour ago, he came up with a solution after just a simple sleep. Not to mention it is perfect, but practical. His home is located in the east, where there are a group of agricultural university students and a group of agricultural university professors. Why should he bother himself? As long as he passes things on the clear road, will he still worry about the rest? Are they not moved when they see the wheat yield of more than 1,500 kilograms per mu? Looking at the chicken with particularly strong bones, aren't you curious? In the end, it really doesn't work, he still has his father. Although I am so old, I feel a little embarrassed to go home to find my father when I encounter something, but isn't my father just doing this? He pulled the date, tomorrow will be on Saturday, the day will be a big show. On the way back to the village, if he finds a place without surveillance, he can take out the things openly and mix them in the ones he bought from the market. There are more places without surveillance, from the road to Hui village, the county town. Perfect. Thinking of a solution, Zhang Tu happily went to the yard to continue building a bread kiln. Only the camera is diligently recording everything. Laying bricks, mud, and building arched caves with steel bars seems simple, and every step requires extreme patience. Tomorrow, work hard tomorrow and touch the mud surface, and it will be ready to use it soon. My God, it's going to be done. Zhang Tu shook his heavy work and his old waist was a little sore. It is worth it to have high wages for migrant workers, and the work they do is really tiring. At this time, the sky was getting darker. The sun has long been submerged in the mountains to the west. Wang Xiu and Lu Xian sent the rotary tiller over to express their gratitude. By the way, Brother Zhang. Wang Xiu thought of what their professor said to them today, and shared it with Brother Zhang without hesitation. Our professor said that we can start buying seeds and seedlings now. It depends on the weather. This year's spring plowing may be 2 days ahead of schedule. Zhang Tu nodded, but didn't quite understand. Do you have to buy seedlings now? He asked. When buying seeds, raising seedlings, etc., he thought that it would be enough to prepare before spring plowing. Sprinkle the seeds into the ground and replenish the fertilizer. Everything will be harvested in heaven. Besides, there are nearly 20 days left before May 10th. Is it so early? Of course, it's getting late. Wang Xiu gestured and said, just take tomatoes, a bag of seeds may cost 20 or 30 yuan, and the more you buy, it's cheaper. 1 acre of land requires about 3,000 seedlings. Take some time to grow seedlings by yourself. Even if you can only get 70%, 1 or 200 is enough. If you go directly to buy tomato seedlings and plant them, you can get a small batch of 2 or 3 yuan per piece. If you buy more, you will count as 1 or 5 cents, but overall, it will be several times more expensive, or even more than 10 times more. Cultivate seedlings in advance, and when the temperature is enough, you can plant them directly into the field, so as to plant them in advance and harvest them in advance. Speaking of these, they are professional. Brother Zhang, if you want to raise seedlings, you can also ask me for help. I don't charge money, just take care of the food. I am better at the solanaceae plants of tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, etc. Wang Xiu recommended herself with a smile on her face. Lu Xian, she is better at pumpkin and winter melon. Lu Xian nodded immediately. Just keep in mind the food. The canteen chef is unreliable, he is thick-skinned and has no help. They have to save themselves. Weight loss is weight loss, not self-abuse. If you can't even eat enough, how can you get the energy to do farm work? What did you eat for lunch? Zhang Tu asked in a low voice. Didn't it mean that the professor had asked for a conversation? It should have been improved, why is it still like this? Every time they mentioned the chef in their canteen, these two people gave him the feeling that they wanted to eat their meat raw. Wang Xiu and Lu Xian pursed their lips. Can we not discuss this topic? Zhang Tu also realized that he seemed to have asked the wrong thing. He quickly changed the subject and asked, do you have a holiday tomorrow? Are you going to the big market? If there are fewer people, I can go there with you. But I won't be able to come back. His pickup truck can be made by 4 people except for the driver. It's no trouble to take them with you. These students also helped him cultivate the land. Is it okay? Wang Xiu stared at Zhang Tu with bright eyes, her mouth raised higher and higher. This afternoon, they used Brother Jiang's rotary tillator and finished their land in less than half an hour. There will be no classes or experiments tomorrow. It seems that I can really go shopping at the big market. It's easier to come back than to go, and there are a lot of drivers in the county who are willing to take a trip. It is difficult to find a car in the village. If someone is willing to take a ride with them, he must not miss it. Well, we will gather at the village committee at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Zhang Tu set a time. The big market here is the morning market, which lasts only one morning. The stalls start at 5 or 6 in the morning and almost end at 11 or 2 in the afternoon. If you want to buy good things, you have to go and choose them early. Especially now, before spring plowing begins, someone will sell the excess chicken and duck seedlings hatched from their homes. There is no large farm and has never been vaccinated, but this native old breed is easy to raise and resistant to freezing. I went too late, and the good ones were picked up. No problem. Wang Xiu gestured with an okay gesture. Sure enough, at 7 o'clock in the morning, when Zhang Tu drove the car and appeared at the entrance of the village committee, the 3 of them were already waiting there. Wang Xiu, Lu Xian, and the only boy Chen Yifan. They still hold a long shopping list in their hands. Jiang Tu just took a simple scan and saw a series of snacks, pickles, bibimbap sauce that did not exist in their village's small shops. From their village to the county, it took half an hour to spend on the road. When I arrived in the county town, I experienced a traffic jam for a rare time. After finally finding a parking space outside the big market, the 4 of them got off together. Brother Zhang, you're busy. Let's take a look at it yourself and then charter a car back. Wang Xia waved at Zhang Tu and reminded, I'll give you a reference. Last night, I mobilized everyone to summarize the vegetables, fruits, and melons that are suitable for us to grow here. Ensure that each product has a high yield and a good taste. Zhang Tu nodded and said that. My heart is warm. He planned to buy 2 chickens in a while and go back to make a braised chicken for them, and treat it as a thank you gift. The paper torn off the A5 book in my hand is densely listing the advantages and disadvantages of various varieties that he knows and does not know. Some even have stars marked with recommendation levels. It can be said that he was really very attentive. I just don't know why Xiangming didn't come together this time. He had a deep impression of that greedy little fat man. Xiangming, who had not finished the experimental report, bit his pen and sat in the laboratory, almost crying. Sorry, he never delayed again. Never dare to do it again. How many delicious foods must be found in the big market? Unfortunately, he can't eat it in one bite now. For crop seeds such as wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, and soybeans, they need to be bought at the agricultural supplies station marked in the county. Buy 1 sack every time. Which is convenient and fast, and the quality is guaranteed. He was going to take a look at the rest of the site. If he couldn't buy all the other items, he would go to the agricultural supplies station to check it out. Such a large market is only once a week, and the agricultural supplies station will not be lost. Please collect it, please flowers, Momo. Chapter 18, Tour the Big Market. The big market in the countryside is just a bustle. It's just standing at the entrance, full of darkness, full of crowded scenery. Only at this time can we sigh, it turns out that there are so many people in their county town. The shouts, the conversations, and the bargaining spirit are endless. Standing next to the big show, Zhang Tu couldn't help but record this shot with his mobile phone. I went back to edit it, and I won't talk about one episode, but I have a clip anyway. When you go back to your hometown to start a farm and start a business, you are the only one who has to do everything by yourself and consider it yourself. When he becomes rich and capable, he will definitely recruit more employees. You are responsible for publicity and distribution, you are responsible for planning, and there are also people who are responsible for the purchase list of fruits and vegetables prepared by these students. Zhang Tu sighed. He lifted his foot and walked inside. It was really lively when it came inside. Some sold food, some sold clothes, and of course some sold all kinds of seeds. Auntie, what kind of chicken is your chicken? Did you hatch it yourself? He squeezed into a stall full of people. There were so many people, and I thought the goods should be good. There are even many parents who take their children to choose from. The chickens in the box were dyed colorfully and each had their own personalities. It was obvious that they were not serious. Zhang Tu squeezed out again. Joining in the fun is not feasible. Uncle, what kind of chick are you? Are you from your own? Zhang Tu squatted in front of a stall and asked seriously. The old man looked at him and felt a little disregarded, but he answered seriously, the native chicken I raised in my home grows big. My son said he was called Jujin and he forgot. Anyway, he can grow to Jujin. The eggs he laid are also big. The chicks in the insulated box noticed someone approaching, and they piled together one by one, chirping. Zhang Tu clearly felt that they didn't seem to be afraid of him, but they were still timid. He guessed it was the relationship between that affinity skill, but animals had an instinctive fear of strange creatures larger than them. Can it grow 9 pounds? It's true or false? That's almost the same as the chicken given by the system. Really? The old man pulled an iron cage while he was speaking, and there was a big rooster inside. He looked at it with dissatisfaction and wanted to stretch his head to peck at the old man's hand, but the old man quickly avoided it. It is a little bigger than the rooster in his yard, but not as strong as the system rooster. The hair is not as big as bright, and the legs are not as thick as a giant bone. However, with this kind of chicken, the origin of the system chicken seems to be better made. How to sell it? He picked up a chick, and the heavy feel was much stronger than the colorful white feathered chicken. It's also good to have a spirit, and the little chicken's mouth is pecking on the palm of his hand, it's itchy and a little cute. White feathered chicken is a fast-growing chicken specially bred for meat, which is a bit like growing fast. The disadvantages are also very obvious, with high requirements for feed, weak resistance, and especially prone to illness. Just like these messy reports, they are almost all of them. And they are also used in various fast food fried chicken restaurants. On that piece of paper, the white feathered chicken was the first chicken species to be excluded. 3 yuan. Zhang Tu was stunned when he heard the price. Very expensive. The old man's chicken is really good, even an outsider can tell. But the price is really expensive. The white feathered chicken just now costs only 2 yuan, and the most expensive ones from other families are only 2 yuan. His family can buy 3 white feathered chickens. No wonder there are no people in this stall, or someone asked the price and left. But Zhang Tu feels that you get what you pay for. 20 pieces, is it okay for me to be 50? Zhang Tu tried to reduce the price, gestured for a while, and asked. The old man looked down at the incubator, and did not refuse or agree. He just stared at Zhang Tu. After a while, he said, in this way, you will take away all this box and count you as 60, and there are 23 in total. Otherwise, I will not be able to sell it after you buy 3 left. Okay. The deal was completed. Uncle, this little duck or a goose, is it yours? Zhang Tu pointed to the paper box next to him, where there was a group of yellow flat-mouthed little cubs. One of them stared at his eyes tightly after discovering his sight, without giving in at all, and looked like I was the best in the world and was not afraid of you. He is truly a village tyrant. Zhang Tu praised, he looked arrogant when he was a child. This is a big goose. The old man pulled the box over, the scarp-old goose is so powerful that it lays eggs. The mother's $5 each. The male's $3 each. You raise it well. You will get an egg the next day after you grow it. I can choose a male and female for you. But if you buy 2 female geese, you have to buy a male geese. Zhang Tu stared at the little goose with his head held high and his chest held high, feeling itchy. To be honest, this is the first time I have heard of this strange demand for buying goose. Because the goose can't lay eggs, not only does it lose its value at the beginning, but it also has to be forced to buy and sell it before it can be sold. It's too miserable. He saw the video and said that the little rooster that had just hatched in the chicken farm would probably not be able to see the sun on the next day and be processed into feed. I understand this kind of association. The local chicken just now looked like broiler chickens, both male and female, and the male had a lot of meat, so no one disliked it. Egg goose is different, their main job is to lay eggs. If you eat meat, there are special meat gooses. Zhang Tu knows that one of them is called lion-headed goose, which can grow very big. It hurts really when the mouth twists it. Okay. Zhang Tu nodded. As long as the goose seedlings are good, he doesn't care so much about the male and female. If he raises them, he can't eat them by himself. Get $100 together. He pointed to the chick and the goose. Oh. The old man happily started to catch the goose. The little goose designated by Zhang Tu was the first to enter the box. The young man is a neat person, and he is short of $1. The old man gives you a little goose. It will be the same if you raise it and eat meat. Please be a little more trouble now. When summer comes, you can live by just picking up the weeds. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Tu held the insulated box and continued to walk into the market. Anyway, when he met someone selling chicks or ducklings, he stopped to ask. He was interested in the varieties that he had never collected before, so he would try too. Finally, the duck-selling ant couldn't help but ask. You bought so many products, what to do? Normal people, who bought so many mixed varieties. The ant secretly calculated that there were only 3 varieties of ducks in the insulated box. Zhang Tu. He looked down and saw that in the insulated box, there were yellow, black, and black. This was the second wave he left in the car. No? Can't you keep it together? He asked blankly. He was just curious about how different so many varieties were. I bought it when I was fooled. It's not impossible. The ant choked, I just haven't seen anyone buy it like this. Oh. If you can raise your sex, you will be able to raise your sex. Zhang Tu scanned the code to pay in a neat way, I'm just curious. What's the difference in taste? The place is big, so it can be raised. After the procedures for the water storage lake were completed, he dug the lake to raise ducks and geese. If it really didn't work, he bought an outdoor inflatable pool, the same thing. He left neatly, and did not notice the ant behind him. His eyes looked at him like he was looking at Erlangzi. I don't know whose child, it takes a lot of effort to feed the feed. What's wrong? The ant's husband heard her muttering and asked. It's okay. The ant shook her head and signaled that she was just mumbling a few words, nothing mattered. Anyway, it's not his child. Chapter 19 New Variety of Forage. After Jiangtu had a great time, after rushing out of the big market, he had already gathered 103 little chicks, 35 little ducks, and 16 big geese. He was still holding a bunch of messy seeds in his hand. He now understands the joy of girls shopping. He moved his hands and feet and looked at the chickens, ducks, and gossips on the back seat mat. They were fluffy and had a slight caul, not just a little cute. Next, he will go to the agricultural supplies station and the animal husbandry station. The person in charge of the agricultural supplies station was straightforward and neat. After he reported the number of acres and made the requirements, bags of seeds were moved to the back seat of the car one after another. The person in charge looked at him for a long time, and seemed to have something to say, but he didn't know how to speak. Zhang Tu looked over in confusion. The person in charge cleared his throat and seemed to have finally made up his mind. He said, "Young man, I think you are preparing to plant grass, right?" Ang. Zhang Tu didn't understand why he moved all the seeds into the car, of course he planted them. I have a batch of the latest type of forage seeds here, provided by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Would you like to try planting it? Zhang Tu? That's right. The person in charge turned around and pulled out a red A4 paper from under the squad. The above is about the planting of new varieties. The general meaning is that if farmers are willing to cooperate with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences to plant the latest varieties of crops, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences can pay no fees for seeds, and will also send experts to provide on remote guidance. Even the government has transfer support subsidies. However, farmers are required to plant the full length of the goods received from the sowing belt, and record the growth diseases of the crop per mu yield. If the farmer breaches the contract, he must compensate the Academy of Agricultural Sciences twice the amount of seeds. There is no way to do this. The person in charge sighed and said, there are always various instability in new varieties, and it is difficult to promote them. When you didn't sign a contract at the beginning, there would always be people who would plant it in order to cheat the subsidy and shovel the corn when the subsidy came. Especially forage. In their eyes, it is a very precious feed for cattle and sheep. In the eyes of some older generations, it is just weeds. Who planted grass seriously? I understand. Zhang Tu expressed his understanding. If he doesn't come back to open a farm or go to the farm base station, he won't know that there are so many agricultural machinery and so many functions. What is the difference between good things and non-existence if they cannot be promoted? But, my land is not a good place, it is mined from some mountains and wastelands. He felt that this new crop must be planted in good fields with sufficient fertility. This point must be explained clearly. What if it doesn't meet the requirements? It's okay, everything is fine. You just need to see everything so that you can let it go and let it grow for free. When the person in charge heard that there was a chance, he quickly went to the shelf behind him to snatch it. He remembered that contract was placed here. This matter is indeed easier to communicate with young people. Unfortunately, except for those large farms, they are almost over 50 years old. The forage we recommend this year is called Oriental Chicory. It tastes sweeter than usual and has higher nutritional value. It is simple to manage and it is said that it can harvest for 8 years in a year. 8 years? This contract will not last for 8 years, right? Jiang Tu's eyes widened, and she secretly warned herself that she would have to read it carefully and not know it if she got the contract in a while. 8 years, how many 8 years can life be? What if he opened a farm? He would lose his career and make snacks. No, no. The person in charge waved his hand quickly. The chicory contract will be 3 years. What will happen in the future depends on yourself. Jiang Tu breathed a sigh of relief. The person in charge gave him a blank look. He wanted to do it for 8 years, but the Academy of Agricultural Sciences may not be willing to do it. The seeds of the new variety of chicory are not cheap either. Anyway, it is much more expensive than alfalfa. 8 years, what are you thinking? It's so cold here in winter. Even if chicory resists freezing, it will probably die a lot after a winter. However, the contract requires that the root ball be kept in the ground in winter and see what will survive the next year. The person in charge handed him the contract and signaled him to see it himself. In the contract, almost all the conditions were clearly written, and Jiang Tu decided to take out 3 acres of land and give it a try. Okay, please leave your address contact information. The person in charge released another notebook, which only had the names of 2 lonely people. He ranks 3rd. Hey, you live in Xiong'er village. The person in charge looked at the address above in surprise, then you may get an expert to come to the door for guidance. Hey? What do you say? Jiang Tu looked at him in confusion. Did there be a professor at Agricultural University renting the land there? I remember that the experts seem to be from Agricultural University. Okay, you can take the seeds and just plant them normally before and after spring plowing. Let's wait for the experts to contact you. Jiang Tu kept the name of the forage in his heart and prepared to check the information after he went back. Forage does not belong to fruits and vegetables, nor does it belong to food, so it is not on the recommended list of that piece of paper. Before leaving, he also ordered some fruit trees with the person in charge of the agricultural supplies station, which were not many in number and had many varieties. The person in charge looked at the light product and his eyes almost flew out of his eye sockets. What is the requirement if you can plant it? This young man really knows how many fruit trees are in this world? Is this how the farm is opened? For the sake of the contract, he picked up a pen and drew to 38 types on the paper that recorded more than 80 fruit trees. That's all. Species diversity is not the kind of diversity you have, just be silly. You can find the information online. Some fruit trees can theoretically survive the winter here, but not necessarily. Now it has been deleted, it is better than being able to freeze to his fruit seedlings later. I'll make the deposit for you, but it will take half a month at the earliest. Pay the deposit and go back and wait for the call. Jiang Tu was simply driven out of the agricultural supplies station by the person in charge. He didn't care either. Next, he had to go to the animal husbandry station. These poultry that were hatched by their own home are generally unvaccinated. He needs to buy some vaccines. Oh, it's you. Jiang Tu also recognized the person in front of him, the veterinarian he had seen yesterday, who shot down the wild boar with 1 shot. By the way, we arranged for the wild boar this morning to release animals in the reserve. Don't worry, it's a distance from your home and the direction is different. The veterinarian saw Jiang Tu's face change and quickly comforted him. He understands. No matter who is patronized by such a big wild boar twice, his face will not be good. What are you here to buy? I'll choose for you. the veterinarian said enthusiastically. Although this place is not his department, he is familiar with medicines and other things. After getting all kinds of vaccines neatly, he raised his chin to show Zhang Tu, "Just check out there." The webmaster on the side looked helpless, but he did not stop him. The veterinarian didn't care. He was going to give him a free test strip to test the pig's pregnancy for the sake of the wild boar. "You know how to use it?" The veterinarian raised his eyebrows. "If you don't know how to use it, let the group of students next to your house help you, they have learned it." Zhang Tu. Although he didn't want to admit it, this was really the first time he had seen such a test paper in his life. What's wrong with blushing a little? The doctor is tough, and the veterinarian is no less. I can't afford to offend, I really can't afford to offend. On the way back to the village, a white pickup truck stopped on the forest road for 10 seconds and restarted. At that time, there were already 6 chickens and 2 bags of wheat seeds in the car. Chapter 20, Braised Chicken Caused a Trouble. The white pickup truck drove from east to west from the front of the village committee. After Zhang Tu got home and unloaded the car, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chicken, ducklings, goose and other chickens, ducks and gooses, can't catch cold yet, and you need to keep them at home for a few more days. The giant bone-chick chicken produced by the system has started to have fun looking for food in the yard. The big rooster, who was once the only child, looked at the 2 foreign chickens that suddenly appeared with a dazed look, both stronger than it and stronger than him. The once shaking coxcomb is a little drooping at this time. What is this situation? Everyone is a chicken, why are they so much better than themselves? Isn't it the owner's favorite chicken? When Zhang Tu walked out of the warehouse with a vine basket, he obviously discovered that today's yard was much quieter than usual. There are 6 more chickens, which is quieter than usual, which is obviously abnormal. The eyes swept around the yard, and the system chickens gathered together, and the atmosphere was filled with embarrassment. Especially the 2 roosters, they obviously don't like each other but are new in the environment, and they are not familiar with each other and are not easy to do. They must be wary of each other, be familiar with the environment, and show their handsome and upright figure to the little hen. Almost didn't get too busy. And the original rooster in his house is now wilting in the corner, with autistic expression on his face. "Yo, you have today too." When Zhang Tu saw its appearance, she became energetic. She walked over and kicked the chicken's butt with a leeway, saying, "What, you feel the unevenness of the world? It's not that you said 1 by 1 in 3 steps and 1 by 1 in 5 steps, showing your presence everywhere, just like the second and third brothers in heaven and earth. I tell you that there will be more days like this in the future. This big rooster is the most ordinary native chicken. It weighs 3.5 kilograms in adult weight, and it is not impossible to raise about 10 catties well. However, it can grow to about 10 pounds, and other chickens can grow to more than 10 pounds. The gap will always exist." The rooster in the corner seemed to understand and glanced at Zhang Tu unhappily. "Walk to the other side with your head held high and your chest held high. What's the use of being big? They rely on their strength to get married." Its pair of bean eyes rekindled the flames, and looked at the mountains and forests not far away, all with ambitions. New animals arrive at home, and today all animals can eat a big meal containing spiritual spring water, including him. According to the agreement, Zhang Tu put the little rooster he bought in the market and killed on the chopping board. The kitchen knife turned a knife in his palm, and stood it neatly on the cutting board, pretending that he was a work of art. "The little rooster you bought must be cleaned first. Take out the internal organs, divide them into 2 pieces with 1 knife from the middle, wash the blood, remove the fascia and excess oil, and then cut it into a palatable size. Dried mushrooms and chili are given by the system, and potatoes are from the warehouse at home." Zhang Tu cut the ginger exactly like potatoes and set it aside for later use. He bought a little rooster, which was also a local chicken that he had been raised for half a year at home, and even the blanching step could be saved. Jiangtu is immersed in the perfect braised chicken recipe. The hot oil and melted rock sugar in the pot are like magicians, waving magic wands and bringing ginger and garlic to make the chicken lose its original pink color, become tight and fragrant. There were too many chickens in the casserole and he couldn't stew it in the casserole, so he chose a large iron pot. Pour in the soaked mushroom water, add some boiling water if it is not enough, add seasoning, cover the pot with a stuffing. Add potatoes, add green peppers, sprinkle with millet spicy, and stuff them again for 5 minutes. The moment the lid of the pot was opened, the water vapor rose, and the chicken in the pot seemed to be returned with a gold plate. The red, yellow, and green are complemented by the pure meat fragrance and the right spicy breath. From sight to smell and even taste, they are ready to move. At the top, a piece of meat on the thigh, along with the flesh, lifted up a little bit, revealing the white and tender leg bones. With the bubbles, they sucked one by one without hiding their wonderful taste. I should be tender and flexible. Guest, are you afraid? Fear of a ghost. Jiangtu big iron spoon mercilessly stirred and scooped in the pot, and the soup dripped into the pot again as the movements. The chicken, which was moistened with juice, exuded a second vitality. Now, if you take a bite, it will probably explode. Jiangtu swallowed and took back his imagination. He seized the time to throw out the messy things in his head. It was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. If you don't go, those students should have just eaten their fill with the bibimbap sauce they bought today. He took out his cell phone and called Wang Xiu. Hey! Zhang, brother Zhang. Wang Xiu answered the phone in disbelief. Brother Zhang, call her. Is there anything big? Or is there something wrong with the seeds I bought today? Not that they broke the rotary tiller. Apart from that, she really couldn't think of anything else. After hearing what she said on the phone, she sat up straight and the fermented tofu in her mouth suddenly became less fragrant. What? Really? Our cafeteria is on the first floor of the village guest house. I will go out and wait for you right away. After hanging up the phone, she put down her chopsticks and let Chen Yifan, who had brought them a bag for a day, ordered another boy. Follow me and come with me to bring the basin. Brother Zhang gave us braised chicken. He said he was thanking us for the order we gave. The male classmate who was suddenly called out, had no time to put on an unhappy expression, and when he heard Brother Jiang's name, a sincere smile immediately appeared on his face. If you are not happy, what is not happy, how can you be unhappy? Brother Jiang's business is theirs, let alone bring the food they gave them. The students who had all kinds of bibimbap sauce and pickled vegetables, and finally had a good meal, suddenly felt that the various snacks they had just obtained were no longer delicious. Recalling the taste of braised pork, they stretched their necks together and looked out of the restaurant. I wish I could see the next second, the girl Wang Xiu would appear with braised chicken, even if Wang Xiu didn't appear. I wish Brother Zhang would be our chef. One of the classmates murmured. The person next to him quickly pulled him and signaled him to see the master's abnormally dark face at the food cooking window. What's wrong? I won't let you tell me if the cooking is not delicious. Others are afraid of him, but he is not afraid. Who has no one inside? Don't you know how much money the school professors paid? He just stared at the master openly and said, his tone was full of disdain. Anyway, their professor is ready to check the accounts when he comes back, and he doesn't know how long he can stay. The master threw the rice spoon in his hand into the dining plate with great force, and turned away in anger. He gritted his teeth and read out the name that had appeared very frequently recently, Jiangtu. Before he appeared, everyone was at peace. It was him. A bad person's wealth path is like killing his parents. The almost invisible triangle eyes squeezed by the fat meat turned around twice, and a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is it true that I have to book a farm in the village? I want to cure him, who are not many ways. There is no need to do anything illegal, just sprinkle a handful of salt in the ground, okay? It seems that there is no topic, but no crops grow well and cannot survive. Do you think it is annoying? It just so happened that he didn't have much else, but he had more salt. It should also be taught a lesson to the boy, so that he knows that he should not reach out where he shouldn't. What if the restaurant is lively? The boy couldn't keep running the farm, so the group of students had no food outside. Isn't he going to eat whatever he does? Please flowers, please collect. Chapter 21 The Return of the Wild Boar. When Wang Xiu appeared in the restaurant with a large pot of braised chicken, a huge cheer broke out in the scene. As soon as the lid on the basin was opened, the fragrance locked inside the basin instantly spread to the entire room with the flow of air, and the atmosphere rose directly to the apex. Everyone shouted while swallowing. Brother Zhang is a god. Wu, I'm going to work for Brother Zhang after graduation. It smells so good, it tastes so good. The building of the house was almost overturned. The master hiding in the dark also smelled the smell, drooling while being angry and hating. Xiang Ming cleverly took the big rice spoon thrown by the master and washed it under the faucet. He stood on the stool and shouted loudly, "Don't snatch everyone, let's get a spoon and get a piece of it. Come on, I promise not to shake my hands. Everyone line up and believe me, make the meat first and then serve the soup, and make sure it's right." He held the spoon and greeted him, just like a king holding a scepter. Successfully promoted to the new generation of food-making Master Wang. "I don't know what's going on, it's so good," he whispered to Xing Tianyu. "So this is what a food cook feels like?" Xing Tianyu gave his inexpensive roommate a blank look and reminded him, "Hold on, if you dare to drip your saliva into the vegetable, I will dare to hit you in the stomach." "No, just curse him to be unlucky every day." The classmate behind him shouted while laughing. "Maybe you can even give him too much luck." "That's right, that's it." Xing Tianyu's eyes lit up, which was a good solution. "Get out, I'm a man holding a big rice spoon now." Xiang Ming shook the white steel spoon in his hand, allowing them to see clearly what was facing the light. "Get out, hurry up and cook, what's the point? A spoonful of rice and a spoonful of soup may be really the power of foodies." Xiang Ming actually just gave it to all the students in the canteen. However, no one praised such a wonderful scene, and they were all blocked by the fragrant braised chicken. After a while, everyone seemed to feel that their greedy stomach was satisfied a little before they began to talk in a low voice. "This slight spicy taste is just right, it's appetizing, and I still want to eat it after eating it. Brother Jiang's hands, how do you think they look so delicious? I originally thought that the braised chicken rice at our school gate had already tasted quite good. Today I saw it, wherever I went. I think it's a bit hot." A boy muttered in a low voice. "Whoever dislikes the hottest thing. I'll share the burden for him, I don't have any money." "What are you thinking about? Pour the thick soup on the white rice." Originally, the water was added with less hard rice, and after sucking the soup, they all became crystal clear. Everyone tacitly slowed down their eating speed and turned on the chewing and swallowing mode, for fear that they would disappear like Zhu Beiji, before they could taste the taste of ginseng fruit. I could only watch other classmates eat and drool. Someone learned this lesson from braised pork last time, that miserable little look, tisk tisk tisk. The moon is dark and the wind is high at night. When killing and setting fire. Afraid that Zhang Tu didn't sleep at 10 o'clock in the evening, the master of the canteen stayed until after midnight. Not to mention the villagers, even the students in the service center who claimed to be staying up late and the queen of the emperor were asleep. The wilderness outside was even quieter, except for the sound of the wind passing through the woods, the occasional sound of the crowing birds. A round figure sneaked on the road to the west of the village, sneaking. "It seems that I am carrying some heavy object, so I have to stop from time to time and take a break." He gritted his teeth and stared at the small house on the westmost side, with almost no outline in the night. If it weren't for this person, how could he commit this sin? At the same time, A larger black shadow passed through the layers of woods and appeared on Jiangta's territory. It took heavy steps, gasping heavily, and its scarlet eyes were full of anger. Step by step, neither hurry nor slow, but it seems that the earth is trembling. Crack, a branch as thick as a finger was cut off in response. The crisp sound of thinking that the bones were trampled around the empty woods, shocking a bird. It was just a moment of carelessness. It, the overlord of this mountain forest, was actually knocked down by a small human. They even did this and that to him while it was not awake. It's simply unforgivable. When it finally accumulated enough strength and was about to fight back, it actually attacked it again. No morals. In the end, he took advantage of his lack of awakeness and sent it to the territory of other animals. Forget it, the key is that I won't give it food. Is this what people do? It's true, it's tolerant, but who is unbearable? Uncle can tolerate it, but it is an old pig cannot tolerate it. Do you think that if you put him in a strange place, it will not find its way home? Joke, that is the mountains and forests, where they grow. The wild boar was digging the soil while squirting, trying to find some edible rhizomes from the ground. It really doesn't work, it's okay to be a rat looking for death. Pigs are omnivorous animals, and even more so are wild boars. They can be eaten and delicious. As long as they can be caught, they will be eaten. It looked at the pig pen that was so close to it. Haha, if it weren't for the human being, the cooking skills were so good, and would it really think it like the mud pit that could not be turned away? The more you think about it, the more angry you become. Still hungry? Suddenly, a strange smell broke into the wild boar's nasal cavity on the edge of the territory. Familiar and unfamiliar. It's a bit like a human being who is rogue about it. It turned around suddenly, found the right direction and looked at the figure not far away. Slowly open your long mouth full of fangs. Zhang Tu turned over while sleeping. The Kong was a little hot, so he moved his feet out of the quilt and turned his comfortable beach into a big character. In the village, I had a meal of braised chicken from the sky at night. I smashed it and my mouth was full of the taste of braised chicken in my dreams. It's so delicious to sleep one by one. The master of the canteen couldn't tell which piece of land was the Jiangtu, but he knew that it was always impossible to go a little inside. He smiled and pulled open the sack full of large grains of salt, turned around and prepared to carry it up and pour it into the ground. Suddenly, the sixth sense of life and death was called the police crazily. Danger, dangerous, dangerous. Hide, hide, hide. He turned his head stiffly and slowly, and then stood up straight or not. Fei found out, so what could he do? But I didn't know that there was not even a figure in my sight. A ghost who didn't know what it was but was huge and looked like a life-seeking ghost, drifted towards him quickly. There was also a fishy smell in the puffing sound. Ah! Ghost! Help! With his life-related instinct, he avoided the fatal attack and shouted loudly. The sound is shrill and not as loud as a human voice. The watchdog, who was taking a nap at the east end of the village, was so scared that he jumped up from the nest and barked wildly. It chased, he ran away. Just like before a ghost eats a person, he has to play with it, put his fear to the greatest extent, and then swallow it in one bite. The master could clearly feel that no matter how he ran, the thing was following behind him, and the smelly smell kept pouring in from his shoulders and heads. Save, help! The crotch will become cold after it is warm. Help! Help! Is there anyone help me? He released the animal and shouted, hoping that someone would come to help it if he heard it. Master Gui, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Woo 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 woo. I didn't mean to break into your territory. Please collect it, please flowers, Momo. Chapter 22 Wild Boar and the Master. Zhang Tu was awakened by a strange shout that was overwhelmed by another. This is familiar to him. I don't know which one is going up, down, left and right, front and back, and what are the excitement, or I'm running a late night party, or it may be that I'm selling goods late at night and reaching the passionate place. However, it seems that he hasn't experienced this kind of experience that he once was used to for a long time. He sat up a little doubted about life and turned on his phone. It's just past 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Who is fucking not sleeping to disturb the public? I won't go to work the next day, right? Etc. No. He has returned to his hometown. His current home is 300 acres of land and he lives alone. How can this happen that disturbs the public? It was the weekend, and Sing Tianyu had nothing to do the next day. He chose to indulge himself and play games from all night until dawn. Finally, a girl was queuing her way through the horror copy with her. The headphones were quiet and weird. He could still hear the light or heavy breathing of his roommate through the second level. Suddenly, he vaguely heard a slight sound of being different from a human or a ghost from outside the window. Incomparably clear. He was so scared that he trembled and silently recited in his heart, Amito for an immaculate three pure ones. Peace, democracy, civilization, rule of law. At this time, the phone screen just broke into a ghost, and it quickly hit the screen, revealing an ugly face that could not be more ugly. Ah! He screamed in fear. He was frightened by him on the other end of the phone and shouted, "Ah, damn! Well, it's a male voice. What are you doing? Who do you want to scare to death in the middle of the night? Hee, brother, you're scared." Sing Tianyu. Already asleep, Xiang Ming, who was lying on the braised chicken mountain, was screaming when his roommate pushed in, and was trembling with fear and jumped up from the bed in an instant. He picked up the pillow in a defensive position and asked in panic, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Has braised chicken come here to take revenge?" Sing Tianyu took off his headphones, swallowed involuntarily, and said, "Listen." After Xiang Ming returned to quiet, the howling sounds kept coming from not far away became so obvious that it can't be ignored. He was rational and said with 3 points of contempt, "Your phone sound is not in mind. I used to wear headphones, but I turned it off just now." Sing Tianyu said while sitting stiffly. He felt a chill and slowly climbed down from the solace of his feet to his calf. Then, "This is the sound of the wind." Xiang Ming felt a little scared and said strong and calmly, "What's the sound of the wind? We have listened to it for so long, but still can't tell it." Sing Tianyu wanted to hug him tightly, but his legs were unexpectedly disobedient at all. "Do you remember that legend?" Sing Tianyu asked in a low voice. "The one our graduated senior said, we met Wang Taisan during the construction of this village." "Damn it, don't scare people." Xiang Ming's voice began to tremble, his throat tightened, and he quickly interrupted, "I tell you, I am a materialist and do not believe in ghosts and gods." Ao! A more shrill wail came from the mountains and forests in the distance. "Damn it!" Sing Tianyu and Xiang Ming, two unlucky guys who were unfortunately awake, instantly hugged each other. Their sound was so loud that the lights in several nearby rooms also turned on. Zhang Tu walked out of the house with a coat and flashlight, and shone it eastward as she walked. His house was built on the high ground, and you can clearly see what happened to the east. Then, he sadly discovered that the wild boar had appeared again. It has really been found again. Can the Forestry Bureau be more reliable? It can be done as soon as it is said. It's only one day, and the pig is back. No, this is not the biggest problem now. The biggest problem is that the wild boar that was found seemed to be attacking and playing with something. It's too far away, I can't see clearly, it's quite round, and I scream very miserably. It seems to be a person. It's an individual. People. The next second, the wild boar seemed to be disturbed by the sudden light, and suddenly failed to control its strength, and sent its sharp fangs to the butt of the prey in front of him. Ao! The screams became even more shrill. "My God!" Zhang Tu exclaimed, "What should I do?" He knew how to save someone, and the problem was how to save him. This is a crazy, angry wild boar. He took out his cell phone from his pocket in panic, and ran into the warehouse while calling the village chief. Can throwing sweet potatoes at wild boars and seducing them with food to lure them away, thus stopping its attack? If not, what about adding spiritual spring water? Hey! Song Jun instinctively answered the phone in his dream. Village chief, my river map is the river map where wild boars were found at home. He came back and attacked a human. Is the temptation useful? Can I fight back? Is this considered self-defense? Is it illegal to accidentally injure a wild boar? What? Song Jun was completely confused. He is still in his dream. Wild boar, attacking people, in the middle of the night. Is it reasonable? It's reasonable, because not only did he hear screams on the phone, but he seemed to be able to hear a little outside. When he finished putting on his clothes and putting on his shoes and running to Jiangta's house from the village cadre dormitory, he happened to see a few students, pressing tightly together, fearing and curious. He really wasn't afraid of death. He thought to himself, he dared to join in the fun if he didn't know what happened. But, don't let the people come in vain. When you wake up, bring your tools. Brother Zhang said that the wild boar he had returned and attacked someone. Be careful, don't let yourself get hurt. It doesn't matter if you need it. Song Jun stopped the car, walked up to them, and explained. Without a response, a wave of sound attacks first came. It's Brother Song, we're scared to death. Facing 4 pairs of frightened eyes, Song Jun took out his ears, making it even worse. Can they really do it? He asked himself back. The group ran towards Jiangtu in a hurry. On the Jiangtu, the sweet potatoes stained with spiritual water attracted the full attention of the wild boar. He stood on the wall, dipped the sweet potatoes in some spiritual spring water, and threw them down from the wall. After the wild boar is finished, throw the second one. With the affinity and the most primitive food, the wild boar was finally not allowed to attack humans. Under the flashlight, the bloody fangs were extremely terrifying. It seems that it can easily break the softest belly of human beings at all times and take out the internal organs. The originally scarlet eyes narrowed happily at this time, and the mouth covered with fangs was chewing sweet potatoes. Occasionally I looked up and saw whether the human on the wall who looked amiable and a group of pigs continued to feed it down. Although it is not as delicious as it has ever eaten with the sow, it can fill your stomach and the pig doesn't care. Hey, Jiangtu, are you listening? Hoo, what's going on? Why is there no movement, hoo? Song Jun asked anxiously on the phone, facing the cold wind, and it was difficult to speak. Chapter 23 Carrying Away. I'm temporarily controlling the wild boar. Can you get 120? I can't get out, that person may not be very good. Jiangtu paused and continued, don't get too close, this pig is not as good as it used to be. I like humans. He still remembered that when the pig came from the forestry bureau, he dared to stand and watch as if it was nothing. Now, my mouth is covered in blood. He was not sure if the man had offended the pig or if the pig had begun to hate everyone, but he couldn't afford to bet. Okay, no problem. I have asked someone to pull up the village doctor in our village now. When Song Jun heard the pig temporarily, he felt that Jiangtu was fine and breathed a sigh of relief. He rode the little electric donkey and the legs of the students behind him were about to break. Finally approached, the night was too dark, and it was rare to have no moonlight tonight. I could only vaguely hear someone moaning in pain nearby, still alive. In the distance, there is a bright light, and under the light is a huge black shadow. Jiangtu, are you? Song Jun directed the students and quickly found where the person was. I continued to learn about the situation by phone. I'm feeding the pig. It has no intention to attack me now. I guess it will go back wherever it is full. It's safe for the time being. I guess this guy has been traveling for a day, and then he met someone who came to my house for some reason. You know what, he is tired and hungry. Song Jun twitched his lips, he didn't want to understand. Although I don't know what that person is going to do when he comes to Jiangta's house, it's really unlucky. The students turned on the flashlight of their mobile phones, and the light slowly shook. My God, is this our kitchen master? Look, it seems to be true. What are he doing here if he doesn't sleep? I still have a bag of things here, it looks like salt. The students who were looking for people were all from farmers. When they saw the salt, they thought about it and communicated, and they understood. I came here secretly with salt at night. It was impossible for me to ask Brother Zhang to help him pick vegetables. I didn't want to save anyone in an instant. They all felt that this person was trying to do damage, but they didn't know why they were beaten by the pig. How important farmland is to farmers, they know more deeply than students in any major. This year, those who have no illness or disaster cannot make much money. What's more, now some people think that they will not be able to collect this land artificially. How to say it, is this considered that the evil one will receive one's own reward? Wang Xiu successfully pulled the village doctor out of the bed and rode a small electric donkey to send it over. Hidden merit and fame. The village doctor in the back seat wrapped a down jacket outside his pajamas. He touched his face that was almost frozen and shivered before getting off the car. One slipper fell off halfway. Sure enough, it is right to insist on being single. Women, so terrifying. The 36-year-old village doctor is still single and happy, and is very grateful for his choice. The movements were quick and far away from Wang Xiu. He didn't care about the pain of the gravel on the ground, so he hurried to see the man who was lying on the ground with 6 mobile phone flashlights concentrating and lighting them together. The amount of bleeding is not much, and I still have the strength to hum for so long, and it doesn't feel like I'm hurting the vital points. They were in a hurry to bring a stretcher, so the village doctor quickly signaled someone to go to his office to pick it up. He had no way to deal with the rest of the process on this mud. At this time, Song Jun received a picture from Zhang Tu. From a downward perspective, the wild boar's long and pointed fangs were hung with scarlet blood stains, and his mouth was chewing on it. But my eyes narrowed with pleasure. There is a sense of unreal contrast. The key is that under the light of the flashlight, the red earrings on the pig's ears are so eye-catching. Most of the people from the Forestry Bureau used the locator for pigs. When a group of people were carrying the master with a 200 pound kilogram with a humming and walking towards the village doctor's office. In the video taken by Zhang Tu, the wild boar has already found a place to sleep by himself. Judging from the direction, it is the location of his pig pen. Song Jun wiped his face. He was going to send the injured person to the hospital tonight and stay in the hospital to listen to the situation. The next morning, I had to call the Forestry Bureau people. Well, I can't sleep tonight. He wiped his face and carefully saw the village doctor treating the wounds. The village doctor said while quickly disinfecting, "At present, it's all skin trauma, and the most serious one is the buttocks." The right half of the buttocks was deeply penetrated by the wild boar's fangs, and it was torn apart, revealing the yellow and white tissue inside. To be honest, it was a bit disgusting. Especially the injured person is still fat, and you can see obvious yellow fat through the wound, piled into a thick layer. Actually, I have to thank this thick fat. The main blood vessels in the buttocks are small, and unless they are seriously infected, they will not be in danger of life when dealing with them in time. As for the internal organs, I don't know whether the brain is injured. Our village does not have this medical condition. The blood pressure is a bit high at present, but I think he has diseases like hypertension. Song Jun nodded. The best thing is not to die. When the ambulance carried the person away, a group of students who followed the fun of the whole process returned to the dormitory one by one. Xiang Ming shivered hard, patted Xing Tianyu on the shoulder, and told him very seriously, "Old Xing, when we are fine, don't approach the wild boar." I don't want to have a roommate with 3 flap butt. Get out. Xing Tianyu pushed Xiang Ming away and asked in anger, why am I close to the wild boar for nothing? Xiang Ming sighed, I know others, I'm afraid you accidentally step on the banana peel, and then one's lighting shovel, delivered to your door by yourself. The wild boars are not as easy to talk to as cows raised in our school. One evening, on the way back to the dormitory from the cafeteria, he remembered it very deeply. His good roommate, for some reason, was talking to him the previous second, but disappeared from him in the next second, and then appeared again, under the cow's belly. The banana peel on the solace of the shoes is so eye-catching. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough with the classmates next to him, this guy would have been trampled on his head by a cow and would have been forever young. Of course, the cow was also scared. After a night, Zhang Tu, who was already sleepless at all, took out the phone. Hello, this is the 110 alarm center. He sighed, organized the language and said, hello, I don't need to go to the police, I just want to ask. I rented a piece of land in the village. After that, a strange man appeared in my field in the middle of the night. Yes, I don't know what he wants to do, but he was arched by a wild boar in my field, and seemed to have suffered serious injuries. Yes, wild boars. Well, they are not domestic pigs, they are wild boars backed up by the Forestry Bureau, and the National Second-Class Protected Animal. I'm afraid he will rely on me. Do I need to report the case to the police station tomorrow? By the way, there is a pack of his stuff in my field. Do you need to bring it to you? The policeman who answered the phone was a little sleepy from the beginning, but now he has been awake. There are strange things every year, and there are many this year. I went to the hometown of a fellow villager in the middle of the night, and didn't know what to do, or did nothing, and was robbed by the wild boar without knowing what to do. There are too many notches, and I don't know where to spit it out for a while. Okay, I'll take that bag of things to the police station tomorrow and fill out the form. Okay, I'll bother you. Please collect it, please flowers, thank you. Chapter 24 Call the Police. It was still not dawn in the morning. Zhang Tu sat on the kong with dark circles of black eyes. When will he get used to it? The rooster crows in the morning. 1 rooster is already noisy enough, 3, that's simply a death rock band. Today, he will definitely divide the positions of these broken chickens into new chicken pens. The farther away from him, the better the yard. Just in the favorable treasure chest, he gave a SR-level proficient woodworking skill. It's more than enough to make a chicken coop by yourself. I was originally thinking that today I opened the braised chicken favorable treasure chest I received yesterday in the face of the first ray of purple air. Now let's see, forget it. Don't let his bad mood affect his luck now. When he walked to the pig's pen with his pig food, he found the wild boar without surprise. Strangely, it did not knock over the fence, but chose a place to go against the lee, and directly rubbed itself a nest and slept on the ground. The wild boar seemed to smell the delicious pig food in the air, and his nose moved and he slowly opened his eyes. I found that a human appeared not far away from me. I immediately stood up vigilantly, lowered my body, and made an attacking posture when I was about to take action. But after 3 seconds, I found that it was someone I was familiar with, so I immediately relaxed my vigilance. To be honest, Zhang Tu was a little scared. For the first time he had contacted such a close distance, he found that the pig was standing up close to his waist. According to the information, this is far from the largest size of this pig. It may be an Usheri wild boar or a mixed race with a Siberian wild boar. Logically speaking, he should not have left the house before the Forestry Bureau came. But thinking about the performance of the wild boar after seeing him last night and the affinity skills given by the system, he wanted to take a gamble. If he said that if the pig really didn't want to leave, he would be stubbornly staying at his house. It is best to be able to live in peace. So, he brought 2 large portions of pig food and appeared next to the pig pen. While opening the pig pen door, be alert. The wild boar did not attack, and even followed Jiang Tu openly and walked into the pigpen through the door of the pigpen. I couldn't wait to stand in front of the food trough, looking up at the basin in his hand, as skillfully as if it was raised by his home. Very good, this is a wild boar. Several pigs trembled their legs and came out to eat. While eating, he used his light to secretly glance at the huge creature that suddenly appeared beside him. After a while, they all squeezed to Jiang Tu, as if he was the legendary mother pig who could protect them. Jiang Tu didn't want to speak and stood up. He wanted to see what the wild boar that had enough food and drink would do next. Are you stepping into the forest without looking back? Return to your original life. Still? It was to go back to his pig's nest and continue to sleep. Do you want to be so distant? Is the skin of wild animals so thick? Jiang Tu thought of this answer, but he felt that the probability was too low. How could a wild animal that is used to freedom really give up just by giving up just to eat it in one bite? As a result, there is really a pig, which is quite a domestic pig. Could it be that wild boars are self-dominating? Forget it, if it doesn't hurt people, let it go. Anyway, the Forestry Bureau will come to solve the problem in the end. Jiang Tu gave up. Lying flat. Anyway, the wild boar will not hurt him, nor will he hurt the wild boar. Just cook one more portion of pig food, and he can still cook it. It was still early, and Jiang Tu calculated that the police station had not opened yet, so he was not in a hurry to go. He first went to the scene last night to take a few photos. The hands with threaded gloves rubbed the white crystal particles scattered outside, which felt a little familiar. He sniffed it, and there was no strange smell. According to his knowledge reserve, he really couldn't tell what it was. The system has no related functions. So, why did this person appear in his territory, and why did he get such a big bag of things? He picked it up and it was quite heavy. He must have 50 pounds. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, a white pickup truck was parked at the door of the county police station. When I heard that I had called last night, several people came out of the police station. There is no other reason, they are just curious, pure curiosity. This is the first time that their county has encountered this matter. I also brought the things he carries, and they were in the back of my car. Jiang Tu said while filling out the form. I don't know what it is, I've been scattered in my field. He also showed a lot of photos of the scene he took with his mobile phone to the police officer in charge of handing over him. Whew, it's a wild boar. Look at it, there are signs. I heard yesterday that there are wild boars going down the mountain in which village, it won't be your village. The police officer in charge of the record exclaimed while passing pictures. Look, there's still blood on this tooth. The person has been sent to the hospital, right? The police continued to understand the situation. Yes. Jiang Tu nodded, it should have been sent by the village chief of our village. What's the specific situation? I didn't dare to go out last night. It's right that you don't go out. The policeman nodded, if you go out, the wild boar may have to attack you. Hey? How did you come out today? The Forestry Bureau has finished processing, it's very fast. The policeman didn't show his face and sighed in his heart, the efficiency is okay. No, the pig is still sleeping in my pig pen. Jiang Tu's face was a little red inexplicably. The pig slept in his pig pen, but he really didn't raise this pig. Police officers? Didn't it mean it's a wild boar? Why did you go to sleep in your pig pen? If this is a domestic pig, it will be hard to say. Anyway, it will be much more troublesome than wild boars. This matter is a long story. Jiang Tu scratched his cheek, and things just developed like this, who could have thought it would be possible? At the beginning, the wild boar went down the mountain, bullied my pigs, robbed my pigs of food, and acted as a hooligan to my pigs. The police nodded and signaled him to continue. After notifying the village chief, I was driven away by the village chief with a gong. I scared my pig away by the way. Then, my pig came back by itself, and the wild boar came back too. The police stopped writing and looked at Jiang Tu with bright eyes, their eyes full of curiosity about the next development. The Forestry Bureau has not appeared yet, so this matter is definitely not over. We notified the Forestry Bureau for this. They poured the wild boars into my pig pen and pretended to be gone. The Forestry Bureau told me that the wild boars have been released from the scenic spot. They probably won't come back. I thought the wild boar would not come back, but I didn't expect it. The policeman was silent. The experience of this wild boar is quite legendary. But they were even more curious about what the sow of Jiangtu family looked like, and it was for the wild boar to be a fan of. Dong 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 dong. 3 knocks on the door reminded me of a little police officer walking in with a piece of paper. It's salt, coarse salt that has not been refined yet, is non-toxic. It is generally used to mix seawater. Farmers also use it to pickle pickles. However, I don't recommend eating too much. It has not been refined for the final time, and it still contains traces of substances that are not good for the body. Everyone present was confused after hearing the result. No, why do you want to fight a bag of salt in the middle of the night? Could it be that you were stealing something and taking the wrong path? A bag of salt costs only a few dollars. Not expensive yet. When Jiang Tu left the police station, she still didn't understand. But I finally felt at ease. When he returned to the village, he was stopped by Xiang Ming when he just passed the service station. Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang! He shouted loudly. What's wrong? Jiang Tu stopped the car and frowned in confusion. I tell you that the person who went to your field yesterday was the master of our kitchen. He may think that the delicious food you gave us these days has snatched his business and held a grudge against you. Last night, we probably planned to sprinkle salt in your field. Chapter 25 The Forestry Bureau is here again. Seeing that Brother Jiang didn't seem to understand the seriousness of the matter very well, he gestured. Salt, if too much salt is spread in the field, it will become a saline alkali land. If it melts, it will not be seen, but nothing can grow. For decades, the land may not be able to metabolize completely, and that piece of land is considered to be abandoned. This is nothing. If someone raises trouble and asks someone to come for testing, you can't think about it. Maybe you have to lose money or something. The key is that if it succeeds, you don't know who did it. Xing Tianyu and several classmates who participated in the rescue operation last night at the same time nodded together. I hope Jiang Tu can understand the severity of the situation. They deliberately blocked Brother Jiang here and told him their guesses. The master of their canteen was not a good person, but their professor was not able to solve the problem due to the relationship. Now he did it himself. He didn't think about it if he didn't stay in the hospital for a few months. To thank the indirect benefactor. Everyone gave Jiang Tu advice every word, and they were all unreserved. Brother Jiang, although it's a little expensive, you should install the surveillance. Yes, yes, we can provide you with the models we teach here, you can refer to them. Everyone gives advice to Jiang Tu every word, they are all unreserved. Jiang Tu only felt that what she heard was full of practical information. Sure enough, every discipline has its own value. After Jiang Tu thanked him seriously, he drove away when he found that there was nothing else. These students looked at Jiang Tu's back as he left, but did not realize the seriousness of the matter. It's not them that they succeeded, but that the wild boar successfully drove away the master of their canteen. It's a good thing. But from another perspective, that is to say, starting today, no one will cook in the cafeteria. In fact, no one cooked in the morning. But this student usually doesn't go to the cafeteria to eat pickles in the morning, so he didn't notice it. When Jiang Tu returned home, he found that there were many more people in his field. The village chief hid next to a jeep with a very familiar look and a large iron cage. He was sweating heavily and looked at the Forestry Bureau's pig catching with concern. The exact thing is to catch wild boars. The Forestry Bureau staff who wanted to keep the wild boar alive were evenly matched with the wild boar for a while, and the two sides were in a stalemate. Even because of improper operation, his sow was released and forced to join the pursuit. How chaotic the scene is! From a distance, there were 3 big roosters standing on the wall of his house that were not too big to watch the fun. The village chief felt as if he had heard the sound of the car from the chaos. When I turned around, I saw someone he couldn't contact for a long time. At this moment, I finally didn't know where I came back. When faced with the innocent eyes full of "What's the situation?" the village chief twitched his forehead hard. My head that I haven't slept all night hurts even more. That's right, well, this situation. Song Jun tried hard to organize the language. When people from the Forestry Bureau heard my feedback, they decided to send someone to catch the wild boars and release them for the second time. Put it to a place where people are rare and no one can find it. Song Jun squeezed his eyes, lowered his voice, and told all the things that happened last night. He looked around carefully, and then said in a smaller voice, "No one wants this wild boar to die because he attacked him. You know. By the way, where are you going? I didn't find him in the morning and you thought something was wrong with you?" he asked quickly. At the beginning, the phone was not connected, and he didn't take it seriously. He was struggling so late last night, so he thought he hadn't gotten up yet, so he was going to come and smash the door. There was no response when he smashed the door, but instead alarmed the wild boar. So, they were forced to start a wild boar arrest plan in advance. It has continued until now. I'll call the police. Jiang Tu looked at the extremely chaotic scene in front of her, and she didn't know what expression she should use to face it. The wild boar is now in the middle of the encirclement, surrounded by 7 or 8 people, all holding tools in their hands. Most of them are riot-proof forks, explosion-proof shields, and the 2 of them are feces forks and sticks. On the ground, there were 2 needles with red tails, which were obviously anesthesia needles that were not hit. Once the wild boar bumps in one direction, the person next to him will be responsible for intercepting it. If it really doesn't work, he will use the tools in his hand to beat him hard. Strive to create another shot for the veterinarian. Jiang Tu saw something else from the wild boar's attack and quickly turned it over. When Song Jun heard that Jiang Tu called the police, he immediately gave a thumbs up. Last night, the man in the hospital complained first with the evil man, wailing and saying he wanted to call the police. He originally came over to remind Jiang Tu whether to take action first. People are injured by wild boars. But it is indeed in Jiang Tu's place. Even though I knew that the court would hardly make the judgment to ask Jiang Tu to compensate, it would be hard to go through the process of quarrel with that thing. It's not good to have this skill to do something. When will this end? Jiang Tu looked at a person holding an explosion-proof shield and was pushed away by a wild boar again, with his eyes twitching. No matter how you look at this group of people in their 40s or 50s, can they really withstand their bodies? I don't know, until I catch it. Song Jun didn't know either. He didn't even know why this wild boar was so capable of hiding. Wasn't it very easy last time? This difficulty is upgraded too quickly. Then can I go home? Jiang Tu continued. His cell phone ran out of power, and he ran out of power when he came out of the police station. If it weren't for the habit of bringing cash in the village, the barbed wire wouldn't be able to pay. Wait, what if you are injured by accident when you go in now? Song Jun signaled the young man to be calm. He had been watching it for almost an hour, but he didn't say anything. Their village branch, those old cotters even went up to help and took the feces forks. The one from the child is not at all like 50 years old. Jiang Tu glanced at the village chief deeply. Based on the performance of the wild boar this morning, he felt that he was safe. Besides, just this wild boar was in a state of last night, the person holding the explosion-proof shield was not pushed out, and he just fell down and squatted. He felt that he had not made a mistake in his judgment. This wild boar is more like playing with this group of people than rebelling seriously, and avenging itself. Let's go to my house to sit, you don't need it anyway. You haven't slept all night, so you can just sit in and take a nap. Jiang Tu warmly invited him. Didn't you see that the group of people didn't let the young village chief join the battle? I was afraid that he would not catch the pig, but was injured because of lack of energy. Ah! Song Jun had not reacted yet. It was discovered that Jiang Tu had already grabbed his arm and dragged him into the battlefield alive. He tried hard to stick his feet to the ground, not wanting to go in. Big brother, if you are urged by a pig, it will be fatal. Did you see that fangs? Last night, the butt that had almost become 3-petal ones. On a battlefield of hundreds of meters, he walked tremblingly, and Jiang Tu walked openly. Just as the wild boars and the forestry bureau and others were watching, I safely arrived at my doorstep. Jiang Tu threw the key to the village chief and walked back himself. Song Jun hurriedly took the key, not understanding what Jiang Tu is going to do. Just as he was about to shout, he saw Jiang Tu strode into the encirclement, grabbing his sow's ears from the chaos and pulling them in the direction of the pig pen. GG. It hurts, it hurts. Tap, tap. The sow, who was having fun, was suddenly grabbed by his ears and exhaled in pain, and looked like he didn't dare to resist when he saw the president. Where are those people catching wild boars? Why are you joining in the fun? Now it hurts? Shut up. It hurts my ears. Jiang Tu cursed while dragging her head. He reached out and gave the sow a big pussy. The entire battlefield was astonished by the sudden situation, as if time had stopped. After reacting, the person in charge of the forestry bureau was about to start scolding. I found that they could not deal with the wild boar, lifting their legs, like a child who made a mistake, followed behind and went back to the pig pen. He is not decent. Please ask for flowers and collection. 3. Chapter 26. No one cooks. The people from the forestry bureau and the village cotters couldn't believe their eyes. If they weren't sure, and certainly, this wild boar was really a pure wild species. They all have to doubt that this is a domestic pig that has been fed. How come a fierce group in front of them is like a little lamb just like that boy? Is it true that wild boars also look at their faces? Why didn't they know before? Everyone looked at Director Lu Honglei and wanted to ask what to do next. This wild boar can still be taken away. When they first heard that wild boars were attacking humans, they wanted to get them away and put them in the deep mountains. It means to let it not come back to harm humans, and it means to spare its life. Last time they were careless. I didn't expect that the wild boar could be retrieved by myself, and I didn't expect that an unlucky guy would hit the pig's mouth. In many places in the south, the proliferation of wild boars is a disaster. But here, in Baiqiling, wild boars are the main food for large cats. The excellent quality of how fast they grow is, and it is also an important link in this biological chain that is about to collapse. If you can, don't kill. Finally, after a series of fierce discussions, the wild boar was temporarily left near Jiang Tu's home. After a few days, when the food in the forest increases again, it probably will go back by itself. At the same time, the Forestry Bureau will issue a feeding certificate to Jiang Tu. But Jiang Tu must ensure that he will not restrict the freedom of this wild boar. It will also do its best to prevent this wild boar from going to the village to harm other humans. It sounds a bit ridiculous, but the wild boar really listens to this guy. What can the capable people from the Forestry Bureau do? If possible, they all wanted to pull the young man into the group. Because of this emergency, a group of people from the Forestry Bureau left Xiong'er village without even eating. Seeing the leaders in the county leave, the elderly village cotters in their village have only emerged one by one. Covering his waist, arching his back, sighing, as if he was about to part with him in the next second. No, old, I think I was when I was young. Song Jun looked at the group of people with a twitching corner of his mouth, always feeling that they were like this to push the heavy paperwork to him. But he had no evidence. Finally, Zhang Tu's family finally returned to its original quiet and peacefulness. I just don't know if it's a blessing or a disaster to get a wild boar in vain. Zhang Tu turned around and saw the wild boar and his sow lying in the green pigpen that had just seen, basking in the sun lazy. Occasionally, I rub my back on the ground, and my thick thighs stretched comfortably. My eyes narrowed a curve, and I was chewing an apple in my mouth, looking very satisfied with my current life. He didn't know what to say. Are all wild boars like this? This is not extinct yet, and the fertility is quite strong. At noon, a group of students who took lunch boxes to the cafeteria to make meals, looking at the empty food hall, everyone was stunned. The lost memories suddenly came back, and their master fell down last night. So, no one cooked for them today. No matter how unpalatable it is, no one will make it for them. In their small canteen, they only need to make meals for a total of 25 people, including professors. Sometimes some professors are not here, and they can still do 2 points less. Therefore, from purchasing to cooking later, they were contracted to the master alone. Usually, 2 aunts and aunts from the village came to help wash vegetables in pots. Even the dining plates are prepared by them and do not need to be cleaned by the canteen. That is, the professor's meal needs snacks. It's over. The claws are numb. A group of young men and girls, facing the empty cafeteria, began to feel at a loss. This situation is not within their expectations. What's going on next? We won't have no food to eat all the time. I don't know who said, I'm just talking. It hit everyone's heart with a bang. Professor Li is observing the latest wheat germination situation he has developed recently, and he wishes he could grow in the laboratory 24 hours a day. I was afraid that he would not pay attention, and the newly born Xiao Miao Miao would not want to live. It was not until his stomach protested that he realized that no one had delivered him food today. I had to walk out of the laboratory by myself and see what was going on. He was a little confused when facing the kitchen that was not on fire and the canteen with various instant noodles smells floating. Why are no one cooking? Students are still eating instant noodles that are so unnutritious. The canteen master has asked for leave? No one informed him either. As the senior sister, Wang Xiu was pushed out by everyone at this time and explained to the professor as a representative why they had no food to eat at noon. Wang Xiu glared at the group of people next to her, and didn't know how to look for her for good things, so she would just push her out in one go, right? Wait for her. She met her teacher's eyes and quickly sorted out her language and explained the matter clearly in a few words. Our chef, we were urged to the hospital by a wild boar last night. I heard it's quite serious and it won't be cured for several months. So, no one cooked this afternoon. We thought you knew, but we didn't bother you. Professor Li, who is addicted to research, is a little doubtful about his ears. What is the situation when a person is urged to the hospital by a wild boar? The wild boar rushed into the service area. Why didn't he hear any noise at all with such a big situation? Professor Li asked directly. Wang Xiu pulled the professor at her family and said, Teacher, this is not the point. The point is that if we don't find a new master as soon as possible, we may not have eaten for a long time. When it comes to eating, Xiang Ming's eyes suddenly shone brightly. He had a suggestion, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. But I didn't dare to speak. He winked at his senior sister desperately, his eyes almost cramped when they blinked. Unfortunately, Wang Xiu didn't even look at him. Professor Li, who was nearly 60 years old, pushed his glasses and wait, he didn't understand this. The day before yesterday, their professor group held a meeting and discussed the issue of the master. Among them, some people suggested checking if there is something wrong with the various funds. Their plan is to stabilize people first, at least after confirming that there is evidence and recruiting people to take over, then deal with it. As a result, before they could do it, there was no food to eat. This matter is correct. Wang Xiu, who was standing next to the professor, watched as her teacher was immersed in her thoughts again, turned around and glared at the people fiercely. Poke, and the back is about to poke. Fa, she can still read the news in front of the professor. What do you think, how can she not know? She also wanted Brother Zhang to come and take over the canteen, but the question is Brother Zhang willing? Teacher, do you think this is okay? Let's find someone in the village to take over the master's class. Let us have food first. As for the master, you are discussing it with a few professors. Can you? Wang Xiu whispered a suggestion. That's fine. The professor nodded. But, are people familiar with each other? Is it reliable? Can they be willing? Professor Li sent a soul 3 questions. Wang Xiu choked, and they didn't know whether she wanted it or not. But Brother Zhang is definitely more reliable than the original master. No, you agree first before we can say it. Wang Xiu smiled at her teacher with a plea. Chapter 27 Come to the door. By the way, he touched Professor Li's ear and muttered in a low voice, you have to tell me a little about the treatment of the master. This way I can negotiate terms with people. You can't let others work but don't pay. Professor Li nodded. This is the reason. Okay. He said, anyway, this is the only way to do it at noon today. Everyone can make do with it first. That's Yang Ming, give me the whole instant noodles. Xiu, come with me. This group of students, leaving the good school laboratory, came to work with them in this countryside, doing farm work every day. If the treatment is not improved, how can it be done? At first, he didn't know that these children usually eat so poorly. The food delivered to him was very good. He thought the students were eating too. This is the case. It seems that we will still have to go to the cafeteria more in the future. When Wang Xiu came out with the treatment of the canteen master, she fell into a state of confusion and couldn't recover for a long time. What kind of sucker are they? What kind of suckers are they? Why did no one cause trouble earlier because they had poor food and were not delicious? If she had received this treatment earlier, she would have slapped her with a big slap. Take the money from the 5-star hotel and let them be the meal of the fly restaurant, right? At the corner, she directly looked at the earnest gaze of a bunch of people. After a while, everyone knew that they were lying on the stairs and blocking him. They had the ability to go face to face with the professor. Their old Li, who is just a little hard to speak, has stricter requirements for the experiment, has a little tighter graduation card, and can still eat them. But she still skillfully stuffed the note behind her. She should keep this little face for the professors. How is it? Did it become? Everyone only cares about this. The professor agreed. I don't know whether Brother Zhang can agree. Wang Xiu pushed them out. Not far ahead is their professor's laboratory, and they are clamoring here in a crazy way. What if you want to be scolded? God knows whether some of the small seedlings in their laboratory will perform to everyone because of their loud voice. Then, their professors will transform into fire-breathing dragons and appear. If it works, at least in the past few days, Brother Zhang will help me cook. Wang Xiu's face was solemn. As for time, it depends on us. Now, the most important question is how to get Brother Zhang to agree. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria and hold a small meeting to discuss it. A group of people walked towards the canteen together, and Xiang Ming was the only one left, carrying a box of instant noodles and walking to the professor's office alone. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Xiu took Xiang Ming, Chen Yifan, and Bai Wentao, and rode 2 small electric donkeys to the door of Jiangta's house. The 4 of them stared at the wild boar in the pig pen and gave Zhang Tu a thumbs up in their hearts. Brother Zhang, awesome! Wild boars can also be raised. Come on, success or failure will be another hit. We have shouldered the expectations of all students. Bottom line, as long as Brother Zhang does not cross the bottom line, we can agree. If Brother Zhang crosses the bottom line. Let's see if we can change the bottom line. Put the 4 hands together. Press hard and then release them. The collar that should be tidied up, and the throat that should be cleared. Wang Xiu first took a step forward, took out the highest posture of following her mentor to discuss the project, and went up to knock on the door and shouted, "Brother Zhang, are you at home? I am Wang Xiu, I have something to do with you." Zhang Tu, who was nailing the chicken coop in the yard, heard the sound and looked up at the door. 3 men and 1 woman stood in a row and politely put the most standard smiling face at him. "Zhang Tu? What's the situation? This is..." He put down his nail gun and stood up, and the wood chips on his body fell all over the ground. There was no time to say whether to change clothes or something, so he could only try to pat it clean. He was infected and solemnly opened the door and invited someone in. "The door is not closed, you can just come in." He looked at Xiangming strangely. This kid actually knew to be polite this time? A little strange. "Well, Brother Zhang, don't be busy." Wang Xiu quickly interrupted Brother Jiang's behavior of trying to get them water and said straight to the point. "We are here to find you, there is something serious to talk about." She cleared her throat. "That's right. He suddenly went to the hospital for the master cooking chef we brought. No one cooked for him." Zhang Tu widened his eyes. Could it be that he was asking for compensation? Immediately afterwards, I heard Wang Xiu continue. "We thought of you and wanted to ask if you can go to our cafeteria to cook for you. The conditions are all easy. Our canteen master has an independent salary, and we are responsible for the money for buying ingredients. We cannot pay you 5 insurances and 1 fund for the time being, but we will make up for it in the future for a long time. We also have various subsidies, which are considered overtime on holidays. Temporary increase in volume also has an extra price. These are our basic conditions, and you can also mention other conditions, but we can consider them too much." "Ah?" Zhang Tu was a little confused, so he gave him 2 dishes and was selected to become their canteen master? Is the original master happy? "Ah, no, the original master seemed to have been brought into the hospital by a pig. Sorry. The conditions are very good, but I can't do it here." Zhang Tu refused directly. He still has a 300 acre farm to manage. The land needs to be plowed, the base fertilizer needs to be added, and the seedlings must be cultivated. He also signed a forage planting contract and decided on the fruit trees. A wild boar almost disrupted all his plans, let alone the canteen master. Now he doesn't even have time to pay attention to the system. He occasionally gives some delicious food and earns some good reviews, treasure chests, which is his greatest respect for the system. He also plans to shoot short videos and live broadcasts. Now he sees how he has time. I guess in a few days, I will have to hire a short-term worker or something, otherwise I will be too busy with my company. The pastoral life in reality is different from what I imagined. Can I ask why? Bai Wen Tao wanted to fight for it, and there was always a reason for such a merciless rejection. I won't hide it from you. Zhang Tu sighed, I can't even handle my own farm now. I have to go and cook for you or something. In this way, if you occasionally want to eat something delicious, come over and tell me, I will try my best to arrange it. Do you think it's okay? After all, they are now mutually beneficial. Bai Wen Tao nodded in understanding. He stepped forward, a warm smile on his face, and he ended up with the dominance of the conversation from Wang Xiu, saying, what if we are willing to help you organize the farm? He was born into a business family and did not agree with Wang Xiu's negotiation skills that showed off all the cards at the beginning. As a result, the other 3 people agreed that we should be unreserved and show our greatest sincerity for Brother Zhang. He was obeyed by a few and lost. Now, you can't rely on him. Zhang Tu was stunned and asked, what does this mean? I would like to ask for flowers, to collect, and to all readers. Chapter 28 Take over the canteen. He felt that the boy who was a few years younger than him smiled like a little fox, but he also felt that he had nothing to be deceived, so he was fearless. When Bai Wentao saw that there was a show, his mouth curled up even more, and his voice couldn't help but temptation. I mean, we will help you get the jobs on the farm, and you can help us run the canteen. In this way, both of us can be considered professional and specialized. Regarding Zhang Tu, he once learned about some uncles and aunts in the village. It is said that his family used to run a hotel. Even if he didn't do this, it would be enough to deal with their small canteen since he was a child. Besides, just braised pork and braised chicken, Bai Wentao knew that his skills were really awesome. Leaving their former master, there are 800 streets and 30 alleys. Yes. Chen Yifan thought of this, and then recommended himself, although we are just farmers now, we also have experience in working in the fields in the village. We can definitely help with spring plowing. Yes, yes, Xiang Ming nodded immediately. You have also seen the land we plowed with a rotary tillage machine, and it should be pretty good. Zhang Tu touched her chin. I understand what you mean. To be honest, there are hundreds of millions of people who are moved. In this way, he can get rid of the complicated and unfamiliar farm work and implement his past plans one by one. His farm will welcome a group of professional employees. All he has to pay is the time to prepare 3 meals a day, and these 3 meals can also be turned into materials. How many people's meals do you need to prepare? Zhang Tu asked. 25, no more than 25 at normal times. Wang Xiu said immediately. But it's not absolute. Speaking of this, her confidence suddenly became insufficient, and she voiced much less. During this, there may be students from the school coming to internships. But I promise, there are not many times and I will notify you in advance. Zhang Tu nodded to show understanding. So, listen to my proposal. At this time, Zhang Tu didn't know how pleasant his words sounded in the ears of those 4 people. You said. This is to agree, happy. They looked at each other and decided to start the last plan. If we step on the bottom line, we will move the bottom line backward. I can go to your cafeteria to cook without even having any compensation, but in contrast, you have to be responsible for the farm work of my entire farm. Including teaching me. How? Zhang Tu was a little nervous and felt that his request was a bit too much. Nowadays, he went out to hire a short-term worker at least 150 a day, and now he wants to rely on the salary of the canteen master to get a job of 20 professionals. Otherwise, give me some money. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by the word deal. Wang Xiu and the other 4 could not believe what they heard. Is there really only such a requirement? It's just another 300 acres of farm work, it's not a problem at all. Besides, how much life can we live? After enduring the busiest spring plowing, the rest is to be more busy during the autumn harvest. Brother Zhang doesn't need them to record or write reports here. Brother Zhang, let's go back to plan the contract. Can you start directly tonight? We have no food to eat at noon. Wang Xiu has changed her usual toughness and smiles well. Xiang Ming knew her best and her eyes were almost scared. But this did not affect the speed of his fingers at all. It's done, comrades. Xiang Ming excitedly typed such a line of words in the group. Unsurprisingly, countless celebratory emoticons were welcomed. Brother Jiang's conditions are back and tell you that everyone may have to work harder in the future. Xiang Ming continued to type. We agree on it for you. Anyway, if you want to eat Brother Jiang's meal, you have to agree if you don't agree. Think about braised pork and braised chicken. I don't know how the 4 people will convince others when they go back. Zhang Tu was caught in a difficult problem at this time. What he does to them for food tonight? Among the recipes, the 2 with the highest grades have only been eaten recently. Repeat isn't it bad to do it for them? He opened the system panel to see what ingredients he has and what recipes he has now. Braised pork, braised chicken, assorted fried rice, and fried rice are not good at eating fried rice at night. Bread, not to mention that the oven has not been built yet. SR perfect egg tofu soup? This is okay. Alas, there is also a master-level Lan Sangxian here, which is quite good. At the beginning of the 30 consecutive draws, his gaze was concentrated in the SSR, especially the seeds and breeders in the SSR. For a while, some recipes hidden in SR and S were also ignored. It's like the 3 Fresh Earth system. I have now obtained the Master Level 3 Finished Earth. Will I open a perfect 3 Finished Earth in the future? Zhang Tu wants to know this now. It's not that I'm not dissatisfied, but that I feel a little repetitive, and I'm afraid that one day I will be possessed by a NONM Master and open an entry level 3 Finished Earth. No, each recipe system will only appear once, and the level is uncertain. The host can upgrade through the positive reviews chest. The order is 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. He understood. The recipe cannot be obtained repeatedly, but it can be upgraded, just like from master level to perfect level. You need 10,000 experience points of a good rated treasure chest. But Zhang Tu also understands that the higher the level of the recipe, the easier it is to get a favorable treasure chest. Otherwise, it is even more difficult. For the remaining recipes, he also has S-level fried noodles with S-level scallion oil. Finally, the ingredients are all messy. Zhang Tu put his hopes into the treasure chest that he had originally planned to draw 10 consecutive times this morning. At least give him another meat dish. He used to know how to cook, but after eating the systematic braised pork, he felt that his level was a beginning. But there is one thing he is still quite proud of. He can use the camera to make ordinary food, and the later it becomes delicious and tempting. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSR recipe, perfect grade garlic ribs. As soon as this appeared, everything in the remaining treasure chest seemed to become less important. He is indeed a lucky man, and he can come whatever he wants. Isn't there a recipe tonight? Rice, garlic-flavored pork ribs, squash, and a tofu egg flour soup. The system was even considerate, and even prepared a piece of pork ribs for him. Ingredients, pork ribs * 10 catties. As for tofu, he didn't mind driving to the county town immediately. But before that, he had to go to the original cafeteria of the group of students to see if he could borrow their rice cooker. He really doesn't have the super large rice cooker that can make 20 people's rice at once. Oh? Brother Zhang, why are you here? I still want to go and sign a contract with you. Bai Wentao took over the job of writing a contract from Wang Xiu and went to Jiangtu to sign a contract. The reason is that she wanted to take the remaining students to hold a meeting to discuss the division of labor and cooperation at Zhang Ji's farm. Ah, I'll borrow it. The rice cooker used by the chef is not that big in my house. Zhang Tu looked at the contract and thought there was no problem, so she signed his name. Oh, I'll take you there. Bai Wentao found a spare key from Professor Li, and wanted to send it to Brother Zhang here together. The two walked towards the kitchen together. The moment the big iron door opened. Despair. Chapter 29 Supper. Zhang Tu and Bai Wentao looked at the black and black kitchen in front of him in shock, and took 3 steps back together. The stainless steel countertops used to be covered with tan oil stains, and the cutting boards also contain rotten vegetable leaves. The range hood couldn't see its original appearance, and black traces flowed from the wall to the countertop. Even the ceiling is full of oily ideas. If you can't tell which one, oil will tick on the ground or fall on your clothes. Especially Bai Wentao, when he recalled that he had eaten the food produced in this canteen for nearly a month, he was in a bad mood. My stomach surging, and I kept trying to escape from my throat and see the outside world. He took out his cell phone strongly, and sent it to the group with 10 consecutive shots as fast as possible, and could no longer help but run outside and vomit. Anyway, he can't be the only one who suffers, vomit. I'll let that master come back again, I'm his grandson. He held the outer wall, vomiting only sour water, and his eyes were red. It is also amazing to force an outstanding college student who was originally handsome and humble to speak swear words. Very. Jiang Tu listened to the vomiting sound behind her back and turned around without any nostalgia. He decided to prepare the meal at his house before bringing it over. I'd better buy the rice cooker myself, he added. The scene just now made his scalp numb. His mother runs a hotel. In his impression, even if the kitchen of a hotel is not something that can be seen, it is still clean. Before and after work starts every day, a dedicated person will stay to clean it up. Even every month, there will be special closure and disinfection time. Just now, when the flies and mosquitoes woke up, the students were probably able to eat extra dishes every day. No, I can't think about it anymore, he also wants to vomit. I'll get you back and reimburse you. Bai Wentao shouted strongly at Jiangtu. He now wants to go to the hospital for gastric lavage. Wang Xia, when the popularity rushed over, she saw Jiangtu's back leaving. She said angrily, Bai Wentao, why are you disgusting? Disgusting. Bai Wentao's legs were so weak that he vomited. You guys go in and see. Vomit. Hiccup. I can't think of any other way to save the kitchen except for reconstruction. The group walked inside with doubts. The big iron door that has never been opened to them has now been wide open. You can visit it casually if you don't have tickets. Let's go, damn. Very. You said, do our professor's meals are also produced here? Don't, stop talking, report, report. Vomit. Suddenly, there was a row of walls outside the wall spitting out. It's simply amazing. Another one of them was so naughty that he was half pouted and asked, did you say, did he wash the vegetables he cooked for us? Vomit. Shut up. Ayo. Someone got beaten up for saying the wrong thing. When Jiangtu drove back from the county, he was shocked to find that there was a row of college students who were doubting their lives sitting on the curbs in the village. The pale little face and the translucent soul floating out of the corner of the mouth were neatly arranged. He stopped the car, with a smile on his eyes and asked, will you still have a meal tonight? Ah, rice. Xiang Mingmu repeated blankly, and took a sip of the stomach medicine in the thermos cup, looking numb. I won't make garlic-flavored pork ribs, dirt fried fresh, and tofu soup if I don't eat it. Jiangtu is to be honest. He felt that it was normal for these students to lose appetite for dinner after being so excited. Garlic-flavored pork ribs. 3 fresh ground. And soup. What you want to eat, what you want to eat. As soon as the recipe was passed in my mind, Xiang Ming immediately resurrected with blood, lit his head desperately. I was afraid that such a sumptuous supper would be gone if it was 1 second late. I just vomited so much that I had nothing in my stomach. If I didn't eat, I would be hungry. Okay, let me know you. After Jiangtu left, a group of pale little faces seemed to have been comforted and returned to a little bloody color. Song Jun, who was pressing his nausea behind, decided to send the most difficult ant in their village to make sure that the one who was robbed by the pig would compensate him. Cut the ribs into small pieces with a bone-cutting knife, put them in clean water for a while to remove the blood. In this short time, I took out the garlic I just bought from the market, put it on the cutting board, patted the back of the knife, and the garlic cloves fell off from it, and I could easily take out the white and tender garlic cloves inside. Garlic-flavored pork ribs are mainly garlic. There are also some specialties in pickling pork ribs. Vegetable juice should be used, usually with onions, celery, or radish, which can both remove fishy smell and have a fragrance. He also added a little pineapple, which not only gave the ribs a fruity aroma, but also made the meat tenderer. Put the meat aside and fry the minced garlic first. Fry until it is golden and not burnt, so that the minced garlic is not bitter and the fragrance can be fully stimulated. Minced garlic ribs are a hard-working dish. They need to be delicious, fried, and fried twice. Jiang decided while making it, it is not unreasonable that this dish is sold on the market. Fortunately, he was able to prepare the ingredients of the 3 fresh rice in his free time and use the oil pan of fried pork ribs to oil it together. No waste. When the fragrance in the kitchen begins to float in the yard, the pig outside also started to hum. A kind of students who had long forgotten the miserable situation in the kitchen, took lunch boxes and desperately looked towards the cement road outside the service station. Those who knew they were waiting for food, and those who didn't know thought it was the group of young wives waiting for their husbands to come home. They had already vomited and had nothing left in their stomachs. In the afternoon, they also used their strongest spirit of hard work to keep the dining area in the cafeteria from inside to outside, from top to bottom, and cleaned up every corner. The tiles and the floor can really capture people now. As for the kitchen, I won't let them in before, so don't let them go in the future. Let the village chief worry about this matter, and they promise not to go beyond the line. Here you come, Brother Zhang has sent me a WeChat message. Xiang Ming shouted with his cell phone. I'll bring you a group, and everyone will see it in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed to the side of the cement road and looked straight to the west. Sure enough, a white pickup truck appeared from the west after a while. Oh! Everyone cheered. Line up, queue up, leave a beautiful first impression on Brother Zhang, so that we can only be happy when we cooperate. Hurry up, get moving. Wang Xia waved her lunch box to direct. The first one stood at the dinner table they had set up in the afternoon. Xiang Ming is the second one. Zhang Tu moved an oversized insulated food box from the back truck and walked into the canteen. Chen Yifan and Xiang Ming saw it, quickly took their lunch box for the person behind and walked up to help. Thank you. Zhang Tu nodded at him and carried the rest together and walked in. 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. The staple food is rice. Zhang Tu opened the lid one by one. Wow! A group of students exclaimed, it's so delicious. The caramel-colored ribs are covered with golden minced garlic, like broken peanuts. The thick garlic and meat fragrance perfectly blend together, and it is not annoying at all. It also seduces people to flow directly. Every time Brother Zhang put his tablespoon in, they could hear the crunch of the crispy shell being knocked. So pleasant and so tempting. Please ask for flowers, please collect them, please guarantee 10,000 updates every day. Update occasionally. Chapter 30, Eat Stupid. The ground next to it is fresh, the potatoes are golden, the eggplant is purple in the golden, accompanied by red and green chili, oily and soft. The soup hanging evenly on each vegetable is scattered into the rice with distinct grains, which is so fragrant. They felt that this dish alone could kill this bowl of rice. This one I ate before was purple and black, and it can be said that it was a world of difference. Just today, for the first time in their lives, they saw a soup with such rich ingredients in the cafeteria. You can see milky white tofu and golden egg flowers in every spoonful, as well as spots of oil flowers with green onions, which are not greasy at all and have a great taste. Wang Xiu held her lunch box in one hand and went to deliver meals to Professor Li with the other. She simply used all her willpower to prevent herself from carrying the professor on her back and silenced him. It smells so good. The group of livestock in the cafeteria must have eaten it. Maybe there is still left in Brother Jiang's place, and someone can still cook extra food. Woo, I'm so envious. She knocked on Professor Li's office door and walked in with her lunchbox. He also placed his food box next to Professor Li and prepared to eat it with the professor. The professor's name I just called was a shameless one, so I would never let the professor take it alone. Oh, the food is really good. Professor Li was stunned for a moment when he looked at his lunchbox. 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup, although it is not as many as before, but the taste smells really good. He suddenly recalled that the taste of braised pork that day was also more anticipated. Moreover, the student ate the same food as him. Even, it seems that there is one more piece of ribs than him. Wang Xiu didn't care about anything else. Seeing that her professor had moved his chopsticks, he quickly bit the ribs. Wu. The crispy shell exploded in the mouth in an instant, and the crisp sound was transmitted directly into the brain from bones. The outer skin is crispy, the flesh inside is soft and tender, and the flesh is separated by gently pulling it. The minced garlic outside adds a deeper flavor to the tender pork ribs. If you carefully savor it, it seems that there is a faint fruity aroma. How many years of chef skills will take to be so perfect? She sighed in her heart. The tomboy also turned into Wan Tai Ro, and at the beginning he was straight and his back was softened involuntarily. Let's have another bite of rice with 3 fresh rice, which is oily but not greasy, salty, fresh, and delicious, especially for the rice. The different tastes brought by potatoes, eggplant, and peppers are wonderfully brought to the mouth and tongue. After eating a large spoonful, I just regretted that my mouth was not big enough. The taste is strong, so let's take a mouthful of soup, which is really delicious from the mouth to the stomach. She didn't care about her image anymore, and directly pinched the ends of a rib with her hands, gnawing from one end to the other, and in a blink of an eye, the flesh disappeared. After not eating enough, Wang Xiu touched her stomach. She took out another box from her lunch box and opened it, which was full of garlic-flavored pork ribs, and pushed it between her and the professor little by little. Professor Li was stunned for a moment. Then raised his hand and pointed Wang Xiu from the air, with a doting voice in his voice, "You." "Hee hee, hee hee." Wang Xiu smiled foolishly. If she hadn't seen that she could eat one more portion with the professor, she would have been going to suck the bones and throw them away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the favorable treasure chest *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Before the dishes on Jiangtu were finished, the good reviews treasure chest began to fall. According to his own rations, he prepared 3 taels of rice for one person, and was even afraid that they would not have enough farm work for many years, so he finally added 2 kilograms. As a result, the rice almost didn't have enough. Even a few young men almost fought for the last few pieces of garlic-flavored pork ribs, and the girl was not inferior. The soup bucket was completely drunk, and he saw the last person who couldn't put it out and just picked up the bucket and poured it down. At first he felt that it would not be possible, but when he thought of the terrifying kitchen, he immediately stopped thinking so. This group of students really suffered. After the meal, Zhang Tu packed up his things and went back. When Wang Xiu came down from the upper floor with her lunch box, she found that the canteen was quiet and terrible. Could it be that everyone eats too fast and they all walk away cleanly? She thought secretly in her heart. Who knew that as soon as I entered the door, there were not many people inside. Everyone slumped on the chairs, holding their stomachs, and looking into the distance with empty eyes. If it weren't for the mouth that would occasionally smash it, she would think that Brother Zhang was a murderer, and she had turned it over. Professor Li was also very satisfied with the food. He was so satisfied that he had to go to the village to digest it first before he could continue to return to the laboratory. He looked at a group of students in the cafeteria and joked with some amusement, "Why, are you all stupid? How is this, master? Can the conditions offered by others be accepted?" They are actually happy to see the conditions given by Jiangtu. It's made. I am a little tired, but different terrain can accumulate a lot of practical experience for this group of students. When they graduate in the future, this is one of the most valuable knowledge. Able. Professor, don't worry, we must do our best and not embarrass our school. That's right, for this delicious meal, we can't let Brother Zhang be dissatisfied. Hiccup. A man burped, and burps rang one after another. Professor Li quickly drove the children out for a walk to digest food. Be careful next time, you won't be afraid of losing your stomach after eating so much. Let's go and have a walk. Didn't you say you're going to work in Jiangtu? Take me to see his farm. He is also good for reference. We can't let others worry about them for nothing. Oh! When everyone heard the professor say this, they quickly agreed to stand up and walk slowly towards the west end of the village. Zhang Tu didn't know that a group of students were walking towards his house with their professors. He was happy that when he finally built a chicken coop and was about to move the chicken, he found that the giant bones of the chicken had laid eggs. In a chicken coop made of wheat straw that he put casually, 2 oval red-skinned eggs were lying there quietly. It looks bigger than the common eggs on the market. When he went over to take it, the hen looked vigilantly, but there was no stop or attack. He turned on his flashlight and followed the online tutorial to see if this was a fertilized egg. According to the system, these 6 giant bones chicks are the best breeders. The eggs they lay and the hatched chicks will also be purebred giant bones chicks. In this way, the chicken is born with eggs and the chicken is born with eggs. He can taste what the chicken marked as SSR by the system will taste. However, I don't know if this is an unfertilized egg, or if his method is wrong and his eyes are not good. No matter how Zhang Tu was tidying up, I didn't see the little black dots mentioned in that tutorial. It is not a fertilized egg, and the hen cannot hatch the chicks even if it is exhausted. It would be better to let him eat it. For example, it would be very good to use egg fried rice tomorrow morning. Confiscated. He stuffed the empty chicken coop on one side, carried the chicken coop weighing dozens of kilograms, and walked towards the pig pen. Even if it was almost dark, he would send these chickens outside. Don't yell at that person every morning, as he can't sleep. Chapter 31 Farm Planning 1. Brother Zhang. Just as the chicken coop was settled, Zhang Tu heard someone calling him from afar. He looked in the direction where the sound came. The student he had just met in the cafeteria, with a man who looked like an old professor, was heading towards him. Zhang Tu hurriedly met him. Brother Zhang, this is Professor Li from our school. Professor Li, this is Zhang Tu who is now in charge of our canteen. Wang Xia will introduce each other. Zhang Tu could feel that Professor Li tried hard to make himself look kinder and kind. However, the deep gully between his eyebrows had been engraved there, and the iron could not be ironed. He knew that this was probably a teacher who had strict academic requirements and had been disappointed all year round. When he was in college, he also met an old professor who looked so fierce, but in fact he was very good. Moreover, if it weren't for that old professor, he wouldn't have the glory he had in post-production. As soon as Zhang Tu shook hands with the old professor, he felt the matte feeling of the thick mat in his hand. This is a callus that only exists on the old farmers who do farm work all year round, and I feel more respect for him in my heart. However, when he looked at Professor Li's eyebrows and eyes, he always felt that he had seen it somewhere. But not sure. To be honest, many old professors in universities have no kinship, but they always have some similarities. Professor Li also felt that he had seen this young man before. Maybe it was this young man who was wandering around the village every day, and it was impossible for him to see it when he saw it. So I didn't care. He didn't let go of the wind and said his name and purpose directly. I heard that you exchanged conditions with that group of students, so I happened to take advantage of the time after the meal to come and have a look. Xiaozhang, I'll call you Xiaozhang, and tell me your specific plan, and I can at least help you with your staff. It will save these little guys who have not yet left the army and do bad things with kindness. When Zhang Tu heard about their purpose, he was excited and didn't know what to say. I just wanted to steal a lazy job but didn't dare to work, but I was shocked by the old professor. It's a bit bad. Moreover, Professor Li looked serious and responsible in treating agriculture. He wanted to recommend that he didn't have to be so troublesome and didn't know how to speak. He quickly took the person to his home, and couldn't stop sighing, look at these real professors with real talents and knowledge, and then look at the monsters that are going upwards. It's really different. Whew, this is a wild boar. Professor Li just walked to the side of the pig pen and saw the wild boar inside that was completely different from the domestic pig, and asked in surprise. Then he thought of the news he knew not long ago, glanced at the circle of students around him, and asked uncertainly, "That's that?" The students were amazed and laughed, and nodded in unison, as if they had undergone some professional training. Professor Li stretched out his hand and measured it, looked at Jiang Tu and looked at the wild boar, which was at least 1 meter or 2 tall, and tried hard. He patted Jiang Tu on the shoulder. He praised, "Young man, the domestication is done well. Such a big wild boar can be kept in his own pig pen." The three-way Jiang Tu vetoed. "He is not, he does not, the professor is not what you think." It was this wild boar who coveted his pig food and stayed with his own stern face. "You must believe me. This is not the first time Professor Li has come to Jiang Tu's farm. When they first contracted the field in the village, they also wanted to take down the land. Later, I finally gave up after several meetings. This chicken is not right." Professor Li murmured at the giant boned chicken in the chicken coop. "I refused to leave as if I had nailed my feet. But he is a little uncertain. His research direction is not about poultry and livestock. He really doesn't know much about the current chicken breeds. But this chicken doesn't look like a common breed in rural areas." When Jiang Tu heard this, she was shocked and her hair from the back of her neck stood up because of nervousness. He quickly pretended to be stupid and said, "It seems to be some kind of firewood chicken. The boss said it is the kind of breed that can grow very big, and maybe I feed it better. Look, they laid 2 eggs today, and they can look a little bigger. Can you help me see if this is a fertilized egg? I want to try to hatch it myself." He quickly took out 2 eggs from his pocket to divert Professor Li's attention. Professor Li did not continue to ask questions. Now that technology is developing, there are more and more new seed companies. In fact, countless varieties appear every year, but not many of them actually spread in the end. Of course, the reason for this period is that I went to the sea. The chicken in front of you may be a new breed that has not been circulated, or it may be that the child was deceived, so it is hard to say." He happily took the somewhat warm egg, looked at it, muttering, "I remember there is a breed that is bigger than ordinary chickens, but there are not many people who raise them." Professor Li also accepted the statement that he was good at healing. In fact, the native chickens fed at home in rural areas may not be as good as those raised at first, but later they are almost larger than those sold in the farm. Feeding conditions and feed ratio are related. The length of time to raise also depends on. "I'll see if I'm fertilized or not." They stopped in his yard and turned on the flashlight to check. "Look, there is a small black dot here, which is the sign of successful fertilization." Professor Li pointed to a black dot smaller than a sesame dot and Jiang Tu said, "So small." Jiang Tu felt that he could only increase the resolution of his eyes to the strongest before he could barely see clearly. It's not his fault that he didn't see it. At first he thought it was a mole on the eggshell. In the video he was looking for, it was obvious that blood vessels could still be distributed around him. How big can the egg just laid? If you want to hatch, it will be obvious in a few days. After that, he put the egg on the table and signaled Jiang Tu to put it away by himself. Jiang Tu was not in a hurry to collect the eggs, so he quickly took the people into the house. On spring nights, even if it is already 10 degrees during the day, what does it have to do with night? It was not until everyone entered the room that he realized that his back was already soaked in cold sweat. There are some things he doesn't want to hide from these agricultural experts, and he even needs their help. But now is not the time to be exposed, and this method should not be the way. Jiang Tu handed the planning map of his farm to Professor Li with both hands, and told him how to plan each area what he wanted to do. "This place is ready to be opened into farmland, and I have bought the seeds soon. I am going to plant grass here in the west to grazing cattle and cattle and sheep are still looking for the right breed. I'm going to plant fruit trees on this small hill to the north. The saplings have been ordered with the agricultural supplies station. They will call me to notify me after the goods arrive." According to the introduction, Professor Li listened carefully. Wang Xiu and Bai Wentao are responsible for recording. This will be the area they are responsible for in the future. They must figure out what they will face as soon as possible. There was no professor who endorsed the land of Brother Jiang's house. Chapter 32 Farm Planning 2. What is your land for? Professor Li asked at a place empty to the south. This piece of land is not small in size, so it shouldn't be empty without planning at all. This is it. Zhang Tu scratched his head. Here, I applied for an artificial water storage lake. The village chief told me that although it is difficult to approve it now, he thinks there is still hope here. Ask me to wait and see. If it is done, it will be blocked here and there is no need to construct it. From here to here, a water storage lake can be formed. And, as I remember, here, Zhang Tu drew a hard stroke to the west along the mountain range. In the past, when it rained a lot every year, a natural river could still be formed. Yes, Professor Li nodded, we have investigated here. There may have been a small river decades or even hundreds of years ago. However, the groundwater diversion may be caused by other reasons, so it dried up. Only one river channel is left, and it is now occupied by various plants and fallen leaves. Professor Li explained to Zhang Tu and his students at the same time. Looking at the location of the water reservoir in my heart, I silent calculation. In his opinion, building a water storage lake here is indeed more advantageous than disadvantageous. Not to mention the convenience of irrigating farmland, it is actually beneficial to mountains and forests. But now, this kind of artificial construction that will affect the ecology is indeed rigorous, and requires layers of approval. Professor Li touched his chin and thought a little more. However, Xiaozhang, this plan is not what you think of yourself. I heard from the students that the young man in front of me was obviously not good at doing farm work. There is no reason to plan this 300 acres of land so beautifully. This seems to be done by professionals, and it is not an ordinary professional. This person has a certain understanding of agriculture, ecology, and even mountains, rivers and geography. Can you see this? Zhang Tu didn't mind, even a little proud. He said openly, I spent money to find someone to plan after contracting the place. He also suggested that I take the route of an ecological farm, not using any pesticides and fertilizers, and rely on natural organisms to achieve an ecological balance, which I think is also good. Zhang Tu grinned secretly. The key to his agreement was actually to save trouble. But can this be told to the professor? That must not be possible. Oh. Professor Li was a little interested now. He straightened his body, looked Zhang Tu's eyes seriously, and said, you have thought about it. The concept of ecological farm is good. But it is very likely that in the first few years, or even 10 years, there will be no way to make a profit for you. And, once you give up, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Zhang Tu also smiled, and he was calm, it's okay, I don't make money all by this farm anyway. Not to mention that he has a system now, but he doesn't have a system. Whether he shoots videos and does new media by himself or continues to do the later stages, he can't just regard the farm as a hobby. Nowadays, it is not popular to use work to develop hobbies. Moreover, he calculated that if he invested more in the first year, he could only say that he would not make money in the next few years. His wife had already saved up enough. And the worst was to go home and rely on her parents. Okay, young people, it's a good thing to dare to fight and do it. If there is any problem on the farm, these students can't solve it, come to me. If you don't say how much help, it's okay to help you avoid detours. Professor Li nodded with relief and looked at the students around him again. This farm has a really rare experience for them. I feel much more at ease with your words. I am not a farmer, it's easy to watch others do it online. I just dived in and found that it was full of knowledge. It was said before that those pastoral videos really burned the fragrance of the 40% of them. Now Zhang Tu has signed up. They really only choose beautiful photos, the hard work of farming, dirty work, natural disasters, and man-made disasters are not involved at all. Ha 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 ha, do it well. Wang Xiu and Xiang Ming and other direct students of Professor Li, looked at their professors who were laughing happily, and gave Brother Zhang a thumbs up. Their professor hasn't laughed so happily for a long time. They also came into contact with the concept of ecological farms when they were studying. It's so beautiful, living in peace with nature, they all think that the farm should be like this. But the more they learn, the more they know the difficulty of this matter. So I slowly let go. Unexpectedly, they heard this concept again here, and some people even wanted to realize it. The feeling in my heart suddenly became different. Some students who have just graduated from the postgraduate level, such as Xiang Ming and Xing Tianyu, also wondered whether they would be able to see their former dreams become reality if they continued to study for a doctorate. Excited. Zhang Tu looked at the students who were suddenly excited, and didn't understand whether the child had happened. At this time, Professor Li had already walked to the corner of his living room. Look at you, I don't know anything, but the chickens and ducklings in the family are all very good. Zhang Tu's eyes also moved to rows of insulated boxes at the base of the wall, and said a little embarrassedly, "It's all the old farmers in the village who hatched them well. When I bought them, they were all strong. Apart from feeding food mixed with spiritual spring water every day, he really didn't do anything. The reason why you can look so good is that you are so powerful in this group of little kids." The old professor was still thinking about Xiao Miao Miao in his laboratory. He worked at Jiangta's house for a while before saying goodbye and took the students away. Zhang Tu sent them to the border of his farm, and watched a group of people walking towards the service area with laughter, and sighed, "Young, it's great. I didn't want him." After experiencing the baptism of big cities and society, I returned to my hometown exhausted just to find peace. He rechecked the pig pen and chicken coop, and after confirming that there was no problem, he slowly walked home. At night in the mountain village, stars shine in the sky, and a galaxy flows quietly on the dark painting paper. There is no hustle and bustle of cars, no noise from the crowd, only the occasional cries of insects and birds. The world seems to be quiet, everything is beautiful. However, some animals don't seem to think so. The thick night is their best protective umbrella. When humans sleep, they have to run around to fill their stomachs. As soon as Zhang Tu entered the door, he found that there was a young guest in his house uninvited. Come. That sneaky little look, I don't know if it's a sperm or a stupid one. He didn't walk forward or disturb it, but stood quietly, took out his cell phone and took the video first. Looking at the wonderful performance of the little thing in the video, he decided that even if he was preparing to work overnight tonight, he would upload the video to the internet. He should not appreciate the weasel who is so stupid and cute that he can't even steal eggs. He can't take the blame for the anger of Wang Tai-sin alone. I'm asking for flowers, collect them, and I'm asking for them. Chapter 33 The Weasel Stealing Eggs. Xiao Pan is a star staying up late. Watching short videos of various small animals every night is his biggest way to relieve stress and relax. The boss is too dark, and the little animal is still cute. Even his attention list is full of up owners related to animals. Recently, he followed a new up owner because of a video. Yes, that pig slice. Aesthetic shooting techniques, perfect color adjustments, and superb editing techniques, and in just a few minutes, it clearly tells the tortuous and bizarre story of a wild boar. Although some of the clips are a bit hard to say, he even thinks that there are people in the up host during the review, otherwise people will just stuff money for the review. But, it was unusual to serve. A clip of a group of people pounding and drums scaring away the anchor's house. No matter how many times he watches, he can laugh and scream. This is also the main reason why a wild boar that is neither good-looking nor has a nice sound can break through the siege among a group of cute goose animals. Just as he was habitually wandering in various videos on B Station, he found that there was an update to Up. It's that wild boar Up. However, This time the protagonist is a weasel. The beginning of the video is a very beautiful starry sky, a scene that young people like them who are in big cities will never see. The Milky Way full of stars, shining lights are clearly visible and within easy reach. Although the courtyard under the night is a little messy, it is full of traces of life and it is not annoying. Xiao Pan felt that it was not that the owner was not clean and unscrupulous, but more like a person living here, who wanted to do something, but he didn't finish it. This is not important. What is important is that the main guest who will appear next is a weasel, that is, a weasel. It has a golden slim body and a little black face. It looks a bit cute, not like the one in the legend that is being asked to be sealed everywhere. The weasel stood flexibly on the stone bench, standing on its hind limbs, staring at the 2 eggs on the stone table. "Damn, this egg is so big!" Xiao Pan exclaimed, turned over, and lying on his side to let his phone closer to him. "Really, this egg is about the same big head as Uncle Wang's, and may even be a little bigger." The owner also marked it on it that this is the egg that his chicken just laid today. The weasel obviously likes eggs that are so big. It jumped onto the stone table quickly, smelled them with its small nose, stretched out its front paws, and hurriedly hugged one of the eggs. The eyes are as bright as stars. Xiao Pan felt that at this time, he resonated with the weasel. "Wow, an egg fell from the sky. Haha, it's now. It is so big." I rubbed my big eggs excitedly, leaving my own scent. "This is the egg that the mouse and mouse are interested in, no one can come over and get involved. It is super fierce." He bared his teeth in the direction of the human room from the sky, and his tail swayed slightly. It turned its head and looked like another egg, and its mustache moved. "This egg is so big, it wants it too." Adult rats and rats do not need to choose, of course they all need them all. It tried hard to stretch out one front paw and tried to hug the other, but it rolled out of its arms as soon as it hugged it. The weasel was stunned. It doesn't matter if the egg is disobedient. It will be eaten by it in a while. However, when it found the original one, the current one rolled out of its arms again. For a moment, the weasel was in a hurry and only regretted that he could not save 2 eggs together. On the barrage, a wave of ha-ha-ha floated by, and Xiao Pan also joined the roar of ruthless ridicule. Suddenly, the weasel stopped hugging the eggs, raised his upper body vigilantly, and looked towards the direction of the room. It seemed as if it had discovered something, and it rushed back to the stone bench. "No, don't be careless." The weasel secretly warned himself that this is the territory of human beings and may encounter danger at any time. Mom said that humans will covet their bodies and beat them to death. The weasel was a little scared and his body trembled slightly. But after waiting for a long time, no humans appeared at the door of the house. It found that there seemed to be no danger and jumped back to the stone table. What? It turns out that it scares itself. At this moment, a line of words suddenly floated by in the video, and said that he was standing openly behind it. Anytime it turns its head and looks at it, it will discover it. And in the room, there was no one, not even a dog. Another group of ha-ha-ha floated by. "This stupid thing, you are alert to the wrong direction. If it can steal the egg, he will give the upmaster 3 consecutive 1-click. Xiao Pan looked at the weasel spirit in the video, and could not put down the curve of the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, in the fast-forward video, everything that just happened was repeated again and again. When it finds out, it really can't be able to do it once when they are holding each other, they have to make up their minds to give up one. The rat is heartbroken. Is it going to be bleeding? He held the bigger one and looked at the other seriously, as if saying, wait for it to come back. If it is still lying alone here, it will take it home. A new question is here. Eggs are round, easy to hold, but difficult to wrap. The egg fell and hit the stone table, making a crisp sound, which scared the little weasel. Don't break it, but don't break it. Should it be eaten or not if it is broken? But fortunately, the egg is a sensible and good egg. Not only does it not break, it also has no cracks. Finally, the weasel worked hard to use his 2 claws and face and picked up the egg, which was a joyful congratulation. Then, it found that it could not get out. If it wants to go on, it has to give up on the egg, and its goal is eggs, which is even more difficult. The most difficult thing is that the wind has changed, bringing a human smell, and it knows that the owner of the house is back. The whole weasel seemed to froze, holding the egg, standing next to the stone table, not daring to move. As long as it does not look back and cannot see humans, no humans will discover it. Woo woo. Dandan, rat's balls. But the facts cannot be controlled by it. 2 packs of clear tears instantly gathered in the black Dowdoo's eyes. It looked at the eggs in its arms, and then secretly looked at the egg owner not far away. The entanglement in its eyes was about to turn into substance. Give it, give it. It hurts so much, the child has worked hard for so long. Ha ha ha. This is probably the most rare question it has encountered in its life. May I ask? What should I do if my owner discovered it when he was stealing? Ha ha ha, ask who is more panicked when you ask the 2? Weasel, look at what I look like? As the camera gets closer, the weasel on the table becomes more and more anxious, and even lay down, protects the egg, and starts to vent his anger. In the end, he stood up fearfully, and reluctantly put down the already warm egg, jumped off the stone table in a few strokes, rubbing into the darkness. But he didn't leave, his eyes fixed on the eggs on the table, full of desire for food. Chapter 34 Fried Egg Rice. Prosperity. Xiao Pan heard a nice rebuke. For some reason, he felt his face blushing. I saw a slender and powerful hand easily pinch an egg. The weasel's eyes were filled with disappointment. But it saw humans put eggs on the land next to the stone bench. Are you ready to give it? Can't believe it, is this true? The weasel wanted to go forward but did not dare to go forward. Another egg was directly in Jiangtu's pocket. He has never eaten the eggs of the giant jungle chicken. He said to the weasel, "Don't come when my big goose grows up in a few days. You can't beat it. If you have this time, just practice catching mice. You can eat any old rats on the farm." At the end of the picture, the weasel picked up the egg, looked at the upmaster deeply, and turned around and left without looking back. I want to read it again? Start over. What's going on with a bit funny, and a little touching? Everything has spirits. Coin is being added, thank you. In the middle of the night, the system quietly rang out and disappeared quietly. 5:21. Jiangtu looked at the time on her phone and fell into deep thought. Today, the big rooster's cries did not affect him at all, so why did he wake up so early? Is it the biological clock? He rubbed his face and stared at the sun that was still rising early and tirelessly in the east. Somehow, he realized it. The sun rises every day and spreads the sunshine all over the earth. Isn't it just to ask the workers to get up and work? Nothing wrong. After a while, Jiangtu paused when he got off the Kong. He vaguely remembered that the system seemed to stumble last night, and then disappeared. He opened the system panel. In the column of the treasure chest, in addition to the 27 positive rated treasure chests, there are 81 ordinary treasure chests. Where did it come from? Is there a bug in the system? After thinking for a long time, he finally made a guess. Jiangtu quickly opened B Station, and converted the number of plays and likes and favorites in the background, which happened to match the treasure chest. This system is quite humane. Jiangtu smiled. The live broadcast is a daily meeting, but the video is actually a weekly meeting. At first he thought that posting short videos doesn't count. After a night of sleep, there were suddenly more than 80 treasure chests. Jiangtu hummed a song on the way to wash his face. It seems that his plan is completely feasible. There is no need to have fewer people in the village and less traffic. There are many people online, and in addition to their country, there are also foreign ones. There are 6 or 7 billion people. The rice from fried rice with eggs was made last night. The essence of assorted fried rice lies in the word assorted. Zhang Tu understands that the meaning of the system recipe is probably that any ingredients are okay. Anyway, everyone has their own matching. What he chose was the easiest one. The eggs bought in the supermarket, corn kernels, ham sausage, and eggs from giant bones. Although the rice he uses now is not given by the system, it is not from the supermarket. Although the rice I bought from an old farmer is still not as bad as that produced in the system, it is not bad either. The rice made is bright in color and full in size. Even if it has been cooled down, you can still smell the clean rice fragrance. In fact, it's good to eat it in this way. It's a bit cold, but if you chew it carefully, it's full of the unique sweetness of rice. When he knocked the eggs into the basin, Zhang Tu found that there was a significant difference between the eggs in his home and those in the supermarket. Not to mention size. His eggs were knocked in the basin. The eggs were golden and had a healthy orange tone, and the egg whites were also clear. There was only a slight smell of egg fishy smell that was not annoying. The egg yolks in the supermarket are obviously whiter, the egg whites are a little turbid, and the egg smells stronger, and it looks less nutritious at first glance. No wonder the farm eggs are sold by one. They are so much more expensive than supermarket eggs, so some people still buy them. Moreover, supply is in short supply. It's really good to get what you pay for. Zhang Tu suddenly understood that the system only gave perfect skills, but if you really want to eat a perfect scrambled egg, every raw material must be perfect. This thought flashed through his mind for only a second, and he gave up. Who has this condition? Anyway, in the real world, he depends on his own attention to buying vegetables. If you get it from the system, he doesn't know that he has to get it all by just a dish of fried rice. Now his egg fried rice has at least defeated more than 90% of the egg fried rice on the market, and what other bicycle does he need? Fry the eggs in a hot pan in cold oil. Starting from putting the eggs in the pot, Zhang Tu's movements are smooth and flowing, without any extra fancy, simply blending the golden egg liquid in the pot with rice. The eggs are wrapped on the rice, and the aroma of eggs and rice is mixed together, and each is golden and clear. Add side dishes, yellow, red, pink, green, and fly and rotate in the pot as the iron spoon moves. In the end, they piled up loosely together, like a golden pagoda inlaid with gems in a granary for a bumper harvest. The most surprising thing is that the large iron pot after the fried rice is clean and you don't even need to brush it. Zhang Tu first gave himself one. The chef has the first experience card. Isn't this a must? He has fried egg fried rice for himself before, with almost the same ingredients and almost the same recipe. The taste is different. The rice wrapped in eggs is soft and hard, with a first-class taste. The corn kernels and ham grains hidden in the middle of the rice are sweet and salty. They not only enrich the taste, but also bring a different magical experience to each spoonful. Tasty! After Zhang Tufeng swept the clouds to finish his usual appetite, he looked at the box and felt that he could have another bowl. He held his redatum of hand. A bad premonition came to my mind, these rice is not enough, right? The meal-grabbing scene last night is still vivid in my mind. Really, he stopped doing this after the military training in college. He was also afraid that they would find the fried rice monotonous, so he gave them pickled vegetables bought from the market to facilitate the meal. Did you do something wrong? With a nervous mood, he greeted him in the group and drove to the cafeteria. Today, Professor Li also came out to make his own meal. The bright and swaying are ranked first. Brother Zhang, what is breakfast? Xiangming looked like he was getting up late, and shot at the end of the team, stretched his neck and looked at the huge lunch box in his hand. Egg fried rice. Well, tell me in advance how much you eat, and try not to waste it. He quickly reminded that anyway, everyone could eat the first wave, and whether they could add more food in the end is all about the later story. When I heard it was fried rice and there was nothing else, a few students were a little disappointed. But when the box cover is opened, I immediately stopped thinking so. It's never just fried rice. How can fried rice taste so delicious when you get eggs? This is not normal. This completely two-directional change took only one time to open the cover. Please ask for flowers and collections, guaranteed daily updates of 10,000 yuan, thank you. Chapter 35, A Chicken Lost. Professor, are these enough? Take the pickled vegetables. Enough, enough. Your fried rice is really good. Professor Li looked at the fried rice in the lunch box, and exclaimed. When they were away, they were invited to a restaurant for dinner. There, the staple food is usually fried rice with eggs. He also ate sea cucumber and abalone, but the taste is still fragrant by Xiaozhang. Next, when everyone is making meals, Zhang Tu will ask. Some people have a small appetite, and a spoonful is enough. Some people need a spoonful and a half. Xiangming asked for 2 spoons per person. Zhang Tu was afraid that he would always be like this, so he would make his stomach swelling, so he buckled it loosely on the second spoon. After finishing the phone, he found that there was still something in the box and breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing else is nothing. The issue of eating in a big pot really made him frightened. With so many people, he can't do it one by one. Xiangming took the fried rice with eggs and took a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments, and showed his food on the farm to those students who stayed in the school and could only order outside the cafeteria occasionally. He is also planning to develop this into a daily check-in so that they can envy it. Ha 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 ha. After completing the daily routine, Xiangming put down his phone, picked up the spoon, and scooped it up and stuffed it into his mouth. Second oh. How can egg fried rice be so delicious? How did Brother Jiang's hands grow? He knows the ingredients and the steps. How to make the taste is completely different. Xiangming was filled with bumps caused by the delicious food in his mouth, and his chubby body couldn't help but tremble happily. This is like answering a political question. The answer is that answer. The verbal is that verbal. Some people can get full marks, while others can only get a friendship score. Brother Zhang can get full marks even in that gate. And he is so happy to be able to eat the food made by the boss with full marks. The delicious food is almost crying, wine. Simple is the most delicious. Well, Brother Zhang, are there any fried rice with eggs? Give me another half spoon. He just took a few bites and heard the words he didn't want to hear the least. Livestock. Put down that fried rice with eggs. Xiangming was late to make a meal in the back. Even if Brother Zhang didn't wait until he was waiting for him, he had almost half of the fastest food at the beginning. He had just started eating. While chewing the fragrant fried rice in his mouth, he glared at him with his eyes tightly. This group of people do not talk about martial ethics. Brother Zhang went downstairs to queue up as soon as he was notified in the group. As a result, if he hadn't been running fast on the road, he would have been the last one to arrive. Can you do it? After eating your usual amount of food, don't force yourself, as it's bad for your stomach. Zhang Tu looked at the male god in front of him. Not to mention that he had a big shoulder and a round waist, he was also quite strong. While making food, he reminded him, if you want to eat, we can still make it in a few days. Can you do it? The man looked firm and his attitude was firm. He also knew that he was moved by his emotions and reason. He said, I have to dig the ground in the morning and do physical work, so I can eat more. It's a coincidence that's not the case, I have to dig it out too. Zhang Tu. Very good, today is another day with an empty box. On the way home, Zhang Tu put the chickens that had been eaten and drunk for a walk. Chicken are the best managed poultry. They have the homing nature. After adapting to the chicken pen, they will go back by themselves and there is no need to worry about it. When he got home, he suddenly realized that from today on, he had been free. You don't need to open your eyes every day to start calculating. Today, you have to cultivate at least a few acres of land and how to arrange your time. What to do about breeding? When will the base fertilizer be added and how much? How to dig a tree pit or not? Etc. Now, as long as he feeds the pigs and chickens, he can rest. Then I waited for noon to make another meal, and then I was done with another meal in the evening. He collapsed on the recliner in the yard, feeling the warm spring sunshine, and felt that this was life. He pulled out the system panel. I think today is a good day. You can have 100 consecutive draws with great pleasure. See if you can get an SSSR. He hasn't seen what SSSR looks like before. 20 positive reviews plus 80 ordinary reviews, get started. Wait, he put a BGM. Today is a good day. Everything you think can be accomplished. Today is a good day. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Ingredients, 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 recipes, water, Lingchuan water, fertilizers, ingredients, seeds. Very good, they are all common things. There is no SSSR, but I have enough recipes for the afternoon and evening recipes, and you don't have to buy the ingredients. Zhang Tu sighed in disappointment. He felt that he was floating and SSR was not looking down on him. After condemning himself, he simply stopped lying down. This morning and afternoon, he could finish the bread kill that had been dragged for several days. Bake a baking bale of bread and can also be used as breakfast tomorrow morning. Just as he and Niba were between them, several waves of students came to his house one after another. While praising the benefits of fried rice this morning, I secretly asked what to eat for lunch today. Take the farm work you have assigned. Xiangming even wanted to take action with great enthusiasm, helping Zhang Tu and Niba, but was dragged away by seeing Tianyu without any mercy. Did you forget your experimental report last week? Just finished it on Saturday. Today, you not only want to help brother Zhang breed, but also breed yourself. If you have time to play with mud, build a bread kill. He looked up at Xing Tianyu and muttered as he walked, his eyes full of nostalgia. Ah, youth! Beautiful university life! I can't go back. Now he is just a ruthless bricklayer. Orange flames ignited in the bread kill, and it was already evening. The sunset dyed the snow-capped mountains red, leaving behind a fleeting golden top, and the sky gradually darkened. Zhang Tu came back from sending supper and stood in front of his chicken coop, his face dark. 1, 2, 3, 6. Damn, where did the big rooster he bought for pigs? Are you excluded so much that you dare not live in the same nest? Is bullying in the chicken world so serious? Zhang Tu decided to keep it in the yard as before after finding it. When those little chickens grow up, they are about the same size as them and should be able to stay together. However, he searched for almost the entire territory and didn't even see a chicken feather. Could it be that I ran into Bigzuling? No. No. Zhang Tu's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that yesterday, he saw a weasel at home. He saw that it was so stupid, so he kindly left it with a new egg. Weasel, chicken. His chicken was dragged away by a weasel? Think about it, it is not impossible. He was at home and saw the little chicks. He was released from the house for 1 or 2 hours a day to bask in the sun. Even if the weasel wanted to start, he would not have a chance. But it's different if it's a rooster. Isn't it just a sign of living that is not as big as a giant bone, and is swaying outside carefree? It's still the kind of life sign that says come and eat me. I was careless. I forgot that this is a mountainous area, and there are many animals that can prey on chickens and poultry. Zhang Tu walked home dejectedly, heartache so much that he couldn't breathe. If he had known this chicken would not have always wanted to save his life because it was the first group of residents in his family. How fragrant it is to make braised chicken. Now it's fine, I can't eat any more, I'm cheaper. No, you still have to circle it and raise a dog. Tomorrow's. Chapter 36 Adopting a Dog. Jiang Tu drove a pickup truck to the direction of the county town. Thinking of the magical expressions of several classmates, including Xiangming, when he saw that breakfast was pumpkin porridge this morning, he wanted to laugh. To be honest, there is really little difference between how to cook pig food and pumpkin porridge. Apart from the end of adding salt and the types of ingredients, there is really not much difference. Change cornmeal to rice, don't add sweet potatoes, radishes, cabbage, etc., but peel the pumpkin, which is pumpkin porridge. The expressions of those classmates who were brave enough to taste pig food, he still found them quite interesting when he thought about them. There are still a lot of old pumpkin left at home and the price is cheap. Otherwise, how many more days should I drink it? It's okay to drink it with sweet potato porridge. Jiang Tu's bad-hearted thoughts. Although the recipe for cooking porridge is only at the specialty level, it covers all categories of rice porridge. Whether it is salty or sweet, it is included. Excellent skills at the SSR level. Anyway, with this trick, I no longer have to worry about what to do for them with breakfast. Turn left at the intersection ahead, enter the right lane, and go straight for 200 meters. Navigation reminded him in a timely manner, and Jiang Tu quickly retracted his thoughts. He checked it online this morning and confirmed with the students that there is indeed a stray animal care center in their county. It's just that it's not big in scale and is of private nature. The location is on the easternmost side of their county, in the former iron shop courtyard. The pickup truck just stopped at the door when a barking of dogs higher than a wave continued to pour into the ears and hit the eardrums. Dull, crisp, fierce, pretentious, meaningful, extremely lively. If it weren't for the desolate nearby, there would be no one else outside the scrap purchase station. Otherwise, in this case, they will be complained about disturbing the public in minutes. Before he could get off the car, an old man wearing a blue-gray windbreaker walked out of it yawning. While opening the big iron door, he waved the crutches in his hand twice, signaling the group of guys not to scream. "Young man, there is no parking here!" he shouted loudly. He tried to use his loud voice to fuck the barking of the dog behind him. "I know." Jiang Tu could only yell. He shouted, "I heard that you can adopt dogs here, so I want to come and pick a little more fierce one." Oh! As soon as I said this, the old man became energetic. He quickly invited the person inside. It was also at this time that Jiang Tu realized that the old man had very neat legs and his crutches were not touching the ground at all. "It's just a decoration." The corners of his mouth twitched and he quickly looked away. "Young man, why are you thinking of coming to me to adopt a dog?" The old man seemed to be chatting with young people, but in fact every sentence has its own mystery. Hearing the sound, a young man in the room opened the curtain and walked out. When he met, he was still acquaintances. "Isn't this the veterinarian from the Forestry Bureau? Why can you see him anywhere?" Jiang Tu was puzzled. "Jiang Tu." Liang Feng was stunned when he saw Jiang Tu, and hurriedly walked up to say hello. "How about it, is the wild boar okay at your house? Have you run back to the mountain? That passionate thing is simply unsightly, just a matter of keeping away from the pig." "No." Jiang Tu touched his nose, "I still live in my pig pen, and I am inseparable from my family." "Is this how?" He pulled his fingers and felt that the time was about to come. He asked, "You haven't tested whether you are pregnant? Didn't you give the test paper to you?" Jiang Tu blinked his eyes and seemed to have forgotten about this matter, "But hasn't it been less than a week? I'm going to have a child, congratulations." After hearing this, the old man laughed at Jiang Tu like a flower. He also muttered, "Now, there are not many young people who are willing to have babies." Jiang Tu knew that the old man had misunderstood, so he stared at Liang Feng and signaled him to explain quickly. Liang Feng looked at the sky and was happy to watch jokes. Uncle Wang himself misunderstood, no matter what his business is. It's not that he is pregnant and wants to have a baby. Had. Jiang Tu sneered and raised an eyebrow at him. It means, if you don't explain, you will never want to know. So are you pregnant? Is it a wild boar? You are cruel. Liang Feng secretly gave Jiang Tu a thumbs up and made a harmless joke. As for threatening him with what he cared about the most? Or are you still a good guy? No, Uncle Wang, you misunderstood. We are talking about pigs. Liang Feng finally had to explain to Uncle Wang. Then, he asked Jiang Tu without hesitation, what are you doing today? Oh, this young man is here to adopt a dog. Xiao Feng, you have a better attitude towards others. Uncle Wang patted Liang Feng on the back hard. Jiang Tu looked at the grinning expression and felt relieved. Liang Feng looked up and down at Jiang Tu, nodded, and said, yes, you should have a dog there. At least next time the wild boar approaches, I can report you a letter. Come here, I'll help you choose. He pushed open a large iron door and walked into the adoption center. Let me say that, the dogs here are all the time when they come, and they are almost always sterilized. So, you are quite proud. I really don't understand your veterinarians, what are your strange hobbies? Wherever Liang Feng went, there were two reactions to dogs. One is to hold up the cowardly tail, and you are so timid that you don't even dare to get close to it. I wish I could find a crack in the floor to hide it for myself. The rest was so howling that he was so loud that he could directly appreciate the charm of his throat without any effort. That posture seemed to want to eat his meat raw. Liang Feng was extremely calm. He pushed down his glasses, his eyes trembled, and his voice was half less. He looked at the dog's reaction, curled up the corner of his mouth with satisfaction, and said to Jiang Tu, those who are already scared, don't need to consider your situation. The rest, look at the fate. It depends on the human eye and the dog's eye. Uncle Wang has more than a dozen big dogs here. Although his bloodline is not very pure, he has all kinds of dogs. Jiang Tu saw a tortoiseshell pastoral dog standing at the back. It was quite large and could barely be called a large dog. The black middle class was mixed with irregular yellow, which had nothing to do with good looks, but he read from the eyes of those dogs who seemed to be humane and had a steady and vigilant personality. His farm now has a group of energetic students, coming in and out every day. Even his big wild boar dared not be afraid of death to tease him. If the dog has an unstable personality, it is hard to imagine that it will happen. But he cannot be without warning, just like the big golden retriever over there, with a simple look of "Come on, I am willing to be good friends with everyone." The chicken at home was stolen, and it was probably afraid that people would get lost and sent him warmly. That's it. He pointed to the black dog. Well, it was barely considered a black dog. Liang Feng glanced at him, his eyes full of exploration, as if he was thinking about something, that is, he didn't say yes, nor did he say no. Chapter 37 Black Rice and Barley. After a while of silence, he said, if you want to take this one, you must take the Alaska next to it. They are the best friends and must never be separated. The friendship between the dogs is very strange. The one selected by Jiang Tu has actually only been in their adoption center less than a month. No one is allowed to get close to it, and no one can do the dogs here, including Uncle Wang. He can't do it either. Later, with the Alaska accompanying him, the situation was slightly better. Also, Haimi is pregnant. It can be easily distinguished from the color that Haimi is the dog he had first seen. Jiang Tu didn't care, he said directly, my home is big, 300 acres, so it has been built. There are just a few puppies, and he can't afford to raise them. Compared to this, he was more concerned about his personality. What is this dog's personality? I have more students in that area. Yes. Liang Feng nodded. He only had a few encounters with Jiang Tu, so he didn't know much about it. But, he was the man chosen by the wild boar. Many times, wild beasts have much more accurate intuition than their humans. He called out Haimi and signaled it to come over. Haimi, accompanied by Alaska, walked to 2 meters in front of Liang Feng and stood there, and refused to go any further. Alaska Barley also followed, sat beside Haimi, comforting it. They looked up together and looked at Zhang Tu and Liang Feng. Damai sniffed the smell of Zhang Tu's body, grinned and showed a bright smile. Haimi also looked over curiously. Zhang Tu knew that this was mostly affinity, and she didn't actually like it much in the past. According to Liang Feng's instructions, he extended the back of his hand to the dog, so that they could smell it and distinguish the smell. He spoke seriously and said to the 2 dogs, "My family runs a farm. Now I need 2 working dogs. I will make money and spend it myself. Are you willing to go with me?" Then, in the expression of Liang Feng's surprised eyes falling out, he touched 2 dog heads for the first time when he met. One is fluffy, the other is a little thorny. Liang Feng helped out with his glasses that were shocked. He slowly recalled how long he had been drawing close to Haimi. The examination was only successful once, but I didn't expect that I would touch my head as soon as I saw Zhang Tu. The jealousy spread in Liang Feng's eyes and slowly transitioned to his heart. He finally saw this kind of physique that is naturally loved by animals in reality. Ah, why is it not him who has it? I was so angry, but there was no way. Ever he may have this kind of physique, and he remembers that he was quite fond of small animals when he went to college at the age of 18. But since he studied veterinary medicine and became a veterinarian, he has acupuncture, surgery, and sterilization to hundreds of animals every year. Such a good physique is slowly worn out, which is abominable. However, with a patient and responsible attitude, Liang Feng stood aside and watched Zhang Tu spend 20 minutes together with the 2 dogs. He brought the person back to the office here. Inside, Uncle Wang had already been waiting there. "Are you sure you want to adopt it? Although we can adopt pets here, it is not free. When asking for money, you have to say hello in advance." In the past, parents of children heard that they could adopt pets here, so they brought their children with them. As a result, after playing for a long time, I heard that I wanted money, and I didn't say I had adopted it. I even cursed when I left. God knows, they never said that this place is free to adopt. Zhang Tu nodded to show that he knew. How could 2 big dogs be in vain? Even if adoption is free, he will leave some money for the old man before leaving. It will not cost money to pick up stray dogs, and it will not cost money to treat diseases. Does a dog spend money on eating? He really wanted to adopt a dog. Okay. Uncle Wang pointed at Liang Feng and said to Zhang Tu, "Let him tell you about the specific situation of the 2 dogs. He is familiar with every dog? Here. He is also the disease he treats. No problem, let's sign the agreement, and you can take the dog away today. You can also get a certificate or something." After saying that, he walked to the front of the computer and started operating it without being so skillful. Liang Feng poured a glass of water for Zhang Tu, sat opposite him, and said, "It's nothing. Damai is gentle and 3 years old. She is a father-in-law. I don't know the origin. It should have been abandoned by tourists who came here to play. I used to have a serious skin disease, but now I'm cured." Zhang Tu nodded. This is what he should pay attention to in the future and remember it. Haimi is quite miserable. I rescued it at the entrance of the dog meat restaurant. He took a sip of water and said, "This dog was pregnant at that time. Those people said that this kind of dog wanted to slaughter it, but the money was not reached with the boss. I bought it for money." Of course, during this period, he also lied to the boss that the dog was sick and it would be bad after eating it, and it didn't matter. He continued, "Haimi should have been a stray dog? In the past, he felt that he had the blood of a black wolf dog and a horse dog, so he might be the descendant of a hunting dog. You have a good personality. If you don't bite people casually, you are very alert. Maybe it's related to your experience of almost being put on the blame. If you want to take it away, my suggestion here is to have a prenatal checkup before leaving. Okay. Jiang Tu nodded and said that there was no problem. After paying the money at the old man, I got 2 dog leashes and dog cards, and I could take the dog away. He said he wanted money, but the old man asked him for 100 yuan for the last dog. What kind of thing is that he wanted money? Jiang Tu wanted to give money to the old man, but he didn't want it. A common tug-of war in the northeast has begun. Finally, under Liang Feng's cover, he successfully left 1,000 yuan for the old man. Not too much, it's a pleasure. He also thought that he would often buy some dog food in the future and bring the dog back to take a look. This is also their hometown. On the way back to the village, not only were there 2 more dogs on the back seat of his pickup truck, but there were also some dog supplies and a large bag of pig's trotters in the back of the car. When he opened the treasure chest, he was greedy for SS-grade recipes, braised pork trotters and stewed soybeans, but he didn't have the ingredients for pig trotters, and there were no ready-made pig trotters at home. When he decided to adopt a dog in the county town last night, he soaked the soybeans in advance and happened to go back to use it. No delay in lunch. According to Jiang Tu, every animal will drink a meal of Lingchuan water when it arrives at home, and the dog is not surprised. However, it was a bit of a luxury to share a bottle of 2 dogs, and the rest was distributed to other small animals in the house, which was considered to be evenly affected by rain and dew. After looking at the time, he decided to prepare lunch first and then place these 2 big dogs. Anyway, his yard is big enough, and even the dog can't run out once the iron gate is closed. The 2 dogs who were suddenly released were a little confused and a little at a loss. Are you going to be abandoned again? The 4 eyes were misty, with fear in their vigilance. The tail was tightly pressed against the hind legs, and he didn't dare to move at all, just looking at Jiang Tu so wet. You guys play in the yard first. Jiang Tu touched their little heads and said, when I finish my work, I will take you to see our territory. When you get to know each other more, you can go to the village. Go. He pushed them. He turned around and went to the kitchen. Please collect it, please flour, to be honest, I am a little panicked, please. Chapter 38 Braised Pig Hoof. Wash your hands and wash your pig's trotters. 2 of them were taken out and cooked separately. This was a meeting gift for the 2 big dogs. If you come to his house, you don't have to eat dog food. Master-level dog rice is not difficult to make. Jiang Tu looked at the white and tender pig's trotters in the basin and controlled his saliva. Although pig's trotters are expensive, they are delicious. The first step is to swing the bone-cutting knife and divide the pig's trotters into small pieces cleanly. Put cold water in the pot, add some green onions, ginger, and garlic, and take a hot bath. Take it out and wash it for a second time. As for the things you put into your mouth, you must pay attention to being clean. Any braised sugar is indispensable. Finally, the pig's trotters and soybeans mixed with spices in the pot, and it took the most time to stew for an hour and a half, which is why he started cooking as soon as he came back. Of course, if there is a pressure cooker, it won't take so long. However, Jiang Tu's pressure cooker was so full that he put 4 pig's trotters in his pressure cooker. He had a total of 20 pig's trotters, not counting the 2 boiled in the pig's food pot. The pig's trotters for the dog don't need to be stewed for so long. They are cooked thoroughly and just a little softer. We must firmly believe in the power of their fangs. The trouble is that he must first remove a few smaller bones inside to prevent them from swallowing the card owner by mistake. It doesn't matter if you are bigger. At the beginning, 2 dogs who were exploring a new world in the yard couldn't stand it after smelling the fragrance coming from the kitchen. Turn your head and rush towards the kitchen. After being rejected by Jiang Tu, he sat directly at the kitchen door, letting his saliva flow for 2 miles and never leaving. Haimi has short hair and thin skin, and is a little embarrassed, but none of her 4 legs obedient. It's the baby in his stomach who is hungry, it's not that he is greedy, it's really Suck. After an hour and a half of great suffering, the soup in the pot was finally almost collected. The pig's trotter is in a soft and glutinous state, and all the things that catch your eyes are collagen. In the pot, even the most difficult bones to color were dyed extremely tempting by the red, bright, and oily soup. If you accidentally lose your bones, you don't have to worry about your teeth and mouth are not good. The soybeans even sucked the soup, and it was more than doubled, and it was soft and soft. Jiang Tu felt that just picking up beans, he could sit there willingly and eat for a day. Today's side dish is simple mushroom rapeseed. There is no recipe, just stir-fry the garlic and refreshing. It is just right with a slightly heavy-mouthed pig's trotter. The soup is green spinach soup, with some shrimp skin, which is fresh and refreshing, and is rich in various vitamins and dietary fiber. This time, Jiang Tu doesn't need to inform you that the meal will start. The students who were busy near his home from the beginning came to help themselves, and took his car to the village service station together. Today, Jiang Tu magically met the village chief Song Jun among the crowd queuing. "It smells so good." Song Jun complained to Jiang Tu while delivering his lunch box, "You don't know how painful it is when I'm in the village chief's office every day." He sucked a big sip of fragrance, and after the meal, he stood there discussing with Jiang Tu and said, "How about it, just bring me one. I pay for it, you should collect it. A bachelor who can't cook and is busy with work can't afford to be hurt." I dare not say anything else. He said that his instant noodles stock was the second in the village, but no one dared to say that he was the first. All small shops have to abdicate and give way to the virtuous. Jiang Tu nodded and agreed. Cooking more meals for one person and less meals for one person is no different from him now. He said, "Wait for me to go back and calculate the price, they are different from you." Hearing this, Bai Wentao laughed and walked past Song Jun with a dinner plate. They rely on their own labor to exchange for food. If they don't spend money, the taste will be fragrant. Today, the pig's trotters were taken according to the number of heads, 4 yuan per person, but at that time, I was afraid of any accidents, so I took a few more yuan to spare, so I got the Song Jun who suddenly appeared. If you don't see it, this group of students alone will not be enough. There was a little left in the soybeans and soup, but Jiang Tu was not worried at all. These students will always eat them all without leaving any left. "I've finished eating. Come to my house in the afternoon and help me take it. If there is no, I'll notify me in the group and I'll come here to get it later." He patted the lunch box and said. After several days of experience, after the first round, Jiang Tu no longer sat there and waited. He just needs to keep the rice box and the remaining students will do it themselves. Xiang Ming checks in daily. The rosy and shiny pig's trotters are all collagen, and the refreshing rapeseed successfully appeared in his circle of friends. A voice call came directly. "Xiang Ming, do you think you are not working for your mentor and going out for a walk? Where do you get so many delicious foods every day? You dare to post on Moments? You are really not afraid of death? The key is that it's not the same." Xiang Ming listened to the other end of the phone, feeling sad and angry and envious, and jealous. Why did he feel so pleasant? He hung up the voice and turned on the video directly. "You little bear cub, you dare to hang on your grandfather. Damn it!" In the camera, what is more shocking than Xiang Ming's big face is that the rice bowl that is bigger than Xiang Ming's face. "Let me see if I'm in the cafeteria. The seniors are all here, and the teacher is here too. This is our current food," he also said on purpose. "Ah, it's so delicious. The pig skin is soft and glutinous, and the tendons are a bit tough. That just right balance point is really hard to tell you. This marinade has a little sweetness, but it doesn't affect the pig's trotter at all, and it makes it even fresher. I tell you that even the bones are covered with soup. You must suck it clean, or then it was wasted. Goodoo." Xiang Ming heard a sound of saliva swallowing extremely clearly, the loudest. "Shut up the fuck." The other side of the phone swallowed and wailed, Do you know how much this pig's feet rice is sold near our school? 38 per serving, only 2 yuan. He originally heard that something happened to the master who managed Xiangming's canteen. He was still in the hospital, and all the finance departments and legal departments were dispatched. Come here and laugh at them, and ask them. As a result, the joke was not fulfilled and the food was shown. Looking at the camera, the pork trotter meat that was so big that it was on Xiangming's chopsticks, which was fat and trembling, and the juice kept ticking. How fragrant would it be if it was such a big piece? Xiangming was not panicked, his mouth became bigger and bigger, and he wished that his 32 teeth would be exposed. It should be asked the tutor to ask who would like to farm here with them, and they would not sign up one by one. Only those in the lower grades can make up. If I couldn't make up for it at the beginning, I wouldn't have the best days now. There is no reason to be bitter first and then sweet. Ah, it's so fragrant. Why is it so fresh when I get the soup again? Bang! The sound of the video hanging up echoed in his ears, but who cares? Now he wants to take the bowl and add a spoonful of soybeans to come back to eat rice. He just saw that Professor Li had gone to add anything. Xing Tianyu also went, and he asked while walking, "You are not afraid of going back and getting beaten?" So sarcastic. Xiangming hums a song that cannot be found, which is a joy. What are you afraid of? We may not be able to go back after the summer vacation. If you have the ability, he will come here. With Brother Zhang here, it is not a big deal to have 3 meals a day with this quality. Chapter 39 The Weasel Begging for Food. Now Jiangtu is stable and can receive 21 favorable gift packs from students and teachers every day. Today, there is another village chief. It is said that spring plowing will officially begin in a few days, and several other professors will also come back to host the event, and the number of favorable gift packages can be increased. However, this time Zhang Tu was not in a hurry to open the good reviews treasure chest. He wanted to try whether 100 good reviews treasure chests could pile up an SSSR. In the evening, just after dinner, the bread kiln was constantly emitting heat outside. The 2 dogs lay in front of them with a look of enjoyment, and they didn't even want the doghouse they just got. Jiangtu's doghouse was neither bought nor made. It's his super large thick porcelain jar. When he was a child, his grandmother would use these round, flat or long tanks, sauerkraut, pickled radish, rice, and so on. Prepare the family's winter rations in autumn. The coarse porcelain jar is very durable. As long as it is not artificially damaged, it can be passed down for thousands of years in the ground. Not to mention, his family has been less than 100 years since his grandfather's generation. Zhang Tu can't use so many large tanks alone, and it's just right to put them as a dog's kennel for a dog. The space is huge, warm in winter and cool in summer, and you can't sleep well in the wind and rain. Just put a mat I bought from Liangfeng, it will be super perfect. It also echoes the dog's attribute of liking caves in his bloodline, and he has a sense of security. Anyway, Haimi fell in love with her all of a sudden and almost didn't want to come out when she stayed inside in the afternoon. Until evening, I was attracted by the warmth of the bread kiln. The key is that it is fragrant. European-style ancient bread emphasizes a roughness, which is different from those desserts that are so accurate to the 3 decimal places. It's just a little bit similar to their cooking skills. Jiangtu made 4 large European buns, 3 flavors, 2 original flavors, divided into 2 layers, and baked in the stove. It will be released in 40 minutes. Even if the bread kiln is blocked by thick wooden boards, the fragrance of noodles grilled with charcoal is still coming. He lay on a rocking chair, his fingers flew, and wandered in the canyon playground. Which routine is dirty, which one to play? From time to time, strange laughter echoed in the empty courtyard and the more empty mountains and fields. A lot of horror atmosphere was really added. But the dogs didn't care at all. In other words, they adapted at the fastest speed. Feeling the smell of dog rice that still exists in the mouth and the feeling of being full in their stomachs, they licked the corners of their mouths. The new owner is just a little strange, it's not a big deal. Just after a hearty battle, he received 4 high praises. Jiang Tu sat upright, moved his stiff spine and fingers, and prepared to have another fight. Let's have another hand and the time will be almost done. The bread kill can be opened. The success or failure of breakfast staple food tomorrow will be in one fell swoop. While waiting for the team, Jiang Tu heard some slight squirting sounds. It was not his dog, because his dog's ears began to move rapidly, and then he looked closely at his rocking chair legs. Jiang Tu? Squeak! He lowered his head. And next to his rocking chair, there was a long golden black face, looking at the weasel that looked familiar to you, and was folding his hands together to worship him. What is this situation? The 5 great immortals who have penetrated into the childhood of every Northeast child quickly flooded his mind. Among them, Wang Taisin has the highest frequency of appearance. The scenes of the closure are all classic. But he seemed to be vaguely uncertain whether it was true, and heard the weasel's groaning hungry stomach. It turns out that weasels will scream when they are hungry? He felt a little fantasy. Uncle Huang the wolf stared at the human in front of him obediently, holding his hands together, and shook his pitiful rushing Jiang Tu again. The rats are hungry, can they give you some food? Please. It has seen when it was with its mother before. Those small animals following humans can receive some delicious food from humans as long as they do this action. This human being is willing to leave 1 egg for it, so he must be willing to give it some food. This little thing looks quite cute, not as evil as the legend says. Jiang Tu thought so. He cancelled the match and stood up and walked towards the kitchen. The eggs of the giant bone chicken were gone now. One of the hens has grabbed the right to hatch eggs. In the past few days, any eggs that have been fertilized will be left in the chicken coop. However, there are still ordinary eggs, and there is even a little chicken breast in the refrigerator, which was originally prepared for the dogs at home. Jiang Tu cut a small piece of chicken breast, took an egg, and put it in front of the weasel. Eat. I've tried so hard to get food, how can I not give me some food? Looking at that pitiful little look, I don't know how long I've been hungry? No. Jiang Tu was stunned when he was watching the weasel gnawing chicken strips. His big rooster. 5 big words slowly floated past your eyes, and you couldn't even ignore them if you wanted to. He looked at the weasel in front of him, full of the bad feeling of being deceived. I didn't say that after eating a chicken in this little thing, I came to him again today to ask him for something cute. The key is that he gave it back. What kind of brand is this? What's wrong with the little animals nowadays? They either rely on their thick-skinned faces, like the black pig in their house, or rely on their furry, just like the one in front of them. They think of eating and drinking for free on human territory. They are so beautiful. The weasel had no idea at all that the kind-hearted person in front of him was eating chicken strips wholeheartedly. Every mouthful is serious and cautious, for fear of wasting a little. The mice here are sperm and have few sperm, so it's very difficult to catch them. I have been failing for many days. I don't know if I will continue to go hungry tomorrow. I felt lost as I ate. Suddenly, its head was poked, which scared it so much that it staggered and almost fell down. All the hairs exploded on the yellow big tail. It didn't understand what was going on, and looked at Jiang Tu silly. Jiang Tu was so cruel that he confiscated the egg that the weasel hadn't come and was anxious to eat. He held it in his palm and said mercilessly, "Go away quickly, eat my chicken and act cute here with me. You are so kind. If you don't leave, I'll let the dog bite you." Hearing the word dog, the 2 big dogs in the yard raised their big heads with burning eyes and stared at the big yellow rat. Why's Big Head seemed to be asking, "Are you here to survive?" The weasel was so scared that he shivered. I don't know why humans change their faces so quickly. It touched its half-full belly, holding 2 tears in its mouth, was really afraid that humans would really call the 2 big dogs, especially one of them, which looked as similar to a wolf, so it turned and ran away. In the corner, it stood there, looking at Jiangtu very reluctantly, and lowered its head in disappointment. I don't know if I can't even stay here. Then where should it go? Where can I go? There are traces of human activities everywhere nearby, and it is afraid. In the mountains and forests, there is another animal's territory, and it will be eaten. Jiangtu didn't see the scene, but just felt sorry for the big rooster that had not eaten in her mouth. I knew it before. Well, there is a saying that I have never gained something, and I don't know if I regret losing it. If you have gained it and lost it again, that is the real pain. 6 or 7 kilograms of meat. Chapter 40 The Big Rooster Returns. Wow! The students who came to queue up to receive breakfast looked at today's one and exclaimed. How long has it been since they saw this pure Western breakfast? The college students who used to claim to be at the forefront of fashion in the new era, let alone near the school, even if there is a new store in the city, they have to check whether it is delicious. Now it seems that they have all been assimilated by mountain villages. Fried eggs, golden and crispy sun eggs, but it's a pity that there is no sugar heart. What do you think? It's not about eating sterile eggs. Professor Lee scolded softly, has all knowledge been learned in vain? The student who just complained stopped talking in an instant. A few bad memories instantly surged into my heart. It is cooked well and cooked well. Heating and sterilizing are the most important. Brother Zhang, what do you mean by bread? Xiangming looked at the bread of the 3 colors in front of him. However, the foodie had difficulty choosing, and he suddenly fell into deep thought. Original flavor, pumpkin and spinach, as you like. Last night's European bread was roasted from charcoal, and the skin was crispy and burnt. But it is soft, warm, and delicate, and chewy. When it was first released, the pure wheat fragrance was so amazing that it stimulated the mouth to secrete saliva. Reheat this morning and apply butter, and the taste is pretty good. The side dishes are simple: bacon, ham sausage, tomato slices and lettuce, plus a sweet pumpkin soup. Pumpkin is such a good thing, it can cook and toast, can also make soup, can also cook pig food, chicken and beef. This year there are many points. It really doesn't work, it's okay to buy more from the village. You can stock up by ton. When it was Bai Wentao's turn, he stared at the small piece of bread on his plate, which was actually a large piece of bread. It felt like about one third of the whole piece, but it was as big as his entire palm. A simple bread model flashed through my head, and the question blurted out, how big is this bread when it was not cut at the beginning? Jiangtu gestured to him, probably from the tip of his finger to the length of his forearm, and the 2 slaps were so wide. Actually, it's not very big, right? Inexplicably guilty. So what if the bread is big? Anyway, it won't affect eating. When he was sliced this morning, he found that the amount of 3 was already very large, so he didn't take the 4th one. He cut off all the roasted hard corners, and partly to the dog's teeth, and the other part was mixed into chicken food, without wasting any waste. There is no way, this is the sorrow of the ancient charcoal fire bread kill. There are always some places, such as the 2 ends, and the fire will be harder. Although some people like this taste, it is really exhausting. Bai Wentao nodded and ordered 2 large pieces of bread directly. He wanted to process them into simple sandwiches, and in one bite, he could taste every ingredient. On the outside, the soft bread slices are full of wheat when chewing, and a little fermented slight sour taste, which just combines the sweetness of amylase. The frying bacon and ham sausage is a bit burnt, accompanied by sour and sweet tomatoes and crispy lettuce, mixed with milky butter, perfectly matched. Simple and pretty good. When my cheeks are tired, I will have another sip of sweet soup. The sweet pumpkin soup is also very good. Silky and fragrant. He remembered that he went to a 5-star Western restaurant once, and his cousin also recommended this to him. He saw that his cousin was very happy to drink, so he took a sip. In an instant, he was stuck by the sweetness of the milky smell in his mouth, and then he didn't move. Maybe for girls who like sweets, the sweetness is just right. But for him, the taste was really heavy, and it even suppressed the steak. This one made by Brother Zhang is particularly in line with his taste. Compared to the heavy milk flavor of Western restaurants, the pumpkin made by Brother Zhang has a heavier taste and is not that sticky, and it has a smooth taste. If you are choked, it is okay to use it for a while. Sweetness is the sweetness of the pumpkin itself, and people who don't like sweets can accept it calmly. It is even another enjoyment to tear the slightly hard bread edges open and soak them in. After eating and drinking, he breathed with satisfaction. I don't know when it started, but 3 meals a day were his greatest motivation. When I was doing farm work in the fields and recording various complicated data in the laboratory, I felt restless every time I looked up and looked at the time and found that I would be able to eat soon, and it would be much better all of a sudden. Life on the farm is not that difficult. Especially, Brother Zhang always makes them in different ways, and he eats everything every day as if he is opening a blind box. It's even more exciting. In the past, the students in the school asked them to be assigned to frontier players in private. Now, they can only watch all kinds of delicacies every day but cannot eat them. They don't know how they are jealous of them. Time slips away slowly in the expectation of food. After today, I can get 100 good reviews treasure chests. Zhang Tu opened the system panel while walking home. Anyway, at this time, those students, even the village chief, were all working in the canteen. He was a little weird, and no one would see him. Oh oh! The clear sound of rooster crowing sounded in Jiang Tu's ears, echoing, and its penetration was particularly strong. It was as if I had asked him to hear it. Moreover, it is completely different from his giant bones and roosters. How to say it, it is even more exciting and unstable. Jiang Tu followed the sound to find the source. After a while, he saw the big rooster not far from the chicken coop. It was the one he thought was eaten by a weasel. The feathers are not as bright as before, but they are more energetic. He didn't know what the chicken was doing, but he followed its intentions and walked closer and checked it out. I don't know if I don't look at this, I'm shocked when I see it. After his broken chicken disappeared for almost 5 days, he brought back 3 pheasants. The ugly grey look was obvious that the wild animals didn't run away. Zhang Tu took a breath, and another messy chicken wanted to harm him. He took out his cell phone, took a photo and searched it in one go. Female pheasant. National level 2. Zhang Tu thought that he came forward to scare them twice now. If he was scared, he would plunge into the forest and pretend that he didn't see the chicken. After all, it is normal for pheasants to go down the mountain occasionally. It is normal to see humans running. Moreover, no one saw what he did now. However, at the moment he stomped his feet. His rooster protected the 3 female pheasants behind him. The little head kept looking to the side and signaled him to look over quickly. Have you seen it? There are all wives in the chickens over there. What's wrong with it looking for a few wives? Male can lose anything, but cannot lose in this regard. There are 2 chickens in each chicken, but it looks for 3. What's wrong? Isn't it right? Just a ghost. Zhang Tu wanted to roar at the big rooster. It was better to be eaten by that weasel. It's a little loss, but it's worry-free and you don't have to face this mess. Question, is it still time to kill a chicken now? He was willing to share the weasel he wronged and a big chicken leg as an apology. Please ask for flowers, please collect them, and collect them more. Today I will be presented to you at the 5th update, Momo. Chapter 41, The water storage lake has passed. Zhang Tu just called the village chief, and Song Jun achieved instant results. Hey, Zhang Tu, what's wrong? You're at home, I'm just about to find you. Song Jun was just about to ride his beloved little electric donkey and go to Jiang Tu's house to deliver things to him. I just received a call from him. Ah, I just want to ask my big cock bear that has 3 pheasants. Is it illegal? Jiang Tu stared at the three, and had already consciously gone to his chicken food bowl to eat corn and beans. The voice unconsciously began to float. What? Song Jun just stepped on the electric donkey's legs, and he slipped, and he got stuck in his crotch. He bent down in pain and tried his best to calm his tone. What did you retaliate back? You saw it when you come. Jiang Tu also gave up. Anyway, the village chief didn't know why he came to his house. He understood the situation at a glance, and he didn't need to say more. Hang up the phone and Jiang Tu started searching online. In fact, pheasants have now formed large-scale breeding like wild boars. However, before breeding, you must first obtain the corresponding qualification certificate. Then, these three of his family should not be a big deal, right? At worst, I would like to ask the Forestry Bureau to change to a place with more male pheasants to send them to them. The few people who were not good at gazes were not clear, and they once again couldn't recognize the chickens clearly, so they tricked the local chickens down the mountain. Tisk tisk tisk. He turned around and looked at the wild boar not far away. The IQ of this wild animal is not very good. The Song army rode a small electric donkey along the cement road, and came in a hurry. What's the situation? He asked immediately after he stopped the car. Look. Jiang Tu pointed to the three pheasants who were still wandering beside the big rooster, saying that this was the case. He has done his duty as a villager, and the rest is his village chief's business. Song Jun looked at the scene in front of him and felt that the world was fantastic. It is understandable that wild boars fall in love with domestic pigs, but the ecology damages the females and the distribution is not enough. Why, are there no male pheasants now? The ecology of Bigzuling, or to put it in a smaller way, is their ecology so bad? But isn't this a pheasant you bought outside by yourself, and when you come back, you pretend to be a protected animal? Song Jun felt that his suspicion was reasonable. Whose wild pheasants are so unwarranted? With the forest, it is a miracle that you can live to adulthood so stupidly. There are 3 of them. You can't be foolish. Jiang Tu opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. What he did, left the impression that he was a sucker. But, there seemed to be a Gangzhuang Avenue in front of me, what's going on? Is this still possible? Why didn't he expect it? Now, is it much more convenient to smuggle from the system? Then I'll say it again, okay? He lowered his voice and asked carefully. Song Jun looked at Jiang Tu in shock. Do you know what you said just now? If you have the ability, say it again loudly. I just thought about this at a young age. Did you have a life of food and accommodation? Jiang Tu looked at him. He obviously started this topic first, but why was he injured in the end? Sure enough, Jiang Tu lay flat. Report to the superiors. He has completed the report to the village chief. He didn't need to worry about the next thing, so Jiang Tu changed the topic and asked directly, Village chief, what's wrong with you coming to me today? What's the matter? Can't you tell me when you were having lunch just now? Jiang Tu is puzzled. I'm a little curious. Oh. Song Jun then remembered that he was not dealing with the sudden addition of the 3 pheasants. He is here to deliver materials to Jiang Tu. Your artificial water storage lake has been approved. Here, this is the document, you can collect it yourself. The rest is to find a reliable construction team and start working. Jiang Tu took a thick dozen documents and was a little surprised. He asked, didn't it mean that the review will take at least 3 months? Why is this time so fast? It's not good to be quick. Song Jun glanced at him and thought randomly that this kid might have no money, so he also slowed down his tone. I accidentally heard a single ear, as if someone had greeted him, and the speed was accelerated. Song Jun shook his head, saying that he didn't know the specifics. He patted Jiang Tu on the shoulder and said, the approval has been completed, and he doesn't say he has to be completed immediately. If there is financial difficulties, I can help you see it. Can't apply for a loan. Loan? He knows this. In order to encourage agricultural development, the country has actually introduced many policies that benefit the country and the people. In addition to support and subsidies, agricultural loans are also one of them. A smile slowly appeared on Jiang Tu's face, and he leaned against Song Jun and asked, "Do you want interest?" "Of course." Song Jun gave him a look of "What are you thinking about?" "I don't want interest. Why don't you want to go to heaven?" "It's just that the interest rate can be lower than normal." Song Jun gestured with his thumb and index finger, indicating that it was just a little bit. "However, if the base is large enough, it can save a lot of money." Jiang Tu nodded, he could still figure it out. But he didn't respond immediately, and he said, "I have to find someone to offer first. The specific amount of money is not what I want." Song Jun also understood. Anyway, there is no hurry to do this, so Jiang Tu can do whatever he wants to come to him. The key now is, what should we do with these pheasants? He sighed. The closer the village is, the more things are going to be, and he is going to be busy. I finally took advantage of the time to give someone documents to take a breath, but I encountered this. Really, if people don't worry about him, animals will get involved. He asked Jiang Tu to go busy if he had something to do, and he just stood here and called the forestry bureau. Jiang Tu was not polite, so he went home directly. He had just thought about it for a long time and decided to go to the weasel and say it. The older generation said that little thing is smart. He also hoped that it would catch mice for it in this area and could not offend it. The main food sources of wild weasels are rats and rabbits. Jiang Tu didn't plan to feed chicken, because he was afraid that the weasel would get used to eating chicken, so he would harm his poultry in the future if he or the dog was not paying attention. But he wasn't going to catch mice either. What he prepared was a rabbit. There was a box of rabbit ingredients in the last 100 pump, and he decided to use it today. Part of it is made into spicy rabbit diced rice, part of it is made into dog rice. Cut off a big rabbit leg, and give it to the little weasel, just treat it as an apology. A new question came again, he didn't know where the weasel was now. But, it doesn't matter. Jiang Tu used his mobile phone to find the picture of the weasel, put it in front of his two big dogs, and asked if they could take him to find the big yellow rat in the picture, which was the one that had been to our house before. The two dogs nodded neatly, stood up, and walked west without any delay. As he walked, he looked back to see if his master was behind. Although they are new homes, they also grasped the movements of all animals in the territory in the shortest time. Are they very awesome? The two big dogs who consciously helped their owners, their tails were shaking. Jiang Tu touched the dog's head, praised without hesitation and promised, "We will eat rabbits at noon today. You two dogs and half rabbits. The rabbit is so cute, it must taste great." The two big dogs wagged their tails even more excitedly. Please ask for flowers and collection, Momo. Chapter 42 Professor Li's personality collapses. The weasel who was blocked outside the nest and could not go home was almost crying. "I can't even use it to attack with a stinky fart. If you don't bring such a bully rat, it has moved out of the house that you have finally dug out, why is it still so good to it? Forget it if you can't find a partner, you can't even have enough food every day and you will be bullied. Sheep." Jiang Tu pinched the rabbit's legs in his hand with 2 fingers and sent them to the weasel. Motioned to the weasel to take it quickly. He touched the tip of his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. "I'm not good at the beginning, I misunderstood you. This is an apology to you." He thought about it and said, "I'm not sure if you can understand it. I just want to ask you if you want to stay and work for me. I am usually responsible for catching the mice in the territory and don't let them harm the crops. Of course, when there is not much food, I will provide you with enough food, what do you think?" After saying that, he felt like he was crazy again. Even if the older generation spread this animal too evil, they would not be able to understand human words. The skills given by the system are only affinity, not communication, nor beast speakers. But he always felt that the weasel's eyes seemed much brighter than when he came just now. It seems that I am a little happy, even the height of the big rabbit's legs is a little higher than just now. The weasel is so excited now that the whole mouse is extremely excited. It was allowed to stay by the owner here. Not only can it hunt here, but the dogs here will not hurt it in the future, and they may also protect it. Even, from what the human being said, it can still get delicious food from him before he has enough food. How come happiness comes so suddenly? The rat is so happy now. It lit its little head desperately and said that it would work hard to improve its hunting skills and catch more mice. This is a very kind human being at first glance, and it is indeed a very good human being. The big rabbit legs are also very fragrant. Since leaving her mother, she has never eaten rabbits again. Very nice. The little weasel held the rabbit's legs in his mouth and followed Jiang Tu all the way, approaching the big house with a fence bit by bit. The home it once chose is under the fence. There is a hole that is both safe and very comfortable. It took a long time to transform it at the beginning, and I thought I would never come back. During dinner, Professor Li found Jiang Tu. He asked straight to the point, "I heard from the village chief that the procedures for your water storage lake have been downloaded." Yes. Jiang Tu nodded. It is a good thing that the procedures are completed. But he also had a headache. After browsing online for an afternoon, he couldn't find a suitable engineering team, and the quotes were varied. Some say it's enough to have 200,000 or 300,000, while others say it's impossible to get it without 1,000,000. What is the difference between these 4 or 5 times? He was really a little curious. Have you found the construction team? Professor Li continued to ask with concern. Not yet. Jiang Tu suddenly reacted, his eyes shining, and said, "The professor has a recommended engineering team, right?" Haha, you kid, you react quickly enough. Professor Li clicked the Jiang Tu from a distance, and did not take Xiao. He said, "There is one. Although it is a newly established company for only a few years, it is a practical thing. Not to mention anything else, you definitely don't need to worry about quality. But, the quality is improved, the price will definitely not be cheap." Professor Li gave Jiang Tu a vaccination first. No matter when, whether others are willing to admit it or not, money is one of the biggest problems. Especially for those who do engineering. As long as you are not silly, how can the quality of a budget of 1 million and a budget of 100,000 be the same? Jiang Tu understands. He just was afraid that he would be deceived. He didn't know anything about engineering construction, and he didn't have a familiar construction team locally. He might have been cheated and didn't know. There are many people who run away with the project payment and tofu projects now. Then, Professor, can you give me a contact information? He knew that the professor introduced himself to a construction team through his connections, which was a great favor. If you contact the other party's small matter, you can't bother the old professor anymore. I'll give you a business card. Boy, you'll mention my name then, and he can still give you a discount. Professor Li blinked at Jiang Tu mysteriously. The old professor who was once extremely serious had a little more like an old naughty boy at this time. Professor Li, do you know that your character has collapsed? Jiang Tu felt sorry in her heart and thanked her all in her face. Of course, there can be even more collapses. Professor Li looked at Jiang Tu after adding contact information, and looked proud and righteous on his face. In fact, his body had already moved closer to him a little. He lowered his voice and said to Jiang Tu, "Xiao Zhang, look, I have helped you solve such a big problem, right?" Jiang Tu understands it in seconds. It is necessary to express something, right? He also lowered his voice and said, "Professor Li, you said, as long as I can get half of it, I will definitely do it for you. As long as it is not excessive, try to satisfy it." Jiang Tu told himself in his heart. Professor Li nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, you can definitely do it for it, boy. He tried to keep a serious voice. It's the braised pig's trotter you made that day. When will you have another meal? How about? Thinking of the soft and glutinous taste of braised pork trotters, Professor Li only felt that the folds on his brows were ironed 2 points. After eating that day, he was wondering when he could have another meal. However, according to Xiaojiang's different practices every day, he could not calculate at all when the recipe could start to cycle. When will there be a cycle? It will be the pig's trotters again? Troubled and want to eat. There is no way, he can only rely on his own efforts. Is this the only one? Is there nothing else? Jiang Tu was a little suspicious of his ears. What did he just hear? So, Professor Li just had such a big circle with him just to have another meal of braised pork trotters? He doesn't believe it. Professor Li never expected that he could make another request to the chef, and he was a little excited for a moment. This kid cooks deliciously, but because he has not had any financial relations with them, he can't interfere too much in what others cook for every meal. Anyway, there are vegetables and meat, just be sure to eat enough. Moreover, the price of pig's trotters is expensive, so he is embarrassed to keep asking the young man to spend money. I thought it would be almost done to change a dish, after all, it was not a big deal. Unexpectedly, there were surprises. You can't let go of this opportunity to order food by yourself. He smashed it, and thought for a while and said, why, eat noodles. I feel like I haven't eaten for a long time, and I still think a little bit. This son is worth the price. Professor Li was amazed in his heart. The bad guy is still a little useful, it's useless to not raise it. Jiang Tu. He was silent. The key is that Professor Li's serious and expectant look was really not fake at all. Now he just wants to cover his face and find a place to be quiet alone. Professor, not only is your character collapsed, but your foodie attributes are also exposed. To be honest, Jiang Tu was already ready to speak loudly by Professor Li. As for taking kickbacks, you can have any industry, and within a reasonable range, it is not unacceptable. Result? That's it. Braised pig's trotters? Noodle? To satisfy him, one must satisfy him. The Chapter 43 Clear Soup Noodles. Jiang Tu used to be unwilling to make noodles. It's not because the noodles are troublesome, but because the noodles are actually the best time to taste when they are ready for the pot. From his house to the cafeteria, even if it only takes 3 or 5 minutes, it will have a certain impact on the taste of the noodles. And, it's better not to mention the back kitchen that canteen comes with. According to village chief Song Jun, the compensation has been reached, but the university accounts have to be settled together. Now, in the early stage of spring plowing, there are many places to employ people. The renovation of the canteen will be, at least the meeting will begin when the spring plowing is over. There is no way, this is their place. Those who are still staying at home now, except for those who are doing small businesses locally, the rest are those who have land at home or rent land. Their land is small, and they usually plant some lazy corn, then go out to work, and come back when the autumn harvest is over. There are more land, and more things happen. So much so that there is a shortage of labor in the market at this time and wages are rising. So it is not impossible to renovate a kitchen until spring plowing begins. Zhang, brother Zhang. Bai Wentao gets up early every day. He had to go to the ground to patrol for a while and come back to have some rest. It was time to have breakfast. But today, as soon as he came back from the field, he found that brother Zhang had arrived at the entrance of their canteen. However, there was no notification on the phone. Good morning. Jiang Tu greeted with a smile. He moved a large furnace from the back of the pickup truck and converted it into a steel bucket. Add firewood underneath and set up a large pot on top. Bai Wentao looked at brother Zhang filling the pot with water and lit firewood, with a confused look on his face. Is this? What new cooking method? He is not sure. Jiang Tu saw his doubts and explained. I ate noodles this morning, so it tastes good when I cook it now. After finishing the work on Jiang Tu, he refilled the basin of water and washed his hands. Then skillfully spread a layer of flour on the chopping board evenly. Oh. Bai Wentao kept nodding. What's this called? There is a surprise when you wake up early. He took out his cell phone and, after obtaining Brother Jiang's permission, stood aside and took photos honestly. Just saw that Brother Jiang took out a dough from a large stainless steel basin. The surface is smooth, white, and fat, a bit inexplicably cute. Jiang Tu carefully rubbed the dough in his palms. Although kneading noodles is just a specialized skill, the power of this SSR is that it contains all the dough kneading techniques of pasta. When the noodle cake turned into what he wanted again, Jiang Tu took out his magical artifact, a super long rolling pin. He rarely made noodles by himself before, and he bought them now from the market. He was not lucky enough and did not get the ramen skills from the system. However, the rolled noodles that come with the chicken soup noodles are also very good. In Bai Wentao's site, there is another scene. At first he watched the dough in Brother Jiang's hands, sometimes becoming long and sometimes becoming round. He also wanted to see that magical ramen skill, the kind that he could finally thread needles. The result is no. But the dough, under Brother Jiang's hands, became bigger and rounder with a stick. The large wooden table made a cheerful accompaniment sound as Jiang Tu moves. Until this table could not accommodate this dough, Jiang Tu stopped moving. He folded the noodles together in a twists and turns, took out a kitchen knife, and turned the noodles into noodles in a tuck. The lengths are slightly different, but the widths are all 0.3 centimeters, and they are well coated one by one. Bai Wentao was stunned. Why is this dough so obedient? How did it turn itself into such a big pie in a few minutes? He recalled his few experiences in rolling dumpling skins, and what he and Brother Jiang used were definitely not the same noodles. Well, it's not his problem, it's face. Bai Wentao firmly believes. Also, Brother Jiang, do you want to be so inhuman? Do you know that your kitchen knife has all had afterimages? If you have this skill, why don't you open a restaurant and have to go back to the village to open a farm? Is there any waste of natural resources? On the other side, the hanging chicken soup started to sing again under the influence of the flames. It is also accompanied by a delicate and dense fragrance, just like the seductive little fairy. It is not strong, but it makes people unable to help but look, and explore. The closer the time is to breakfast, the more students gather nearby. They didn't even dare to speak, for fear of disturbing the afterimage and making their noodles imperfect. Even the villagers who lived nearby or were just passing by couldn't help but come and join in the fun. When will the village start selling noodles in the morning? There was a middle-aged man who stretched his neck and sniffed the fragrance of chicken soup and asked loudly. Uncle, this is our breakfast master in the canteen. One of the students wiped the corners of his mouth and replied. They didn't expect that this breakfast could be cooked and eaten immediately, which was particularly pleasant to the senses. It's more realistic than their school canteen. Ah! I won't sell it. When I heard that I didn't sell it, the middle-aged man suddenly felt lost. He murmured, it's so delicious, why don't you sell it? I thought I could not sell it. Now it's time to go home for breakfast, but this leg is out of control. Seeing that the noodles were almost cut, Jiang Tu shouted to the crowd, call me and I can come down to have a meal. The students returned in a verbal way, Brother Jiang, everyone is here. Okay. Add that chili oil, chopped green onion and coriander by yourself. He nodded and said he knew. Roll the noodles in boiling water for 3 minutes and they will cook thoroughly. Quickly pass in cold water, put fried eggs on it, pour in the chicken soup that has been boiled for the night, and just a bowl of chicken noodle soup is enough. The snow-white noodles slowly stretch in the chicken soup. The top layer of chicken oil was alarmed and turned into stars, gathering again and again, repeating itself. According to your own taste, add chopped green onion and coriander, and add some chili oil. The steaming aroma of chicken soup mixed with the spicy smell of chili oil, and they drilled into their noses together, seducing their saliva even faster. Shit! The first person who got the chicken noodle soup directly drifted out a ghost step in the stunning eyes of everyone, and at the same time, he moved quickly without sprinkling a drop of soup. It's simply amazing. The master is actually hiding among us. Only his mouth stubbornly expressed his truest feelings, hot, hot, hot. Next time, change the bowl with a handle. It's just one word: delicious. They don't know how many times they have said it. Professor Lee sat among the students holding a bowl of noodles. Just the heat smelled the fragrance of chicken soup, and the sternness between his eyebrows and eyes spread a little. Chicken soup is a soup stewed with old hens. It cannot be as clear as water, but the taste is first class. The 80-minute full soup is paired with just the right noodles, decorated with chopped green onion and coriander, which makes people excited. Even the uncle who had not left just now was lucky enough to get a bowl. I heard from the chef that I could take him a bowl of noodles with leftovers, but there was no bowl to serve. How to say it? He never ran so fast in his life except being chased by a pig when he was young. Suck! It's so delicious! The eldest brother sat opposite the village chief with the bowl in his arms, speaking vaguely. He asked the village chief secretly, "Do you want garlic?" As he said that, he took out 2 garlic from his pocket. As the saying goes, if you eat noodles but not garlic, the fragrance will be half less. Song Jun nodded and shared. The office is full of big men, so there is no problem at all. Please collect it, please flowers, thank you. Chapter 44, The Pig Has It. Following a group of students, the elder brother who had eaten noodles walked home with his stomach outrageously. This 10 yuan is worth the cost, it is too worth it. If this kid goes to the county town to open a noodle shop, he will be crushed by the ones that are now in the county town. He touched his warm stomach, and then smeared the taste of the bowl of chicken noodle soup just now. I don't know how the chef charges, and he also wants to spend money to eat like the village chief, but I don't know if it's okay. His family has 50 acres of land in the village, and he rented another 100 acres. I usually plant some corn, wheat, soybeans, etc. Take the opportunity to raise some chickens and ducks, and grow some side dishes to eat at home. The things you buy outside now may be technical and ruthless, and the food is not at all reassuring. His son is tired in high school now, how can he not eat some good food? It's safe. My wife is now working in the city and taking care of her son. So, he is the only one who lives in the village now. There is nothing else, just eating has become a big problem. I am not unable to cook, but I am so stubborn that I can eat too much. He licked his lips and savored the taste of chicken noodle soup. No, he has to be a little thick-skinned. Today I will find time to ask for the village chief, how to collect the money and whether I can add him one. He is not picky about food, he eats anything delicious. When Zhang Tu returned home, he looked at the big rooster who was still huddled with 3 pheasants, and his eyes hurt. I don't know when the Forestry Bureau will send someone to deal with it. I don't know if the small bodies of these 3 pheasants are enough for the weasel. By the way, did he not tell the village chief that there was still a weasel in his family? All other things are planned. It was Zhang Tu who never expected that the engineering team that Professor Lee contacted came so quickly. He had just returned from buying pig's trotters from the county town when he found 2 strangers had come to his farm. Professor Lee was accompanying him. His 2 big dogs were even eyeing him. The main reason is that the black rice is eyeing, and the barley is probably just tilting its head to look at it. One of them, looking at him in his 30s, was not much older than him, and he looked a little similar to Professor Lee's eyes. They pointed at the place where he was preparing to build a water reservoir. At a height, there is also a professional surveying and mapping tool inserted. Jiangtu cannot name a name. Xiaozhang, you are back. This is the boss of the engineering company I told you, Li Guangbo. This is the one I told you to build a water storage lake, Xiaozhang, Jiangtu. Jiangtu shook hands with Li Guangbo to show that he met. Jiangtu looked calm, and Li Guangbo's expression was worth exploring. He looked at him with a playful look. The former man who was a few years younger than him was because he asked his father to take turns to praise him on the phone, and he praised him in various ways. What is the key to being a good person? Being down to earth and willing to work hard, and not being too ambitious is that he has a good skill. He is a biological son and has never enjoyed such treatment. Why are you? Why? With a braised pork trotter. After Jiangtu knew that the boss of this company with an elite look was Professor Li's son. He could not look directly at him. Every time he saw him, he wanted to ask if he knew that his father sold him because of a braised pork trotter. Then, I want to ask about my true feelings. For this reason, Mr. Li Guangbo, who was pig's trotter at noon today, also received preferential treatment from the chef. Others have 4 yuan, but he has 5 yuan. Li Guangbo was stunned when he looked at the braised pork trotters in his bowl. Isn't this my father's favorite dish? He seemed to understand the rosy and shiny color, the fragrant smell, and the pig's trotter that had an extra piece of his father in the bowl. I couldn't help but see the chef who was making food there. His father recently praised the young man who was not in the sky or underground. By accident, the two of them had a match. After understanding what Li Guangbo wanted to convey, Jiangtu nodded heavily to him. Yes, it's what you think. Li Guangbo turned his head stiffly and looked at his father, who wanted to hold a pig's trotter from his bowl. This is really his real father. If you have a weaker blood relationship, you will not be able to do this. And the surveyors who came with the boss had already buried their heads in their jobs. What is the boss thinking now? Is it important? How can this braised pork trotter be important? It's so fragrant, so glutinous, and it's so funny, he wants to have another bowl. What a pity, those people in such a delicious company can't eat it. Alas, let them push and refuse to pinch it. Just let him share this delicious food with his boss. When he goes back, he will definitely write an 800 WORD report to simply discuss the deliciousness of this pig's trotter. Sure enough, if you have too many heterodynamics, you will always encounter surprises. Because of a braised pork trotter, the project was extremely smooth when it was discussed. Li Guangbo was even willing to give him a fracture for his father's sake. The only requirement is that the food of their engineering team must be based on this level. Jiangtu guarantees no problem. This time, the Forestry Bureau's speed came a little later. In fact, they are not going to come. In recent years, there are much more likely to go down the mountain than wild boars. Especially in autumn, they go back to the fields to find corn kernels and beans that have been pulled down as food. As long as the villagers don't hurt them, the Forestry Bureau doesn't care. However, the fact that the chicken was kept as a wife was a bit reasonable in the bullshit, and this was the case for several days, so it was necessary to come and have a look. This time, the matter was not big, so Director Liu did not follow him. Liang Feng is here. As soon as he arrived, he got into Jiangtu's pig pen, carrying the risk of being huddled out by a wild boar, and used pregnancy test strips on his sow. It's done, this thing that was completely ignored by Jiangtu. Your pig is pregnant, don't you care at all? This is a purely natural hybrid generation of wild boars and family. Liang Feng waving the test strips in his hand, condemning him for delaying the discovery that was not great or the first in zoology. Jiangtu. Is his pig really pregnant? Isn't it said that the probability is very low, so low that it is almost impossible? Because I knew it was impossible, I didn't care. Even, he was despising the delay of this wild boar that was inseparable from his pig every day. He couldn't even learn to do artificial insemination. Then, he thought of another point. Could it be that the wild boar stayed at his house and refused to leave because the wife he just found was pregnant? Is wild boar such a responsible animal? In fact, Jiang Tu misunderstood. This wild boar stays here and doesn't leave because it's so delicious. Staying here is without any danger. Pig, why should we work hard? Isn't it good to lie down? Chapter 45. The chicken is not leaving. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for pigs to be domesticated by humans. After a detailed observation by professionals from the Forestry Bureau, they found that they really had no intention of leaving. Even when he approached, he was not very alert. He didn't escape, but jumped a little further away, and continued to eat the little bugs in the soil of Bala in the place he could not reach. He felt that he had reason to suspect that this was breeding, not wild. The evidence is quite sufficient. I have to say that he thought of it with the village chief. Liang Feng also looked at Jiang Tu with suspicion. Jiang Tu quickly expressed his innocence, indicating that these 3 pheasants are true wild animals. He is not so idle or so rich. Buy pheasants and play with them. If the system treasure chest is opened, it is possible. Unfortunately, about 90% of the food is now made of ingredients, and most of them have become 3 meals a day for students. The only living creature is those giant bones chickens. Oh, there are 2 more seeds, but here are not many. It looks quite common, and it doesn't feel very important. He was all mixed together, and those who needed breeding were breeding for those students. What's wrong? Jiang Tu asked the professional staff. He now knows that Liang Feng is not from the Forestry Bureau either. It's just that because the veterinary medicine is really good at medical skills and has all kinds of animals, he is particularly valued and has become a non-staff member. Professionals are also in a dilemma. Pheasant is precious, not very precious, and it is not dangerous yet. He can directly grab the box and take it away, and then find a protected area to put it down. But, the natural enemies of this creature are spread throughout Baigzi Ridge. Maybe they will not release animals, but deliver vegetables to predators in the reserve. At that time, I could not live any longer. When he turned his head, he saw the big wild boar that was still staying at Jiang Tu's house not far away, and his eyes turned. I'll call the leader first. After that, I called Director Lu directly. I don't know what was communicated on the phone. Anyway, the professionals from the Forestry Bureau looked at Jiang Tu with congratulations. That is, he felt that he was furious behind him. There is a sense of unknown premonition. Sure enough. What do you mean to just keep it like this? Jiang Tu was unbelievable and even a little dissatisfied with this treatment. I tell you, I found a weasel in this area a few days ago. Jiang Tu threatened. It's okay. The professional shook his head and said, as long as it wasn't for you to give it to you, we will recognize whether you are alive or dead. Pheasant is an animal at the bottom of the food chain. Even if it is not a weasel, eagle, peregrine fox, etc., it is all in other people's recipes. There is nothing wrong with natural predation and natural selection. We cannot interfere too much. I think they are good for you. Maybe it's a little safer than the mountains. He pointed to the several particularly large chickens next to him, and the big dog that was still working hard not far away, and added, of course, it would be better if you could help you take a look. Don't worry, we will give you a breeding certificate. Jiang Tu was simply shocked. No, no. Why does he think the animal ingredients of his family are getting worse and worse? The people from the Forestry Bureau came openly and left simply, without taking away a single feather, leaving Jiang to 3 troubles. Why do things always develop differently from what he expected? Jiang Tu wondered. Liang Feng was helping with serious face, and kept muttering in his heart. If you think it's hard for you, don't build a new chicken coop for pheasants. I see you are doing it very vigorously. A man who speaks right and wrong. Yes, Liang Feng stayed. After tasting a supper, I still wanted to stay away. For the sake of the name, study the pregnancy reaction of sows pregnant with wild boars. Jiang Tu, I can go to yours. If you want to have a free meal, be more generous and just give money. May 10th is getting closer and the people in the village are getting busier and busier. But all this seemed to have not affected the city's engineering companies at all. Li Guangbo led the team, 3 excavators, and nearly 20 people rushed into Xiong'er village in a mighty manner. It caused a lot of excitement. Those who know each other in the village and those who have free time come to his house to watch the fun of digging the lake. Moreover, in recent days, how much is Jiangtu's wealth, how much does it cost to dig such a big lake, and whether such a young man has a partner? This topic ranks first on the gossip list in their village and remains popular. Jiang Tu trusts to leave professional matters to professionals with confidence. He believed that Professor Li was there, and Li Guangbo dared not cheat him. However, Professor Li has been running towards him from time to time these days. Either tell the construction team to fill in the cart of soil here or tell them that the cart of soil cannot be piled up here. Sometimes I also give lectures to those students, and an example on site tells those students what to do if they encounter this in the future. The heart is a kind heart. Because of Professor Li's actions, the Jiangtu family even formed nearly 20 acres of flat land. The people in the engineering team were really annoyed at the beginning with these suddenly extra bits and pieces of work. However, under the careful feeding of Jiangtu food every day, not only did they have no complaints, but they even wanted their eldest father to give more suggestions. They worked more for one more day. One more meal is a meal. The 5-star restaurants outside are not as stable as they perform. How can they be so delicious every day no matter what kind of dishes they eat? Jiangtu's rule is that a meal is normal, 1 meat, 1 vegetable and 1 soup, and the amount is large and the amount is full, but it is not the same every day. At first, the workers didn't know why, but they didn't think the owner was stingy. But people always like to eat but not to eat. Now that I think about it, when I go out to eat and order 10 or 8 dishes, most of them are repeated every time. It's better to do this, every meal is a new expectation. They were close to each other and guessed what to eat for this meal every day, and they were almost out of a bet. Moreover, how can you like to eat or not? In addition to those who really avoid eating, they don't like to eat it because it's not delicious. Jiang Tu is really tired and happy during this period. The number of favorable treasure chests has increased exponentially and is backlogged in the system warehouse. Many times, he has no time to open it and see what is inside. At most it's just a recipe, pull it out, get enough ingredients, learn and make it right now. But tonight, he really couldn't help it. Think about it, from the first 2 good reviews treasure chests to what to open tonight, it will be 500. There are 500 SSSRs that have never appeared before, but are you still unwilling to show up? Is the probability necessary to be stuck? He felt that he was already very European. It is quite common for SSR with such a low probability. Jiang Tu put one on a dog's head and rubbed it at the same time. The old saying goes, if a dog comes with wealth, cat comes with wealth, let me see SSSR. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining SR Ling Chuan water 10 ml *100. No. No. Are you really not going to give it to me? Suddenly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSSR breed rabbit, Qin Shi Minjiu Han Shi rabbit *3 pairs. Jiang Tu, what? I'm asking for flowers, collect them, I love you. Chapter 46, The Bright Moon in the Qin Dynasty and the Han Dynasty and the Rabbit. What is the bright moon in the Qin Dynasty and the Han Dynasty rabbit? Jiang Tu always thought that his system was quite serious, but why did he even have such a long name when he got on SSSR? Just a rabbit. What does it have to do with the Qin and Han dynasties? That was the world thousands of years ago. System, the bright moon in the Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty. Rabbits are rabbits in the Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty. They have perfectly evolved ancient genes and have extremely strong survivability. At that time, rabbits could also eat meat. Jiang Tu stopped talking. He remembered the introduction of the ancients. At that time of the Qin and Han dynasties, it seemed that it was very normal to be able to carry a tripod. It is the kind of bronze tripod that is standing in a museum and used for sacrificial ritual. During the Three Kingdoms period, Guan Yu could still wield a big sword of about 80 pounds and kill 3 in and 3 out of the enemy. He thought about himself, he could pick up 100 kilograms of cement to be honest. But he should wave that thing as a weapon unless he doesn't want to live anymore. It turns out that human beings are constantly degrading in the long river of history. What kind of rabbit is the ancient gene rabbit with perfect evolution? Introduction to the Jiangtu system. The bright moon and the Han dynasty rabbits in the Qin dynasty, 3 pairs, 1 pair of black, 1 pair of erotic colors and 1 pair of white. You can hide from the ground and catch a mouse, and you can jump and kick an eagle. Omnivorous food, I like fresh and delicious grass the most, and I must feed no less than 500 grams of forage every day. Currently, he weighs 15 kilograms per piece, and he has a slight room for growth. You can give birth 45 times a year, about 1 month of pregnancy, and each time you give birth 26 pieces. The main natural enemies include wolves, foxes, martens, dicks, leopard cats, owls, eagles, falcons, and other animals. At present, female rabbits are expected to give birth in about 3 weeks. After reading this, he only had one idea, that is, he didn't believe it. How big is a mink? Take the little weasel from his family for example. He died of 2 or 3 pounds, and he would have grown to 4 pounds after he gained weight. What can I do to hunt 30 kilograms of rabbits? Isn't he looking down on the weasels, but their little fangs can bite through the rabbit's skin? Jiangtu turns off the system. Take out your cell phone and start inquiring about the encyclopedia. He just wanted to know, is it normal for such a big rabbit to suddenly appear in the real world? As a result, he was ignorant. The white rabbits they usually eat and the northeast rabbits they often see in the wild are basically small rabbits, with an adult weight of no more than 4 kilograms. Of course, those pet rabbits that are fed into balls by their owners are not in this ranks. But the largest rabbit in the world has reached 45 kilograms. From this point of view, the rabbit given by the system is still within a normal and reasonable range. Especially when he saw that the giant rabbit could be sold for 150 euros with a total of 1,500 yuan, his eyes became brighter. His rabbits weigh a little lighter, so each one costs 1,000 yuan, it's no problem. Take it out, you must take it out, and take it out tomorrow according to the time. How much money can a rabbit make in a year if it is so capable? With the beautiful wish of lying on the pile of rabbits to count money, Jiang Tu fell into a beautiful dream. The next day, just after breakfast, he drove the pickup truck and walked towards the county town. Students and workers are accustomed to it. Brother Zhang and Chef Zhang usually go out to purchase ingredients at this time. Even, I'm a little looking forward to what to eat for lunch today. The spicy chicken diced melon a few days ago was just about to come again. It was really spicy and served. After eating, I felt comfortable. Braised pork is okay. Pot-buried meat must be pot-buried meat. 2 hours later, Jiang Tu drove his pickup truck and hummed a song and came back from the county. There was an unexpected receipt today. In the aquatic products market in the county, I heard that someone's reservoir was cleaning up and preparing to put this year's small fish fry, and a lot of big grass carp, big silver carp and so on. Fresh and energetic. He saw that several old men who usually buy groceries and are picking up several of them, and he also squeezed into the crowd. Relying on his purchases, he fought for a path of hard work. Yesterday, a new recipe was launched: sauerkraut fish. The old pot pickled cabbage is an class ingredient he has produced for a long time. It's just that they are in the northeast. They eat a lot of sauerkraut accumulated by their own family and rarely eat that kind of old pot pickled cabbage, so he never moved. Don't know how to eat it. The only thing that is most familiar is the old sauerkraut noodles, which he is not very good at making. The key is that it doesn't take much to make noodles, so I'm afraid I'll waste it if I take it out. Now, let's put the sauerkraut fish in it. Of course, in the back car, in addition to the dozens of big grass carp in the insulated box, his rabbit was also there. What a big rabbit! Jiang Tu walked home humming a song. I increasingly feel that the smartest thing I did before I came back was to sell my BMW and exchange it for a domestic pickup truck. Strong, durable, and practical. He bought the cage for the rabbit in the county town. When he heard that he wanted to use it to hold a rabbit, he hoped it would be bigger. The boss of the timber factory held a nail gun and nailed it to him in 2 or 3 strokes. There is no fancy bells and whistles, it is all original, and the main feature is a sturdy and durable one. Before leaving, the boss said, "It will be safe and solid, and it will never be a problem for a lifetime." Jiang Tu believed it. How can a cage with 3 fingers wide and half fingers thick nails not strong? When a sour smell exploded in the yard of Jiang Tu's house, everyone's workers' hands couldn't help but pause. This taste is amazing. I haven't smelled it before, is it a new dish? It's so fragrant. I saw that Xiaozhang bought rabbits and fish, and I don't know which one was made of. No matter which one it is, it's just this taste. I feel that today's rice is not enough. That's right, no one reminded Xiaozhang to make another pot of rice. I'll make an extra pot of rice. Who was so overwhelmed that I almost went to the hospital? You have forgotten this. Oh. When everyone mentioned this, they couldn't help but sigh. You said that Xiaozhang didn't feel anything when he ate the food, so why did he really hold on when he tasted it? Don't talk about this. I went home 2 days ago. My child happened to be at home on the weekend. He asked me, "Dad, are you getting fat?" because he got fat. He came out to work and said he had gained 3 pounds. My wife also said to me, her face was round. Then you eat less. One of them interrupted quickly, so that I can eat more. Roll. I think beautifully. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Tu was busy in the kitchen. Haimi and Damai stood not far from the rabbit, looking at the rabbit in front of him with shock. Especially for the barley, he looked at the 2 rabbits like black coal balls and the black rice. I always feel that no matter how hard the black rice is, the rabbit will be bigger than it. It stretched out its front paws and gestured. It felt great that such a big rabbit could eat for 3 days. Looking back on that night, the wonderful taste of rabbit meat, saliva suddenly overflowed and ticked onto the ground. Haimi took 2 steps to the side with disgust. Stay away from that greedy ghost, the baby that has not been born in its belly cannot be infected. Before, why didn't it discover that Damai is such a dog? Where did you go when you were maturity, stability, and gentleness? Chapter 47 Rabbit Kicks the Eagle. I don't know when the group of students also changed the place where they had eaten at Jiang Tu's house. Maybe he cleaned up the west wing to facilitate the meals of Li Guangbo and his group of workers. Just to get it later, they even send people to deliver their tableware in advance every day. Sauerkraut fish. My God, my favorite pickled fish, this taste is really authentic. The students exclaimed and exclaimed. Be careful of fish bones. Jiang Tu reminded, if the dishes are not enough, you can serve them again, and the rice will be gone. The students gave him a grievance. This kind of dish that can't be replenished with rice. Is this a person doing the job? Jiang Tulang's heart is as strong as iron, and these people forced him. There is no limit to rice, they are all yelling. The stomach-enhancing and digestive tablets from the village doctor have recently defeated the cold medicine and become the most popular medicine. The village doctors got in to talk to him. Who dares to believe it? After the meal, Jiang Tu had time to go to the backyard to see his rabbit. When I took it out of the system, I had a glimpse. Except for the 2 numb and sloppy fur, the rest have no shortcomings in appearance. Like an enlarged version of a plush toy. The fur is smooth, especially the 2 black ones. The black fur seems to be the top silk in the sun. It is also extremely silky to the touch. Rabbits are naturally docile. When Jiang-tu was pushing his hands up and down at a few rabbits, they did not resist at all. They even gently touched Jiang-tu's palm with their little nose. The two little black rabbits felt Jiang-tu's preference for them and pushed their heads into Jiang-tu's palms. The dog is so angry, but who can refuse such a big and cute furry? Unfortunately, the time was short and the task was heavy. He only interacted with them for a short while before he had to go back to the driver's seat and continue walking home. Now I finally have time to observe these big rabbits. I don't know if Daba and Haimi were cooking, while he was not there to scare these important breeding rabbits. Especially, female rabbits still carry baby. Wait for the river map. When I walked to his backyard, I was shocked by the scenery in front of me. As soon as the two dogs, Damai and Haimi, saw him, they immediately ran over anxiously. The owner was cooking just now, and they were not easy to disturb him. However, if the master doesn't come again, the rabbit will succeed in jailbreak with his good appetite. Really, for the first time they saw animals gnawing on wood. That little mouth, just chew it like this, and in a short while, the wood that was so wide was half missing. If it weren't for these rabbits, their patience wouldn't be very good. One would chew for a while and then change to the other. Now it's out. Jiang-tu was also shocked. Are rabbits from the Qin and Han dynasties so unpicky? Are the teeth so sharp? Or, is he so hungry about these rabbits? Jiang-tu is not sure and doesn't know. But reality did not leave him too much time to doubt. The two macaque rabbits first broke free from the cage with a click. Immediately afterwards, the white and black ones also popped out. For a moment, there were 6 big rabbits on the ground in the backyard. There are also 3 pieces of wooden cages. Haimi looked at Jiang-tu, as if she was asking whether to arrest them again. Jiang-tu shook his head. Haimi is now pregnant with a dog. Even if it is natural for dogs to catch rabbits, it is impossible to guarantee that they will not encounter danger when dealing with these rabbits of such a large size. He watched the rabbit come out, and there was no sign of trouble. He just looked for the grass that had just emerged in the backyard to eat, so he didn't want to worry. After being caught, his family didn't have the cage to trap these big rabbits. Forget it. Let them eat. When the people ahead dispersed, he then brought these rabbits a box of grass from the system. It was as if the system had done it intentionally. When extracting this SSSR treasure chest, the frequency of forage grass appeared was obviously much higher than before. However, in this backyard, in addition to him and black rice, there is also a barley. Dabi, who had lived a good life at Jiangtu's house for several days, began to reveal her nature bit by bit. Stabilization is left behind and becomes lively again. Although it is not about destroying the house, it is indeed unreliable sometimes. For example, now. Inside the round brown eyes, looking at these big free rabbits, I couldn't hide my curiosity. There is no intention of attack, just curiosity and wants to smell them. After so many days of farm life, Daba already knows that some animals in this farm are not food yet. It requires careful care and careful breeding, and occasionally help them drive away natural enemies. Just like those chickens. Its clever little head certainly understood that these rabbits are like chickens. It just wants to record their taste so that it can be managed by itself in the future. It must be performed well in front of its owner and strive to never be abandoned again. The ambition of Barley went there with great courage. But the rabbit doesn't think so. That's a wolf. Even if he is not very smart and doesn't look very strong, he is indeed a wolf. Didn't you see that your owner and his dog were scared by the wolf and dared not move? What should I do if the rabbit doesn't want to die yet? The rabbit wants to save itself. One of the numb rabbits stomped their feet quietly and cleverly covered them with their huge body. Try not to let the wolf discover it. The remaining few are just a brief exchange and let's get a distance. Try to give it a fatal blow. The rabbit's actions are silent. Even in Jiangtu's eyes, it's like this that the grass here has been eaten up and then searching there. Haimi was driven away by Jiang-tu, indicating that it would not have to stay here and go for a meal quickly. I have a baby in my stomach, but I can't be hungry. He stood there, crossing his arms with his chest, just wanting to see what the barley was so powerful but sneaky. Finally, Barley approached a lusty rabbit. Or, I don't know when this smeared rabbit became the only rabbit left near it. It put a kind smile at the rabbit, its mouth cracked and raised slightly. Rabbit! The wolf is baring its teeth at it. No matter how many you are, do it. It's now, the rabbit is flying. Ayo! Damn it! Jiang-tu was still watching, but his stupid dog turned around and smiled at him for some reason. The next second, I saw a rabbit kicked hard on the nose that had just reached over. The long legs almost flashed with afterimage, bursting out with extremely huge power, kicking his stupid dog to the side. The rabbit landed steadily, leaving behind a look of the younger brother present. Leave with ease. His dog was lying on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Jiang-tu. These are the big rabbits who are extremely docile in his hands? When he stuffed them into the cage, his fingers were not bitten off. He really thanked these rabbits for their mercy. Damai, who was lying on the side, felt miserable howling in his mouth when he realized that he was kicked by a rabbit and his left face was still hurt so much that he couldn't bear it. Please ask for flowers, please collect them, and it will be put on the shelves immediately. Please subscribe, please let me know all readers. Chapter 48 Barley is injured. Jiang-tu was shocked. Very afraid of these rabbits, he attacked the howling Barley again. So, he simply carried the Barley directly, stopped him to see what happened, and walked towards the front yard together. He also warned Haimi, the backyard is temporarily dangerous, don't go there first. Bunny, even if you lose it, you don't have to worry about it, do you know? Seeing Haimi nodding at him seriously, Jiang-tu felt relieved. Haimi is really reliable. As long as you agree to something, even if you are very curious, you will not be able to investigate until you get permission. There were still some people in the West Wing who had eaten slowly and didn't leave. When they heard the dog screaming, they came out to watch the fun. Jiang-tu was afraid of being misunderstood, so he quickly explained, it's okay, Damai plays with the rabbit, but it hurts by the rabbit. I'll check it out. The few people who came out to see were originally very concerned about it, after all, Damai cried so hard. As soon as they heard the reason, they laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, such a big dog was kicked by a rabbit and still has the face to cry. Damai cried even louder as if she understood it. Ayo. It hurts so much, Dabei's face hurts so much. They also laughed at the dog, why? Jiang-tu quickly comforted it in a low voice and said, be good, they don't know that rabbits are big rabbits, they are not bad for them. Come here, let me see if there is any problem with my mouth. If something happens to your mouth, you can't eat. When he heard that he couldn't eat, Damai cried even louder. It hasn't eaten for lunch yet, and there is so much meat. The dog is no longer alive. Jiang-tu. He straightened the dog's face and checked it carefully. However, as soon as he touched Dabei's left half of his face, Dabei wailed in pain. Jiang-tu didn't dare to do it himself at all. He was not professional either. What if it was worse? He took out the phone and called Liang Feng directly. The veterinarian who said he wanted to study the sow at his house, and I don't know if he has gone back. If he goes back, he will take Damai County directly to his veterinary hospital. As a result, Liang Feng really went back. I was just called away this morning. Now, he is being pressed into a veterinary hospital, working with a miserable look on his face. Knowing that Zhang Tu had something to do, the rest of the people also speeded up their meals. It was a good time for the people to evacuate in just a few minutes. This was the first time Zhang Tu left home and locked the gate of the yard. Even He Mi dared to go outside and prevent him from staying with the 6 rabbits. Facing the eyes of others, Zhang Tu did not explain. He was really afraid that when he was not at home, what accident happened that he didn't know. For example, I was curious about his big rabbit and went to see it, but a rabbit was kicked by another one. Zhang Tu seemed to think of the reason why Dabi was injured. Maybe it is because it looks like a wolf. And the rabbits from the Qin and Han dynasties have little knowledge, which stimulates the survival instinct. He just remembered that in the system introduction, there is another sentence: you can hide from the ground to catch mice, and you can leap and kick the eagle above. Moreover, I also eat meat. Joining together the rabbit mountain shadowless foot just now, he finally realized that the combat power of these 6 rabbits was really not weak. At least not what rabbits can compare to now, after thousands of years of domestication. After a series of filming, blood tests luckily confirmed that the bones are fine. Liang Feng pointed to the film and said, "Look here, if Daba hadn't been hiding in time and lying down, his eyes would probably not be able to be saved. The upper and lower jaw bones may also be kicked, or at least cracked, so it will be troublesome. Now it is the best situation. Go back and take some medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Soak dog food in water and eat it, and then it will be better if it reduces swelling." But at this time, the dog face, which was severely damaged on the left half of Daba, had already swollen. With her already crying eyes, it was a little pitiful and a little funny. The shrill wail echoed throughout the pet hospital. To be honest, it was quite noisy. "This dog? What's wrong?" One of the aunts holding Teddy came over and asked with a heartache. Her children were not at home all year round, and she raised a puppy to relieve her boredom. She was the most unhappy about these small animals being injured. Especially this big dog, she cried so hard that she felt sorry for her. "At home, I accidentally let the rabbit kick it." Zhang Tu felt a little embarrassed. His rabbit weighs 30 kilograms and has a body full of tendons. But no one knows. But he doesn't want to take the blame. What if someone is rumored to be an immoral person who abuses dogs? Oh! The aunt glanced at the dog who lay down and occupied 3 seats, and left without saying anything. Even a rabbit can't beat such a big dog, even his baby is worse than that, and he has the face to cry. He still cried so loudly. Zhang Tu understood the meaning conveyed by the aunt, wanted to open her mouth and close her mouth again, but in the end she didn't explain it to Damai. He comforted Damai and said, "It's okay, you can only meet this big county. Look, that little Teddy is not as heavy as our rabbit." Liang Feng couldn't listen anymore, and he asked, "That little Teddy, 13 kilograms, what kind of breed of rabbit you have, 13 kilograms? Zhang Tu looked at him deeply and said strangely, "My rabbit 30 kilograms, how do you think Barley is injured?" "Liang Feng? I don't believe it. You check it yourself. 30 pounds are not big, but the other person's rabbit is 45 pounds. Zhang Tu clicked his computer with his chin. "Isn't it connected to the internet?" Liang Feng's face was very angry and his movements were very honest. "The result is real." He pushed his glasses and made a shameless suggestion, "How about selling one for me if I gave birth to a baby?" 1001. Zhang Tu agreed generously and offered a bid calmly. "Why don't you go and grab it?" Liang Feng was so angry that he threw the medicine away. "I sold a cub for 1,500 yuan, what's wrong with me selling it for 1,000 yuan? Zhang Tu hugged the medicine and didn't take it. "I wasted some time in the afternoon because of barley, and I ate sauerkraut fish noodles in the evening. The noodles are machine-pressed hand-rolled noodles bought in the county. Although they are not as delicious as they roll them out, they are just fine. The soup was the pickled fish soup specially left at noon, and another fish was killed and some side dishes were added. The key is fast. The workers left for supper. Only students and professors from the agricultural college are left. The big rabbit from Jiangta's family was also exposed. Xin Tianyu and others stood in front of the huge iron cage, looking at the iron cage in front of them and the big rabbit inside with a look of amazement. This is actually a new variety that they have never seen before. They looked at the professor with bright eyes. As the talent team of the future laboratory, they were quite exploratory. Professor, aren't you curious about the data? Star Eye attack. And the iron cage was newly bought by Jiangtu. It is said to be used for large fierce dogs, such as Tibetan Mastiff. Of course, it is also the first choice for Husky. He didn't believe it anymore. No matter how powerful the teeth were, could they be as thick as a finger? If possible, they are considered powerful. After obtaining Zhang Tu's consent, Professor Li nodded to his students. Now that the conditions are limited, they can only roughly measure the length, weight, age, etc. of the big rabbit, and collect at most a little rabbit's hair. As for other samples, we have to wait for professional equipment to talk about. Zhang Tu just reminded him, the female rabbit is pregnant, you can move lighter. Also, be careful, be very careful, Damai's swollen face was kicked by the rabbit. If you need my help, don't be polite. Zhang Tu's tone was serious. But the farmer's students didn't care. They said, Brother Zhang, don't worry, we have caught rabbits for less than 100 or 80 or 90 years. We are very skilled. Let's talk about rabbits, sheep, cows, and even big geese. Zhang Tu, I believe you have caught a big goose, but my rabbit is a Han Dynasty rabbit. I'm asking for flowers, collect them, and I'm asking for them. Chapter 49, Fracture. The farmer students are indeed experienced. There are 6 rabbits, they are divided into 6 groups, some are responsible for catching and fixing the rabbits, some are responsible for measuring and reporting data, and some are responsible for recording. Professor Li nodded with satisfaction at their skillful appearance. I also walked to the recorded classmate curiously, stared at the data, and occasionally directed my movements that were not standard. Maybe it's because I'm full, or maybe it's because the students of the agricultural college are indeed first class. The measurement was almost over. Although the rabbit looked helpless, nothing happened. Even Wang Xiu, Bai Wentao's group, who was the fastest, had stuffed the white rabbit back into the cage, grabbed a handful of hay outside the cage and fed it. Xin Tianyu is responsible for the records of the black rabbit group. Looking at other students, as they measured the arrest process, they tried to hit the big rabbit, and the envy in their eyes was about to overflow. He also wanted to touch such a big rabbit. It must be soft and very easy to touch. Seeing that it was about to end, and he had finished recording the last data, he wanted to reach out and touch it. This rabbit looks obedient and big, and its fur must be very smooth. One hand, anyway, nothing should happen. He put the pen and notebook together, stretched out his left hand, and slowly approached the rabbit. Belly, the softest belly. He has clear goals and looks expectant. The black rabbit who was attacked by humans and played a gangster was so angry that he had no place to vent. It looked at the hand that wanted to continue to reach out and narrowed its eyes. It's approaching. It's approaching. Xin Tianyu and Rabbit thought at the same time. It's now. Touch, Ao. Xin Tianyu retracted his hand and his left forearm was as if he had been hit by a big iron hammer. First it was numb, then it was blunt pain. Ah! He screamed in pain. The people in the same group were startled and quickly stuffed the rabbit into the cage in a hurry, asking with concern, "It's okay? Can your hands move? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Xin Tianyu cried that his hands hurt, and he wanted to cry that he was unlucky. Their number is about 20 people, why is he the only one who was kicked by a rabbit? Why? Does it hurt so much? Xiangming asked in confusion, and he understood his roommate. I can only say that there will be some accidents not happening. But this is the first time I cried in pain. He came over and wanted to help him. I'm fine. Xing Tianyu quickly waved his hand with his complete right hand and refused Xiangming's approach. And signaled that he was fine. He said, I was so surprised all of a sudden and didn't react. Xiangming thought about it and found that according to his previous experience, there should be nothing big. His roommate was a little unlucky, but he had never suffered a particularly serious injury. Xiangming signaled that he would go back to find a village doctor and ask for some ointment to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis to help his roommates rub it so that everyone should not worry. This is how their students come to the village. The roommates in the same dormitory have the most strong relationship and everyone will take care of each other. Maybe because they have really suffered, and experienced ups and downs, the people here are more united than the ones left in the school, and they care much more about each other. The key is that spring plowing is expected to officially begin in the past few days, and it is not enough to lose one labor force. Zhang Tu's mind was at this moment. The eyeballs can't be kept. The upper and lower jaws will also be broken. He said, go to the hospital and take a picture first. No, brother Zhang, really no. Xing Tianyu waved his hand quickly and pushed Xiangming to signal him to help him speak. Originally, he wanted to touch the rabbit with a slut. Moreover, he felt that his forearm bone was fine and it was not broken, but it hurt a little, so there was no need to be so troublesome. Zhang Tu did not allow him to refuse and said directly, I'll drive, can you help me clean up the yard? Professor Li frowned even tighter. He walked up to ask Zhang Tu why. Zhang Tu told Damai about Liang Feng's diagnosis and treatment. He didn't know which one is harder, human bones or dog bones. However, physical injuries are not careless. Professor Li nodded and said solemnly, I am the only professor here now, I can't leave. I'll leave this child to you. He patted Xing Tianyu on the shoulder again and said, don't worry, you will be reimbursed for all the expenses. Zhang Tu didn't say anything, but he knew that the professors and the others could not pay for this. After all, it was also done by his rabbit. There is a huge difference between it and the wild boar that time. The sun shone down on the earth again, and Xing Tianyu walked down from Jiangta's pickup truck with a fantasy look on his face. His left arm was hung around his neck with a white bandage. I originally thought I would not have breakfast, but I received the news that breakfast would arrive soon, and everyone was surprised. Everyone was even more surprised to see Xing Tianyu's new look. Are you? Xiangming pointed to Xing Tianyu's hand, his voice trembling. Xing Tianyu also looked fantastic. While helping brother Zhang take off the roasted wheat, xiaolong bao, soy milk and fried dough sticks he bought in the city, he said, you can't believe it if your bones are cracked. I was kicked by a rabbit and my bones were cracked. Such a crack! His thumb and index finger opened a length of about 2 centimeters. It is hard to believe until now. This result is true. The doctor had no choice but to put a cast on him and let him take good care of it. Pay attention when taking a bath. Professor Li was also shocked. He originally wanted to make himself feel at ease just in case. Unexpectedly something really happened. He looked left and right and didn't find where Zhang Tu was. He gave up for the time being, so he called Xing Tianyu to his side to find out the situation. Privately, I also sent a message to my old friend in zoology to ask questions. Can a rabbit really kick a person into a bone crack? When Professor Li heard that it was Zhang Tu who paid the full fee and took him to do the inspection, he pondered for a long time. In the end, he didn't say anything, just sighed. He just patted Xing Tianyu on the shoulder and asked him to wait for his hands to do it well, for him brother Zhang to do it well. The rabbit is still the same. Except for the countless more poops under the cage, it is good everywhere. When he saw Zhang too, he was anxiously looking at him and asking for food. That is, when the little wind comes, it smells bad. Haimi had already covered her nose and ran to the direction of the wind. For them with extremely sensitive sense of smell, this smell is not much better than Huang Mouse's butt. Zhang Tu also covered her mouth and nose with discomfort. This is not a problem. The farmyard he imagined does not have the legendary smell of rabbit shit and urine. Drag out, you must drag out. As for where to put it, this needs to be planned carefully. I also have to build a shed to at least prevent them from getting wet on rainy days. The key is that this thing cannot be free-range like chickens and ducks. It can make holes and live in a bad mood. It will escape from the place arranged for them in minutes. A rabbit with such a high attack power really doesn't know whether it is a good or a bad thing when entering the mountains and forests. Please collect, please flowers, please, 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 readers. Chapter 50, Invitation to be completed. Time passes day by day. Finally, on this day, the artificial water storage lake was perfectly completed except for the lack of water. On the lakeside, all participants, including Li Guangbo, cheered a little disappointed. The project was completed very well. It really can't be better. Unfortunately, it was such a delicious meal and I could never eat it anymore. There is a saying that you have to pay for your work anywhere. However, if you care about food and such delicious food, it is hard to come by. Zhang Tu gave the masters a red envelope of completion, which was only 200 yuan. He knew that the village had completed such a huge project and according to common sense, it was necessary to invite the villagers to dinner. It's just a big mat. But he doesn't know where to hire people. Does he have a talent market? Life back to the village has been smooth sailing. Are you finally going to encounter the biggest difficulties? Jiangtu is not afraid. As the saying goes, find a village chief when you have difficulties. Ah! The village chief was confused and listened to Jiangtu's request, and he was also a little numb. He doesn't know either. In the past 2 days, he has also heard from other colleagues and cadres about this matter, and he is looking forward to it with others. Think about it. There are more than 10 dishes on a table in rural chess, all of which are Jiangtu's craftsmanship. How fragrant, and the scene is so spectacular. He decided at that time that the day Jiangtu issued the notice, he would stop eating breakfast and dinner the day before, so he would keep his stomach to show off his mat. After a long time, it wasn't done by Jiangtu. The disappointment in Song Jun's eyes disappeared in just 1 second. It's okay. He is a serious village chief. How could he be lost because of this little thing? Zhang Tu waited for a long time, but before he could get the answer, he thought the village chief didn't know either. Just as I was about to leave, I went to someone I knew in the village to ask, but was stopped by Song Jun. He patted his chest and promised that he would be assured that he could do it for you. He opened the door, poked his head out, and lowered his voice and shouted, Uncle Wang, Secretary Wang, are you here? Come on. He stretched out a hand and waved to Uncle Wang, who was looking over. Impressing him, it's not a serious matter, don't worry. This group of old cadres usually cooperate with him in everything and are willing to listen to him. When you encounter a document-related job, you run faster than the other. You would rather go to the village to farm than sign and stamp it. What I fear most in my life is that I was named by the village chief alone, for fear that the document was not processed well, the format was incorrect, and I had to work hard. It was a private matter, and Secretary Wang left very quickly. He just saw that boy Jiangtu went in, but he had to help solve the problem. It's best, ask again, when will the banquet be held? Everyone was watching. Jiangtu, this is the old secretary of our village, Wang Gairan. Just call him Uncle Wang. If you ask him what's going on in our village, he almost knows everything. Song Jun introduced to Jiang Tu the person he called in. He looked at him in his 50s and had a little hair on his head, and he smiled with a gentle look. It looks easy to get along with. Uncle Wang, Jiang Tu just wanted to ask, what would be the process for our village to hire someone to hold a big seat? Where can I go to hire someone? Song Jun helped Jiang Tu ask for the exit. Uncle Wang smiled and blurted out his words, "Are you kid going to cook by yourself?" Uncle Wang widened his eyes, as if he was condemning him. Why was he wasting money or his good skills? Besides, are they greedy for the big table? What they are greedy for is Boy Jiang's craftsmanship. I listen to those students and those workers praise each other every day, and the praises are all revealed. As a result, they couldn't find a reason to eat for free, which was so annoying. Jiang Tu was also stunned. Can you still do this by yourself? What to do? He can cook, he can't do the rest. Looking at the two confused eyes next to him, Wang Gairan slapped his thigh and remembered it. Xiao Jiang's family has no adults, and he has not been with the village in the past few years, so he definitely doesn't know about these things. He didn't hide it, and said directly, "Let's just put it simply, your family has done such a big project, and invites the whole village to have a meal and is lively. That's what happened. You don't look like a wedding or funeral. The dishes at the big table require a certain configuration, and the quantity also requires some requirements." Jiang Tu nodded seriously. Uncle Wang continued, "The people who can go to our village to eat now are not those students. They have been 50 or 60 people to death, and 10 people are a table. You can buy some food, including vegetables and meat, just let everyone have enough food together. In fact, it is a way for rural people to contact each other." Uncle Wang used his eyes to signal, "It's just that, it's simple, you understand." Jiang Tu shook his head, not understanding. "If you don't invite people, where the tables, chairs, benches, bowls, plates and plates come from, it's all a problem." Uncle Wang didn't say this either. So he asked directly. "Ah, this." Uncle Wang was also a little stunned when he heard this. They wanted to taste Zaijiang's skills. Where do tables, chairs and benches come from? This is really a question. Now it is not like before. Every household can get together a little. Now I can't find it. It's like his house, just like a small square table, put it on the Kong, and work together. Finally, he whispered and reluctantly gave Jiang Tu a call to contract the big mat for this area. Then he left the village chief's office with a look of disappointment. Why is it so difficult to have a meal with Xiao Jiang's craftsmanship? Seeing the old secretary like that, Song Jun laughed out loud. He said to Jiang Tu, who was confused, "You don't come out to deal with the villagers in the West, and you may not know that the villagers actually listened to the students who praised you for how delicious cooking is, and I have long wanted to try it. I haven't found any chance, so I'm embarrassed to go to your house for free. I guess they all thought that this big meal would be your own chef. Looking forward to it. As a result, the change comes so quickly." "Ah, this." Jiang Tu was a little overwhelmed. He doesn't have a bad job in cooking, but it's like tables, chairs, benches, bowls, plates and plates, and he doesn't even have a helper. Who can contract the next big seat alone? The tentacle monster can't do it either. It doesn't matter if Song Jun is not in a hurry. Anyway, he has paid the money and can get Jiang Tu's skills every day, hee. Suddenly, the door of the village chief's office was knocked urgently, and it felt like something big was happening. Jiang Tu was about to say goodbye and leave when he found that the door was open. A man younger and whiter than Secretary Lao Wang walked in and asked straight to the point, "If I help you solve the problems of tables, chairs, benches, you can cook." Jiang Tu. In order to eat, this group of people is simply trying hard. Jiang Tu suppressed the corner of his mouth that wanted to be beating, turned his head and said seriously, "If you can solve it for me, I will be fine." "You are neat." The visitor gave a thumbs up, praised him without hesitation, and then quickly took out his cell phone and said, "Come on, add a contact information, let's contact each other tonight. Become. Please flowers, please collect them, thank you."